This is Audible.
Aden. Written by A.C. Katt. Narrated by Jeff Griffin. Prologue.
You are not gay! Aden's mother shouted at him as she pounded her fists on his chest and arms. Aden broke free. I am gay. I was born that way. My being gay is not going to change. You either accept me as I am, or you don't. He stepped away from his mother defiantly. You're 18. I could banish you from this house right this minute. Tears flowed down Deborah Schaefer's cheeks as she walked to the kitchen counter and got in Aden's face. But because you were my son before you embarked on this road, I'll let you stay until you finish high school next week. After graduation, you're on your own, unless you change your mind about this sinful lifestyle. Lifestyle implies choice. There is no choice. I'm gay. He moved toward her, arms outstretched. She backed away. He felt like they were doing a macabre dance. Mom, being gay isn't something I can do anything about, Aden told her. Please, can't you accept me the way I am? If you don't denounce this folly after next week, you no longer have a mother. He again stepped toward his mother, thinking she would reconsider, hug him, and everything would be fine. No! Get away from me! She pushed him, and he fell over, nearly hitting his head on the counter. You're an abomination! Mom, you can't mean what you're saying. I mean every word. Even though your father walked out on us when you were still an infant, I raised you right. You went to Catholic schools. I taught you manners, obedience, and humility. You were always a good boy. Why this? Why now? She started to sob. What school I attended doesn't make a difference. Neither does the way you raised me. Mom, please. Aden pled with her now. She was his only family. I sacrificed for you. I took you to church every Sunday to hear the word of God. How can you express these unnatural desires in defiance of our Savior? Jesus said nothing about homosexuality. His mother frowned. Aden became tight-lipped and quiet. He stopped begging. His mother wouldn't be moved. He listened as she continued, wondering what more she could say. You can take everything in your room with you, nothing else. And I'm only letting you take things from this house because you're my son, and I can't help loving you. God have mercy on me for letting you have anything. I'm enabling you to commit sin. Mom, don't ask. You'll get nothing else. You are now responsible for all your bills, your car insurance, room and board at school because you can't stay home, and health insurance. You'll get this nonsense out of your head before long. Until you do, I don't even want to know where you are. I won't ask anything of you. I'm sorry I'm a disappointment. But I can't be something I'm not. I love you. God didn't make you gay, Aden's mother shouted at his retreating back. He turned around and quietly said, Yes, he did. Chapter 1. Tuesday in late February. Dr. Dare Rourke pulled into the truck stop at the junction of Interstate 25 and State Highway 550, needing some gas before he went home to Placitas, and only the truck stop was open this late. He commuted 16 miles to Placitas from the University of New Mexico Sandoval Medical Center, where he worked as a cardiothoracic surgeon at least 5 days a week.
He'd performed emergency cardiac surgery tonight to put in stents for a man who had a blockage in 2 major arteries. Thank God he had tomorrow off. He was off on Wednesday and Friday this week. Dare was taking a well-deserved long weekend and didn't want to stop for gas before he ran his errands tomorrow. In the morning, with the commuters and the construction, getting in and out of a gas station on Route 550 could be a real problem. The hospital had opened 2 years ago as an extension of the larger facility in Albuquerque. After he'd finished his surgical residency at Emory in Atlanta, UNM recruited him for a staff position at the new hospital. His mentor had wanted him to stay at Emory, but his emphasis centered on research, and although Dare could have had a promising career in research, he wished to follow another path. Dare wanted to work directly with patients who needed his expertise. He learned of a shortage of doctors in New Mexico, so when they recruited him to set up a practice at the hospital, he said yes. He wanted to go somewhere where his skills could make a difference. As soon as he finished his residency in cardiothoracic surgery, Dare moved west to New Mexico, where he found out they weren't lying. He was constantly busy, which made his time off precious to him. Too bad he had to schedule contractors most weekends to fix up the house he bought 6 months ago. 2 years ago, in May, he'd made the cross-country trek from Atlanta to New Mexico. He never regretted it. He'd taken full advantage of his opportunities in the lively gay community in Santa Fe and the smaller one in Albuquerque, but still hadn't met a special someone with whom he could share his life. He shook his head. No need to go down that path. Someone would come along for him. Dare, only 32, with a good job at the hospital and not too hard on the eyes, knew he'd find someone. He needed to have patience. Someone would come along eventually. Someone he could love. He pulled his red Outback up to the pump and caught something moving on the periphery of the concrete curb. Maybe a cougar or a coyote. He put the hose in his gas tank, swiped his credit card, and filled it up. The animals generally ignored the people invading their habitat, but Dare had not quite gotten into the habit of ignoring the animals as the other locals did. He waved to the attendant in the convenience store and moved to get back into his vehicle when he glanced behind him at the rocky area to the side of the service road, and saw it again. It didn't move like an animal. Dare cautiously walked the distance to the road. On the curb nearest to the weeds around the perimeter of the gas station sat a slight, shivering figure. Not an animal. It appeared to be a small, human male. Dare couldn't in good conscience pass by a man wearing a light jacket, shaking in the cold. He walked around to the rear of the Outback and popped open the trunk. Dare took the old stadium blanket he kept in the vehicle and carried it across the lot to the man in the weeds. "It's too cold out tonight for you to be without a heavier coat. Take this blanket." The man lifted his head, and Dare beheld the most beautiful face he had ever seen. "Are you waiting for someone?" His cock stirred in his scrubs. He stared at him again. Damn. Not a man. It was a kid. And at first glimpse he seemed to be older, but when he stood, Dare saw a 16-year-old. Mentally, he thumped his cock, but it wouldn't deflate. Finally, after willing it to go down by thinking of dead puppies and kittens, he could talk to the kid. "What are you doing out so late at night? Your parents must be going crazy trying to find you." "Have you run away from home?" Dare asked pointedly, thinking of how much the boy's folks would worry. "No, I haven't run away, and trust me, she's not searching for me," the young man responded in a flat tone. Noticing the singular she, Dare knelt in front of the boy. "Of course she is. She's probably worried sick. I left my mother back in South Jersey. If I had her around, I wouldn't be in this mess. She would have warned me. 7 years ago, she threw me out because I'm gay." The boy pulled his knees up, rolling into a ball, trying to shield himself from the cold wind. 7 years ago, the kid must have been only 9 or 10. When Dare announced his sexual preference by bringing home a boyfriend, his mom and dad had reacted poorly. However, they were his parents, and they loved him, so eventually they got over it. Who could do this to their son? If it makes you feel any better, I'm also gay. Not everyone rejects their child, and sometimes parents rethink the issue. Mine did. But yours never threw you out. Dare continued without missing a beat. My name is Dare Rourke, and I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon at the UNM Sandoval Medical Center. The kid rolled his eyes. I know you can't take my credentials on faith. Dare pulled out his wallet to show his driver's license and opened his coat, so the boy read the hospital ID attached to his scrubs. I can help you. Your mother can't throw you out without answering to social services. The state can't help me. What does he mean? Of course they can. Come with me. I can take you over to social services in the morning. I'm too old. Neither the state nor my mother has anything to do with this. Aden crossed his arms in front of his chest as if trying to protect himself from Dare. I'm not traveling with any more strangers. How old are you? If he's legal, he's got to be only 18. The boy stared at Dare as if he were stupid. He sat up and pulled out his wallet, handing Dare his driver's license. Here. See the date of birth? Dare took his phone out of his pocket, tapped on the built-in light, and read the license. New Jersey. Aden Schaefer. He looked askance at Aden. You're almost 25? Yes. I know my size belies my age. My mother got rid of me when I turned 18. I had a scholarship for nursing school at Rowan University back in New Jersey, where I would still be if I wasn't so stupid. I put in 5 years of school, then graduated a year and a half ago with honors and went to work at the hospital where I trained. She knew where to find me. Putting his phone away, he then handed Aden his license and asked, Why are you here now? I wanted to leave New Jersey and start fresh with someone I thought cared about me. I misread the situation. He didn't care at all. The man took advantage of my trust. Aden gritted his teeth against the cold. Dare could see he was desperately trying not to cry. Dare made sympathetic noises. Why don't you tell me what's wrong? Maybe, between the two of us, we can make it right. Aden backed away from him and sighed. I guess I better tell someone. I plan to go ask the clerk to call the police once I've pulled myself together. I'll listen. I'm a doctor. Good at listening, Dare told him. At least some doctors are. Aden puffed out some air. I'm a nurse and know what you said isn't always true, but since you're here, and you asked, I'll tell you. Maybe you can help. Dare squatted next to Aden to hear his story. He had to admit, it had him intrigued. While still in school, I didn't have time to fool around. I studied hard, worked harder, and did well. After I graduated, I met a long-distance truck driver at a gay bar, who became my first boyfriend and, later, my first lover. 6 months after I met him, I gave up my job and my apartment to go live with him in California. Aden wiped at the burgeoning tears. Where is he? Dare pivoted, trying to find a big rig. He's gone. He sent me into the convenience store, and while I bought him cigarettes, he took off with all my things, my money, my car, everything. I don't even have my cell phone. I wanted to get a tattoo. We were fighting. He wouldn't allow me to mark my perfect skin, claimed I'd be worthless if I did. Why did he say that? Why did he call me worthless? He wiped his eyes again, leaving a smudge on his face from where his sleeve touched the dirt. I left my phone in the truck. My wallet is in my pants pocket because I knew I'd be carded, but all I have is my driver's license and a bank card tied to an account empty of all but $100. All of my money, documents, car, and everything else I own went down the highway on his truck. Dare got lost in the beauty of the boy's eyes. He put his arm around Aden and gave him a squeeze of reassurance. He decided to help take care of this situation for him. The driver, what's his name? Dare asked. Annoyed someone had hurt this beauty so deeply.
Bruno. Wysocki.
What's the name of the trucking company?
He's an independent hauling a load to Denver, and we put my household goods and my Nissan Versa on the truck.
How long have you been here?
15, 20 minutes.
I'll call the police. He can't have gone far. Did you leave your cell phone turned on? They can track him with the phone. Dare stood, leaving his blanket on the ground for Aden, pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, and dialed 911. He spoke to the police for 5 minutes, then pressed end. They put a bolo out for the truck and are triangulating your cell. Gomez says it's a slow night. They'll find him.
All I have is my license to prove who I am.
Aden stood and threw up his hands in despair.
They'll never believe me. Without my credentials, I won't even be able to get work.
Dare scrutinized him. Man, he's short. He can't be taller than 5'5" to my 6 foot. The sheriff is on his way over here now. We'll wait for him and see what he has to say. Then you can come home with me until the morning.
How do I know you're not a serial killer? Or, for that matter, how do you know I'm legitimate and not a con artist?
Aden asked. Sheriff Gomez will vouch for me. I did his oldest sister's heart valve. As for you, Gomez can run your name and license from the squad car. He'll find out if you're a criminal. Answer a question for me. Aden rolled his eyes as if Dare had completely lost it. If I say a young patient broke his femur and had abrasions and severe contusions around his ribs, what do I mean? Aden's face brightened. Aha. Here he's on familiar territory. Aden answered right away.
He broke his thigh bone and had severe bruises, cuts, and scrapes around his torso. It takes considerable force to break a femur, combined with severe bruising about the ribs. If the patient didn't get his injuries in a car wreck or an industrial accident, I'd suspect abuse and call social services.
You're a nurse, Dare said with confidence, putting his arm around Aden's shoulder and pulling him into his side. Aden smiled up at him for the first time since they'd met.
Graduated at the top of my class.
He puffed up with pride. We have openings at the hospital where I work. New Mexico has a shortage of qualified medical personnel, if you don't want to continue on to California. Living here is cheap, and the hospital pays well for the area. UNM offers a course to become a physician's assistant, and the hospital will reimburse you for tuition if you continue your education, or you could go for a master's degree in nursing.
I don't even have an address, or the money to get even a cheap motel room. How can I apply for a job?
Aden inspected the ground. The platinum hair and the indigo eyes moved Dare. Maybe this is the one. It feels right. I'll never figure it out if I don't find a way to keep him around. You can stay with me until you get back on your feet. I have a large house, although I have it only partially furnished. I bought it as an investment. It has 5 bedrooms and a 2-bedroom guest house out back.
I don't know you. Besides, I couldn't impose. Once I get my stuff back, I can take my money and get an apartment.
Aden seemed determined to do this his way. You'd be helping me out. I wouldn't have to advertise for a tenant. That's not a lie. Aden squinted, peering at Dare from under long lashes. Dare pressed his advantage. Come home with me tonight. I have furniture in one of the bedrooms where you can stay until you get your things back. As I said, Sheriff Gomez will vouch for me. Why am I pushing so hard? Admit it. I'm pushing because he's the first man to capture my interest in a long time. Aden spoke, and Dare came back to himself from his daydream.
I can't let you take a stranger into your home.
Dare read the longing for safety in Aden's voice, and for something else. A home, a place to belong, was written all over his face. I could be that place for him. Pipe down, he told his cock. What do I know about him? Nothing. Except I'd like to learn more. And you don't know anything about me. Having just come off a bad experience, you're wary. But you have nowhere to go, and in the medical profession, You become a good judge of someone's character pretty quick. You're not a criminal. Only a fellow human being down on his luck. Aden regarded him suspiciously. I'm a nurse. I didn't do so well judging Bruno's character. From what you told me, your hormones were talking. Your mother raised you to expect commitment, so you assumed him to be serious rather than a con artist. Did he ever offer marriage? It's legal in California, and, for that matter, in New Jersey. No. Come to think of it, all he wanted was for me to move. Realization dawned. He never spoke about marriage or commitment. I'm stupid. He set me up for a con. Don't get too upset about thinking with your little head rather than the big one. It's not something to be ashamed of. We all do it at one time or another. Aden hung his head. I'm not proud of my actions or my lack of judgment. I won't be so easily led the next time. He stiffened. There won't be a next time. I learn quickly. I'm no dupe. It sounded like a warning. Dare chuckled. I'm not Bruno. I don't think you'll kill me in my sleep or rob me blind. You can't do any more about your situation tonight. Once you give a statement to the sheriff, it's up to him to get your things. You're out of the loop. He peered at Dare as if attempting to judge his intentions. What you say is true, Aden admitted reluctantly. No one lives in the guest house. I'm fixing it up to rent out. I plan to ask for $650 a month, unfurnished. It's worth $1,500. Why am I acting this way? I want him in my life. I'm not sure in what capacity, but I definitely want to be his friend. He continued. If you're willing to put paint on the walls, I'll skip the security deposit, although I'm sure you can get work in your field here. There are at least 14 hospitals within a 35-mile radius. Some of them are specialty hospitals and clinics affiliated with larger medical centers. I have savings, although I spent some of it to get us out here because Bruno's funds were low until he got to Denver and dropped off his load. I could pay rent and a security deposit, but that wouldn't leave me much to live on until I get a job. I was serious when I said you could paint the guest house in lieu of a security deposit. I'd need to hire someone to paint it before I rented it. So if you paint it, you're doing me a favor. A contractor would charge much more than $650. We can go to the hospital Thursday about a job. I'm off tomorrow, and you have to get settled. How can I even apply without my certifications and diploma? Aden seemed close to tears. Dare gave him another hug, and he didn't seem to mind. He didn't know for sure, but he'd say here was a man starved for affection. Even if you don't have your certifications with you, the hospital can obtain them from Rowan in an email attachment as long as you have photo ID, Dare reassured him. They can? Aden seemed relieved. But I can't take advantage of you. Aden frowned again. I offered. You're not taking advantage. And don't worry. Your virtue is safe, Dare chuckled. Aden's face sombered. Bruno Wysocki took my virtue and has left me a wiser man. I won't be that trusting ever again. Sensing Aden was about to turn down his offer, he decided to try again, but thought better of it when flashing blue lights appeared as the sheriff's Ford Explorer pulled up to the gas station. Dare thought, a wise man knows when to shut up. There's the sheriff to take your statement. The sheriff greeted Dare like an old friend. It seemed Dare had done his sister's heart valve surgery. Maybe this guy is just legitimately kind and not a lech. He's also unbelievably handsome. Stop right there. Hormones are what got me into trouble the first time, and Bruno didn't have hair as black as coal and emerald green eyes with a beautifully buff body. The sheriff took out a pad. He stood by as Dare asked, How is Yolanda, Sheriff?
Doing fine, Doc. You did a good job. Had her up and walking almost right away. She's back to her old self again.
The sheriff grinned.
Not necessarily a good thing.
He turned to Aden.
My sister Yolanda is the oldest of 10. I'm the youngest. She gives me a hard time.
Dare laughed. He brought Aden forward. This is Aden Schaefer, the man I told you about. Dare cocked his head. Aden appeared a little skittish, but the sheriff would put him at ease. As Aden and Dare had suspected, the police could do nothing for him until they picked up Bruno.
Finding his car in the truck ups the charges to Grand Theft Auto.
I also left $5,000 in the glove compartment.
In a way, leaving your money turns out to be a good thing. Your $5,000 gives us leeway to charge him with third-degree larceny rather than a misdemeanor, so my department will pursue Bruno up Interstate 25,
Sheriff Gomez told him.
I alerted the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department, the next county up, as soon as Dr. Rourke called. Mr. Wysocki shouldn't get far. I already have a radio car going north on 25. Is your registration in the car?
Yes, in the glove compartment, along with the title and cash.
Did he load the car first or last?
He loaded my furniture and the car last. I wondered at the time because he said he had a delivery in Denver first, and then we would head for Los Angeles, where he lives. I thought the stuff for Denver should have gone on the back of the truck.
You're right. Last on, first off. My father worked as a trucker. You shouldn't have been so trusting. Let me see your license to verify your identity.
Aden pulled out his wallet again and showed it to the sheriff. Sheriff Gomez lifted his eyes to Aden.
If I hadn't seen the ID with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe your age, Mr. Schaefer.
I only had my wallet with me when I went for the cigarettes because I knew I'd get carded, Aden said bitterly. This is one time when my appearance belying my age benefited me. No one ever believes me when I tell them how old I am. Thank God I did, because at least I have my wallet and bank card, even if there is nothing in the bank save $100. I believed you, Dare said. A light appeared in Aden's eyes. Yes, you did. After you saw the license, he rejoined with some sarcasm. Dare chuckled.
Do you have some place to stay?
The officer asked. He does, Dare answered.
Dr. Rourke, are you taking in strays now?
I don't know if I should go with the stranger, Aden temporized. The sheriff said,
I can vouch for the doctor. He took excellent care of Yolanda and is a good person, as well as an excellent doctor, devoted to his patients and the community. Chapter 2. Aden finished giving the sheriff a description of Bruno, his truck, and the license plate number. Then he gave him the plate number of his Versa and described it in detail, including all of its dents and scratches. There weren't many. His mother taught him to take good care of his things. His father had left them almost as soon as he was born. There were some lean years. Mom never forgot the tough times and taught me to be frugal. But with the cost of living so high in New Jersey and the college loans, I couldn't save much. With a new job, if I'm careful, I can pay the loans off in another year. Thank God I only have to pay for room, board, and books. At least my job at the student union covered my books, the ones I could get on Amazon, even if I did have to put the rest of my expenses on student loans. And I didn't mind working 2 jobs to get a head start on paying them off before graduation. A call came over the sheriff's radio. Sheriff Gomez stepped aside to take it. In about 5 minutes, he walked back to Aden and Dare. They found him south of Santa Fe. They're escorting him back. The truck will go to the impound lot. You've already given me your statement. Are you going to press charges? Aden sighed. I only want my things back. The offer is still open for the guest house. Now that you have furniture, it would be perfect for you. It is separate from the main house, but we would share the garage. Aden squinted as if he were deep in thought. He's considering my offer. Why do I want him in the guest house so badly? I know why. I won't admit it out loud. Dare shook his head. I'll think about why later. First things first. If you don't want to press charges, I can have some off-duty deputies help you move the furniture and incidentals into Dr. Rourke's guest house, if you're willing to pay them for their time. Of course I'd pay them, if I get my money back, Aden calculated. I can spare about $500. From what you told me, you don't have much. I'd offer the guys $100 apiece. I'll come along and help because I don't like things like this happening in my county. It gives us a bad name."
Aden grew thoughtful. "If I press charges, what happens to Bruno?"
"The department would consider your car and household goods as evidence, and you might not get them back for 30 days or until the matter is settled in court. He would probably cop a plea. Truthfully, if he doesn't have a record, and since we have your things in custody, even with the worst lawyer in the county, he won't do much time. The maximum penalty is 3 years and the $5,000 fine."
Aden thought aloud. "I see. The victim becomes a victim twice because he can't get his stolen property back right away."
Sheriff Gomez continued. "He's already trying to pass this off as a lover's spat. He told the deputy he intended coming back for you, and the deputy didn't think he was lying. But Edwards thought that something seemed fishy about his story. He had a small run-in with my deputies. I won't know the details until they get back to the office. You can press charges. However, with a sympathetic judge or jury, he could get away with it."
He glanced at his notepad. A lover's spat. "Yes, we fought on the way out here, but we were fine with one another when I went for the smokes."
Aden's face burned red-hot with anger. "If he insists on the jury trial," Gomez's face filled with sympathy, "the backlog in the courts could keep your things in evidence for at least 30 days. But I believed the doc here when he told me how he found you, and your story checks out with the store clerk."
"She saw me get out of the semi, sold me the cigarettes, and watched me run after Bruno when he pulled away."
"She was about to call us when Dr. Rourke happened along."
"If I pressed charges and he went to jail, when he got out, I'd have to hide from an angry Bruno. Can I get my things without pressing charges?"
Aden's whole body shifted from one leg to the other. His body language read indecisiveness. Aden didn't know what to do. Dare couldn't say a word. Aden had to own this decision. Sheriff Gomez broke the silence. "If it were me, I'd let him spend tonight and tomorrow in jail. We have 72 hours before the prosecutor has to arraign him. I'll ask the assistant DA to offer him a deal. Return your money and your things, and we'll drop the charges. Or, if he doesn't return your things, he'll face jail time."
The sheriff excused himself to take a radio call. He came back, placing himself between Dare and Aden. "What if he claims innocence and doesn't agree to give me my things back?" Aden glanced at Dare as if weighing his veracity.
"If he doesn't take the deal, the DA will press charges. Since the deputies have seen the truck, there is a preponderance of evidence against him, especially if the title of the automobile is in your name and the boxes contain your papers. The only problem is releasing your stuff."
Aden let out a sigh of relief. "I have a box with my nursing license and certifications, plus my diploma for a 5-year course in nursing."
"There's enough evidence to put him away."
"But what do I do while he awaits trial? I need my car, my papers, and my money."
"If he takes the deal, you get your things right away. If not, the sheriff's office, in conjunction with the prosecutor, can keep your household goods for 30 days, but you can petition the courts to have them returned sooner."
Aden rolled his eyes again, turning to Dare, the only person he knew besides Bruno who didn't live in New Jersey. Dare tried to convey his sympathy. Sheriff Gomez seemed like he understood the situation, but Gomez ran his department by the book.
"Either way, you get your things back eventually. If he takes the deal, we can move your things into Dr. Rourke's guest house tomorrow morning."
"I need him to take the deal." Aden paced as if walking off nervous energy.
"I'm sure Mr. Wysocki will be more amiable to returning your things after spending tonight and tomorrow in jail, especially if he does have a load to drop off in Denver."
Aden took a deep breath. He faced Dare. "Are you sure? About the guest house, I mean. You did just meet me. I suppose I have to stay in New Mexico for the time being anyway. It's not like I have anything left in Jersey."
"I know as much about you as I would about any other tenant who rented the space from me. I'm not a fool. I'll Google you when I get home tonight, and run an online investigation with the security service the hospital uses, as I do with any potential tenant," Rourke said in a serious tone of voice.
"Google and investigate away. I've never been in any trouble.
I graduated from high school and Rowan University with honors. Other than the fact I'm gay, you won't find anything." Aden shivered. Rourke absently walked over and took the blanket from where he'd set it down and put it around Aden's shoulders. Aden looked at him funny. Sheriff Gomez went back to his radio. Rourke could see him tap a few keys on the computer. He stepped back out of the patrol car and said to the doctor, "I ran his license. It's clean." Aden turned to Dare. He sounded tentative as he spoke. "I'd want a legitimate lease, and my presence doesn't come with any privileges, if you get my drift. Are utilities included, or will I have to make deposits to the utility companies?"
"You don't have to worry I'll molest you. I have a reputation to uphold in this community, and Sheriff Gomez knows your situation."
"I didn't worry about Bruno harming me, and you see what happened."
"Let me tell you about the guest house. I include the utilities in the rent. The utility wires and water line run underground from the main house. You'd have a separate septic tank and breaker box. I pay to have the septic tank cleaned twice a year, so it won't be a bother."
"What about cable and the internet? Is the space ready to hook up?"
"Because I want to use my computer outside by the pool in good weather, I purchased a router with a signal booster enabling a user to get online in the guest house or, for that matter, anywhere on the property. I'll give you the security code. The guest house also has connections for DirecTV, or you can use the cable wire for the antenna on the roof. The satellite TV subscription would be up to you. Whatever happens to the regular antenna would be my responsibility."
Aden's brow furrowed. He ran his fingers through his chin-length hair. "Why am I so desperately trying to sell the guest house to this kid? Admit it. I'm very interested. I'll have to bide my time. He's skittish, and with good reason. Would it be a good idea to fool around with someone who lives on the property? Someone who's going to work at the hospital? I have to think about this situation with my head, not my nether regions. Seriously, what do I have to think about? I like this guy and want the opportunity to find out more about him." Aden turned to the sheriff. "He has $5,000 in the Versa and $50 of my money in his pocket, plus he owes me what I spent for tolls and gas. I kept receipts because he said he'd reimburse me, and I figured he'd need the receipts for his taxes." Aden took out his wallet again and handed the receipts to Sheriff Gomez. Gomez sat in the front seat of the squad car, examining the receipts. "These seem to be legitimate. They're for diesel fuel. I'll assume you ate half the food, so I'll adjust for your share." "When you see him, you'll know I didn't eat half the food. However, I'll take half back. It's better than nothing."
"If he's unwilling to give you back your property, what do you want to do?"
Gomez stood. "If he's unwilling to give me my money and my things, I'll press charges. I want my things secure before you let him go, and I don't want him to know where I am. He has a temper."
"Did he hurt you?"
Rourke asked sharply. "Not yet. But now that I think about it, it was a matter of time. If he hadn't gotten rid of me by dumping me here, I could see him beating the shit out of me and taking off with my stuff." Aden shook his head sadly. He muttered under his breath, "Why didn't I see that before? That man could have harmed me. Was I that desperate to have someone want me after my mom disowned me?" Aden hung his head. "I probably was." Gomez went back to the radio in his car and spoke to someone. Aden watched him carefully. Coming from New Jersey, Aden probably knew nothing about how smaller towns operated. In New Mexico, practically everyone in town knew everyone else. "The deputies are on their way back. One of them is driving the semi. The other has Mr. Wysocki cuffed in the back of the squad car. I can add resisting arrest to the charges if we file." Aden's eyes widened. Had he had no idea what kind of man Wysocki was? Aden moved closer to Dare. The blanket had slipped. Dare again tucked it around Aden's shoulders. "Give me your keys so the deputy can check the car and verify your money and the car are intact. If Wysocki agrees, he will leave the truck in the impound lot until tomorrow morning. I can get 3 other guys to come in at 10. Edwards has a license to drive a semi, so we should be okay, as long as this Bruno doesn't give us a hard time." Officer Gomez put away his pad after making several more notes, then turned to Dare. "I hate it when one of our own takes advantage of a trusting young one. I'll see you tomorrow, Dr. Rourke."
Aden peered at the sheriff getting into his squad car.
"The sheriff is gay?"
"Yes. Out, one of us, and elected to his position."
Dare walked over to the Outback.
"Come on. We can't do any more tonight. Let's get in the car, and you can sleep in the guest room. We'll worry about the rest of it tomorrow."
They arrived at Dare's home around midnight, and he went into his bedroom and found Aden a clean T-shirt and a pair of boxers along with a large safety pin. Aden watched as he picked a few things out of his hamper, added Aden's clothing, and did a load of wash.
"I'll put the clothing in the dryer when I get up, so you'll have clean clothes to put on in the morning. Set the alarm on the side of your bed for 9. Do you need anything? I put a spare toothbrush and toothpaste on the sink."
"I'm okay. Thank you for helping me."
"They'll be here with your things at 10. I don't think Bruno's going to turn down the deal."
Dare stretched out his arms.
"On one hand, we have him returning the things he stole. On the other, he doesn't, and spends 3 or more years in jail, plus charges for resisting arrest and assaulting a peace officer. It's a pretty easy decision."
"You're probably right. We fought most of the way here. I'd say taking me along occurred to him in the spur of the moment. He figured he'd dump me and make some easy money on the car and my furnishings." Aden let his breath through pursed lips. "He might even have done it to frighten me into submission. Gotta help me. If you hadn't come along, it might have worked."
"Sounds like that's what happened. Follow me."
Dare shepherded him into the spare bedroom across from his, showed him the bathroom, gave him some clean towels, and bade him good night. Aden's eyes were closed, and he breathed evenly 30 minutes later when Dare came back with the extra blanket. Dare laid the blanket on Aden and finally looked his fill. Aden at the gas station had been beautiful. Aden cleaned up and lying in his guest bedroom appeared as if he belonged. He went across the hall to the master bedroom to jack off. Wednesday. Aden woke up the next morning feeling good. After 2 days of sleeping in the cab of the truck, he welcomed the change. He thought he'd have a restless night in a strange place with someone he didn't know sleeping in the next room, but he slept like a baby. Maybe because Dare was the one across the hall. I don't know if I'd feel as safe with someone else. Where did that come from? The man acted protective. Aden had lain awake with his eyes closed last night, trying to go to sleep, when Dare tucked the blanket around him. He trusted the man. How odd. He knew him for less than 24 hours. I knew Bruno for over 6 months. What difference did time make? Dare was right. Those of us in the medical profession usually have good instincts about people because we see them at their worst. We develop a type of radar telling us who is dangerous. Too bad I turned my radar off when I met Bruno. My instincts for self-preservation were out to lunch. But Bruno was my first boyfriend. His attention made me throw away all caution. If I were honest, I'd say anyone's attention would have had the same result. It's been so long since I've experienced something more than friendship from anyone other than my mother. The only people in my life were my then co-workers who went home to their lives after their shift. I didn't have a life. My hormones screamed at me every time he came into town. He acted as if he cared about me the first time we made love, even though it hurt like hell. I later read it didn't have to hurt so badly. Bruno didn't prepare me adequately. The second time, I prepared myself. Thinking about it, it's strange in 6 months we only did it twice. I bet Dare wouldn't hurt me. He wouldn't leave me floundering. He couldn't even leave me, a stranger to my fate. Don't go there. Don't like him too much. What would he want with me? The key to all of this is time. If I count all the time I spent with Bruno between his runs, it totaled 2 weeks before I took off with him. Even though we were supposedly together for 6 months, I never knew him. Aden pounded his fist on the bed. I'm so naive when it comes to men.
It's not because I'm dumb, damn it, it's because I'm inexperienced. At least the sheriff vouched for my future landlord.
Aden showered, put a towel around his waist, and slipped into the laundry room. There, on top of the washing machine, lay his clothes washed and neatly folded. He grabbed his things and went back to the bedroom to change into his clean clothes. He put his towel in the bathroom hamper and made a mental note to thank Dare. "Aden!" Dare called as Aden walked into the kitchen. "What would you like for breakfast? We can go out and get whatever you want."
"Why don't you let me make breakfast? Consider it my thank you gift for all you did for me last night and will do today. Most people would have passed right by me. You didn't."
"Sure. I'd be a fool to turn down breakfast. But you're on your own here. I don't even know what I have. I don't cook."
Dare watched him root around in the cabinets until he pulled out an electric griddle, still in its box, and a grill pan.
"I think you got it wrong. People around here care about one another. If I hadn't stopped, somebody else would have. Don't forget, the sheriff said the store clerk had the phone in her hand about to call him. She deduced what happened," Dare said, embarrassed by the compliment.
"Maybe, but she would have called the police and then left me to sort it out. The fact you believed me held weight with the sheriff. Otherwise, they may have bought the lover's spat scenario. Bruno would have gotten a hold of me and done God knows what because I called the police."
"I did what any decent human being would have done. Gomez would have brought you to his house if necessary." Dare knew Gomez would have taken him home. "He stared at Aden the same way I did. But I got there first."
"Your faith in my truth helped me immeasurably, and you gave me a place to stay. I'd be stuck in the county impound lot, surrounded by my household goods with nowhere to put them even if Bruno let me have my things."
"If you want to make breakfast, go for it. I usually eat at the hospital or get takeout."
Aden smiled as he opened the refrigerator door. He found a dozen eggs, a half carton of juice, a loaf of stale bread, and a pound of bacon. He moved aside the ketchup, mustard, and jam, and in the back of the fridge he found an unopened bottle of maple syrup and a pound of butter. The seal on the syrup declared it a souvenir from Canada. "Do you mind if I use this?" He pointed to the syrup.
"Knock yourself out."
"You have a quart of half and half. Can I use it for some French toast?"
"I use it for coffee. Consider whatever is in the fridge yours. I like French toast, but rarely get any. It's not something the hospital cafeteria makes, and I usually eat breakfast there." Dare chuckled. "Can I hope you make good coffee? I grind the beans, but never seem to get it right."
Aden peeled off 8 pieces of bacon from the pound packet, laid them flat in the grill pan, and turned it on low. He watched as Dare's nose twitched at the smell. He took the coffee pot, measured the water, and poured it into the receptacle. The coffee should make his benefactor perk up. He found the beans in the cabinet above the pot, measuring them out and grinding them in the coffee grinder. He then scooped out the ground coffee, put it in the filter, and flipped the switch. Dare observed him carefully. "You measured everything." "Yeah, coffee is like baking. Everything needs to be in correct proportion. I made it medium to slightly strong. When you cook, you have more leeway. It also makes a difference what beans you buy." Aden made breakfast in record time. While the bacon fried and the coffee brewed, he soaked the toast and put it on the electric griddle. He melted some butter in the microwave and lightly warmed the syrup. Aden found dishes in an upper cabinet and plated the meal. Dare sat at the table, reading the paper. "Breakfast is served, sir," Aden teased, playing the waiter with the dish towel over his arm. Picking right up on the joke, Dare rejoined, "Jeeves, I'll take some jam with that." "Right away, sir." Aden went back into the fridge and produced a jar of strawberry jam. "Will you be wanting anything else, sir?" Dare started to laugh. "Sit down and eat. I hate to say this, but butlers are usually taller than 5'4". Aden pouted, speaking to the ceiling. "I'm 5'5". He hasn't known me for 24 hours, and he's already going for the short jokes. "I didn't mean to offend." Dare sounded concerned. Aden laughed. "Gotcha?"
"Yes, you did," Dare grinned.
They ate in silence, enjoying the food. As Aden finished his breakfast, Dare's cell phone rang. He pointed at the phone.
It's Sheriff Gomez. Dare listened for a while, then said, "Thank you," and pressed end call. Gomez says Bruno agreed to everything and seemed very anxious to be out of custody. They'll keep him until tomorrow while we finish taking care of your business. The sheriff's also wants to check if he has any outstanding warrants. He seems like the type who might.
I believe he has done this before. He was too smooth, Aden said.
Dare added, I think you're right. You don't dump someone and take their things like it was nothing unless you've done it before. They found your registration, title, and money in the glove compartment of the Versa and everything about the car's scratches and dents you described. Dare cocked his head. It's not safe to keep the title or money in the car. Why would you do that?
I usually don't, but I put the money and title there to transport the vehicle so they wouldn't get lost in the boxes. I couldn't carry much cash on my person, so I put it in the glove box. He always locked the truck. I locked my car inside. I thought it would be safe to transport the money in the car. I figured at the other end I might need cash right away, and I can't take that much from an ATM. Aden grimaced. I didn't know if I would need the title to register the car in California immediately. If I'd packed the title in the boxes, maybe I wouldn't have found it until I fully unpacked, and I had no idea if Bruno's place would fit all my stuff. If it didn't, I figured I'd have to put things in storage, but I'd need the car legal to find work. The certifications and licenses are in the car, so I would have access to them as soon as we arrived. If you packed in a hurry, you couldn't have organized your move. I can see how that happened, Dare agreed. Subconsciously, I think I hid the money from Bruno. Putting it in the glove compartment was sheer stupidity. Aden started to pace. Hector said he'd be here with the truck around 10. We're lucky I already arranged for a day off today because I had no surgery scheduled, and I got one of my colleagues to do rounds. Chapter 3. Dare gathered the dishes and started loading the dishwasher. If only I could have this with someone like Dare Rourke. Wishful thinking. That's what got me into this mess. I can load the dishwasher. Aden stopped pacing and started to remove the plates. You sit. If my friends cook, I clean, because I don't cook at all. I planned on serving us cereal or taking you over to Denny's. Aden was shocked. He didn't know anyone who ate out all the time. What do you eat? Aden couldn't keep from asking. Cereal and takeout, Dare deadpanned. Aden laughed. Dare closed the dishwasher. It's 9:30. Do you need anything before the deputies arrive? Maybe I should see the guest house? Maybe you should before you sign a lease. It's out in the back of the main house. Dare opened the kitchen door, and Aden followed him. I hope I didn't disrupt your plans for today. He might have inconvenienced his new friend. I already think of the man as a friend. I didn't trust Bruno this much until I knew him for 4 months. Maybe my medical spidey senses aren't all bad, even clouded with hormonal overload. No, you made my life easier. I planned on hiring a painting contractor and starting to advertise for a tenant for the guest house. Now I have my painter and a tenant. I'm good. Dare had a wicked grin. Dare smiles a lot. Smiling is a good thing, isn't it? Aden followed him out the kitchen door and around the side of the house. There were only a few steps down the path to the front door of the guest house. Dare said, You can also access the guest house on this cement walk coming from the driveway. He unlocked a metal security door and then the front door. There's a side door from the kitchen nook to the backyard, the pool, and it's a shortcut to my kitchen. Aden didn't know anything about security doors. In New Jersey, there were storms and screens. He inspected the door. The metal is solid, but don't all the small holes let in bugs? We don't get many flying bugs that small. We have no stagnant water where mosquitoes can breed or much vegetation for pests to invade. Mostly, we get ants. Dare opened the inside door. Aden walked around the space. The guest house seemed charming. He knew it sounded like a typical gay man's description of a space, but no other word reasonably captured the ambiance. The floors were terracotta tile, polished until they shone, then sealed. A washer, dryer, dishwasher, refrigerator, and wine cooler came with the gorgeous restaurant-grade kitchen in his new home. He went to the laundry room and started his washing machine with borrowed soap to launder Dare's boxers and T-shirts so he could return them sometime today. As far as the wine cooler, he didn't know too much about wine, so he wouldn't have much use for it. The walls were creamy white, with several niches where Aden could see art in the future, and the ceiling featured wood slats and vigas. A large arch separated the great room from the kitchen. The kitchen had room for a big round table, and he noticed a space off the great room for a formal dining area. That area had built-in adobe-like shelves. He could see this was a library or an office if someone occupied the second bedroom. Off the master suite lay a whirlpool tub, a shower, a sink, and a separate space for the toilet. The house also had a second full bath for guests. A perfect little jewel of a house. "How can you charge only $650 a month for this house? Even out here, it has to be worth more than $650, he asked Dare as he came back into the kitchen. The door in the breakfast nook opened onto a small, furnished terrace, the pool, and Dare's backyard. What a beautiful view. It's like they photographed the mountains as a mural on the glass, the window frames such a perfect picture. The space enchanted Aden. The rent is $650 because I don't need the money. I come from money and have no student loans. My folks paid for my entire education. After school, the time came for me to finally get a job and support myself." "That sounds fair. Your education must have been expensive. I know how much mine cost me." Aden shuddered, thinking about the original amount of the loan he took out to pay for his room and board for 5 years. Through working 2 jobs after classes and existing on very little sleep, he'd managed to get the amount down to $2,000, a number no longer cringeworthy. "I make good money as a doctor. I also inherited a bit from my grandparents. I don't need the rent now, but someday it might be useful to have it, should something render me incapable of working. It's an investment." "Lucky you. I had an academic scholarship, but I had to pay for room, board, and books. I originally planned to commute to school. I took a blow to my finances when I found I couldn't live at home. The dorms were too expensive. I went to a furnished room." Aden wandered to the window with the view. Dare walked up behind him. "Another reason I want to rent the guest house is so someone is on the property some of the time I'm not here. In case you didn't notice, beside the houses up here there is little else, and the homes are on large lots with difficult terrain. I work long hours sometimes, and it would be nice to know someone else lived on the property, especially someone in the medical field who understands a surgeon's hours. I won't be exactly present as a landlord," Dare sighed. "What does not present mean?" Aden asked, curious. "I'll pay for repairs, but you have to be around when the contractors show up to do them for either the house or the guest house. I can schedule a contractor on a day when I won't be in the OR, but I can't control emergency surgery. As a nurse, you'll have more regular hours." "I'm a surgical nurse. What if I have to work?" "You didn't get around to telling me what kind of nursing you did. If you can't be here, then we'll have to reschedule. I can't ask a patient who had a heart attack to wait for me to insert his stents because my plumbers do. Nor can a little girl with a leaking heart valve hang around in a hospital bed while someone cleans my septic tank." "What are you doing now?" Aden asked. "I spend my free time working around the house and waiting for contractors who charge me double and triple overtime to come out here on a weekend. Other surgeons have wives to do these things. I don't. If I ever do get married, my husband and I will have to work something out to get around the uncertainty of my hours." "What if he has a career?" Aden cocked his head. "He probably will have a career, and I don't believe because I'm a doctor my job will be more important than his," Dare said patiently. "A beautiful sentiment, but it rarely works out in reality. Most of the time, he who makes the most money makes the rules, whether it's a het or gay marriage." "I don't see it that way. Work is work. Even if my husband decides to stay home with any children we might have, I'd still respect his decision and think no less of him for making it. On the other hand, if he wants to work, we'll pool our time and resources to make it happen and make sure the kids get the best care available." "You want kids?" Aden walked around the space. "Yeah, I'd like at least one or two, but talk like that is pie in the sky. I don't have anyone in my life right now." This time Aden chuckled. "Neither do I, and I'm not likely to any time soon." "So, can you accept my terms?" Aden noticed the eyelid twitch. After being around Dare for a few hours, he'd figured out Dare's tell. If his eyelid twitched, he felt nervous, upset, or angry. Why is Dare's eye twitching now? "For $650 rent? Sure. I can take care of moving into the guest house. Give me the keys and the extra garage door opener and go do what you originally planned to do today." "Did you think about calling your mother?" Dare said out of the blue. "I'm still weighing the pros and cons in my mind." Dare was right. He should call his mother. He'd wait until Mother's Day, when he had an excuse. If he waited, it would give him 3 months to think about doing it and what to say if he did. "So, like I said, I've got this. You don't have to hang around." Dare grinned. "I'm already doing what I planned to do. Tenant? Check. Paint? Check. I've done all of today's chores. I'll help you unpack and move in and then sit in the chair with my paper the rest of the day. The NCAA playoffs are next month. I haven't had any time to relax. The hospital has been very busy, and between moving in here 6 months ago and my surgery schedule, I didn't do my brackets. This year is the first year I've missed since I started watching the games with Dad at 10. I plan to ask you where to get pizza here so I can give the deputies pizza and beer when they finish. You're invited to share with us," Aden offered cautiously, not knowing how friendly Dare wanted to become. "Tell you what, I'll get the pizzas and beer and bring you the receipt so you can pay me back. I'll be of more use playing delivery boy than I would be moving. I have to be careful of my hands." "Thank you for everything. I got myself into a bad situation, and you helped me out. I won't forget it. If I can ever do you a solid, you can count on me." Aden heard the truck pull up. "We're on. They're here. I'll go grab some muffins and donuts from Krispy Kreme, and you can make an urn of coffee. There's one in the kitchen cabinets in the main house. I think it's in one of the bottom cabinets or in the pantry. I'm not sure." "I'm shocked you want to stay." "What I want is for you to be happy here so I don't have to do this again any time soon. I have an extra bag of coffee in the cabinet above the pot. You can bring the half and half and sugar in here. I'll get more while I'm out." "For someone who can't cook and doesn't entertain, you sure have a lot of cooking appliances, gadgets, and utensils," Aden pointed out. My mother lives in hope. She sent out a lot of stuff when I bought the place." Dare chuckled. "She wants me to settle down with a nice boy from a good family who knows how to cook. She keeps nagging, and she won't give up. Let's go back into the guest house and get the moving process started." Dare went to the door. "Good morning, Sheriff." "Aden, Dare. These are my deputies, Garcia, White, and Edwards. For the grand sum of $100 each, they will move you into the guest house and return the truck to the fucker who tried to screw you. We will still press charges for assaulting an officer, but we wanted to get your stuff back first," Gomez stated blandly. "He tried to clock me last night and grabbed a baseball bat as he exited the truck. That did not make me a happy camper." Garcia smiled evilly. "He's in the lockup, cooling his heels until we come back for him." Garcia grabbed a box from the cab of the truck, Aden's papers. "We haven't got the report on him, but we will." "You should change your phone number. Also make sure your social media pages don't point to where you are until this blows over," Edward suggested. "No matter what you do, he's going down for resisting arrest and attacking a peace officer. I had to draw my gun." "I didn't much like him. He struck me as a slimy guy," White contributed. "I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, and he's well over 300 pounds. "Not so funny, White. The Pink Panther and Inspector Clouseau here might be in danger." Edwards punched White in the arm. Aden froze. He looked at Dare, who rolled his eyes. "Please excuse Edwards. He hasn't been potty-trained yet. He doesn't have a bigoted bone in his body. He just has a smart mouth and, as a result, comes off sounding like an idiot." Gomez smacked Edwards in the back of the head. Aden decided to let it go because Edwards didn't mean it as a slur, and neither Dare nor Gomez took offense. Aden smiled. Maybe it's a good thing they feel comfortable enough around me to make a joke.
Go ahead. Smack him in the head,
Gomez said. Aden laughed and gave Edwards a friendly pat on the back. They opened the semi. The Versa came out first. Then they set to work. It took Dare a half-hour to come back with donuts, another bag of coffee, cream, and sugar. Everyone had something as they worked. As Gomez predicted, they finished unloading the truck in a little over an hour. Aden only had to unpack. The guys volunteered to help him empty the boxes, and by 5, they had everything put away, pizza and beer consumed, and everyone ready to go home. The sheriff and his deputies left first, thanking Aden for the $100, but telling him they had so much fun they would have done it for free. They invited Dare and him to their Tuesday evening poker game. The game changed homes every week depending on duty schedules. He looked at Dare to see what he wanted to do. Dare gave no indication of his intentions until Aden decided to go. Then Dare shrugged. I'm in if I don't have to work.
I'll call Rourke to tell him where it is this Tuesday.
Edwards handed him his phone.
Input your info on my phone. Aden, you have to get another phone and number tomorrow morning, even if it's a burner. Also change your license and registration. He'll be watching for a New Jersey license and plates. You don't want the sleaze bucket to have access to your information.
After this, I think he'll forget about me and go home.
Edward shook his head. I'm telling you, this is a dangerous man. I'll follow you over in the morning about 8 and shepherd you through the intricacies of New Mexico's DMV. Tonight, I'm returning the truck to the impound lot and having him arraigned for assaulting a peace officer and threatening me with a goddamn baseball bat. We have lapel cameras, so I caught it all on tape.
Do you have Facebook, Twitter, email? Garcia asked. I don't belong to Facebook or Twitter. I never used my email address except when I was working.
Who has your account?
Garcia continued. Yahoo, but what does this have to do with Bruno leaving this area?
Get a different account on Hotmail or Google, and don't use your real name. Get an ID you'll remember but he won't recognize. Ask Yahoo to delete your account. Anything he sends there will bounce back, and you won't be bothered by threatening or begging emails.
Do you have anyone you have to contact to tell where you are? Edwards asked. No one. Aden found it hard to admit he'd lost his friends because his boyfriend wouldn't let him see them. You still haven't explained why you're telling me to do all of this.
Don't worry, kid. You've made a few friends here already.
Edwards punched Garcia's arm, changing the subject.
What is this? High school?
Garcia punched him back. The sheriff jumped in on the small scuffle.
Cut it out and continue your thought. Occasionally, very occasionally, you have a good one.
Then we're good. If you're not on social media and there's no one left at home, he can't track back to you through your family or your friends. If he changes his mind and wants to come back for you, he'll have a hard time finding you. Edwards patted Aden on the back.
Tuesday, man. We'll call you, Rourke, and let you know where we're playing.
Gomez exited the house. I'll pick you up at 7 tomorrow, and I'll be a nice guy and bring coffee, Edwards told Aden as he left. Dare escorted them out the door. He said to Gomez and Edwards, Why are you treating this like a big deal? The guy's just a deadbeat.
The authorities want him in California. I won't find out for what until tomorrow. He tried to punch Garcia. Then he went for a baseball bat. Edwards had to draw his firearm.
Dare stood in the guest-house doorway, suddenly paralyzed with fear for Aden. His gut reaction said the charges pending against Bruno were serious.
Has he ever hurt anyone?
I don't know. White patted him on the back.
We notified both the Albuquerque and the Santa Fe Sheriff's Departments. They told me nothing about the warrants, other than that they're federal and sealed. So the feds are coming to the county jail to escort him back to Los Angeles. I also put a few calls into the city police departments to see if they know anything. They get all of the bolos. They have better coordination with the feds than we do. We might find out what is going on faster from them.
He can't know. His first instinct will be to run, and then he'll be running for the rest of his life. Dare shook his head.
Don't worry. I said we'll take care of it, and we will. The kid will never know the guy is a felon unless it's something presenting an imminent danger to him. Aden doesn't need that kind of aggravation.
He seems like a good kid. Dare came back inside the guest house. No Facebook page, no Twitter, no friends. What did he do? Make you invisible? I'd be showing the whole world what a lucky man I am. I sure as hell wouldn't be dumping him off on the side of the road. This guy must be a psychopath. I let him take all of my time. When I wasn't with him or at work, he wanted me home to wait for his calls. My friend stopped calling long before I decided to go to California, and, as I said, I have no family. Aden sighed. I acted so juvenile and stupid, I let him isolate me. That's the first step toward abuse. I went to nursing school, learned about domestic violence, and didn't even recognize the setup. You know, about your mom. She might have changed her mind. She had a while to think about it. A phone call wouldn't hurt. I'm sorry, dear. You don't know her. She's religious, a fanatic. We were always in the church. I was Catholic. She did it all. Mass every morning at 6. Novenas, no meat on Friday. She practiced old-school Catholicism, and so did her parish. Aden wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Yet you still love her. Yeah, I love her, and I know somewhere in her heart she loves me. What she did when I turned 18 doesn't take away the fact she cared for me for the 17 years before. She did an excellent job as a mother. Dare finished his Coke. You don't drink beer? I can't have one tonight. I have surgery tomorrow. Dare moved back onto the topic. That's why you should call her. Those 17 years. I know you'd open yourself up to hurt. But if she's willing to open the lines of communication, it might be worth it. Maybe you're right. I'll think about it. You'll come up with the right answer. Dare kissed him on the forehead. Aden's jaw dropped, but he didn't pull back. He peered at Dare strangely. Why did I do that? Is your bed set up? He asked to distract Aden from the kiss. All I need to do is put on the sheets. Well, I'll help you finish up then, to bed with you. You have to be up early for Edwards in the morning. What is his first name? I think he said Tom. They call each other by last names like we do at the hospital. After the DMV, have Edward show you how to get to UNM West. The hospital is the same complex. You can apply for a job tomorrow. I'll be working. You can bring your transcripts and your certifications with your passport and birth certificate as proof of your identity. You can also show them your new license. When you get to the hospital, ask for me. I'll send someone down for you. Maybe with a word from me, the application process will go smoother. Now I'm going to repeat myself. Get to bed. The kitchen is clean. They did it before they left, so you have no worries. Good night. Baby. I was about to say good night, baby. Why do I keep on wanting to call him baby? It's because he's so clueless about men. He needs protection, especially from that goon. I hope I didn't say baby aloud. Chapter 4. Did I hear him right? Did he say baby? I hope I haven't given him the wrong impression, because if he thinks I'm going to be his booty call, he's dead wrong. The next time I have sex, it will be at my instigation. Otherwise, it's a big fat no. With that troubling thought, Aden connected the antenna cable to his television and watched the early news. Wednesday morning. He hadn't checked his car out, so he had set his clock for 5. He needed to buy gas at the station where Dare had found him. The gas station was the only place other than Dare's house Aden could get to without resorting to a map or GPS. He woke the next morning at 4:30 without needing his alarm, thinking about what he was about to do. Getting his car registered and his license changed committed him to living in this new state. The views were spectacular, but he missed the green. Dare had a few trees and ground plantings. Maybe he wouldn't mind if he put in a small vegetable and herb garden on the side of the garage. It would get enough sun and yet not be in the way, and Dare already had drip irrigation. The happy thought gave him enough impetus to get out of bed. He dressed quickly and walked out to his car. Aden pulled out of the garage and down the driveway. He drove to the gas station, only a few minutes away, and gassed up. It was surprising how cheap gasoline was in this state. He drove back to his new home. Lucky Edward said he'd bring coffee because Aden needed to go grocery shopping sometime today, depending on what time Dare could meet him at the hospital. He sat down at his small kitchen table to wait. The guest house dwarfed his furniture. The house sized out at least 1,200 square feet. He needed to put furniture on his list of things to purchase when he finished paying off his college loan. His doorbell rang at 5:30. Dare. I saw your light on. I have surgery scheduled at 7. I know you don't have any groceries, so I brought over coffee, my grinder, sugar, and the half and half. Hopeful you'd make the coffee if I brought over the supplies. Dare looked so much like a puppy dog begging for a treat, Aden didn't have the heart to turn him down. He let Dare in with his bag of supplies. As he made the coffee, he said, "You need to get one of those Keurig machines. They come with little packets and make perfect coffee every time. I don't have one because the machine and the refills are both expensive," Aden shrugged. "But you could afford to buy them without thinking twice about the expense." "I don't go shopping much. I moved into the house 6 months ago, and I still haven't got furniture to fill the place." Dare glanced around. "You seem to be a little light in the furniture department yourself." "My last apartment now seems like a postage stamp in comparison to this one. But furniture is going to have to wait until I get my student loan paid. I only have $2,000 left on an original sum of $20,000. You managed your money well if you were able to pay off $18,000 in what I assume was 4 years. Aden shrugged. "I had 2 jobs in college, and I started to pay it off while I was still in school." "Did your scholarship cover room and board?" "No, they usually don't. In Jersey, I lived in a shithole all the time I was in college. The dorm room alone cost almost $7,000 a year. They also charged $4,000 a year for meals. I rented a furnished room instead, ate 1 meal a day at the fast food joint in the student union where I worked, and kept breakfast bars in the room because they didn't need refrigeration." "You lived pretty roughly. I'll bet you didn't live in the nicest of neighborhoods." "It wasn't. But the other residents weren't dangerous, only poor like me. Several vets in the building suffered from PTSD. They went to the VA hospital in Philadelphia a couple of times a week. They looked out for me. Because I worked full-time, I paid most of the loans off while still enrolled in school. The first 2 semesters were what killed me." "What did you do when you graduated?" "I found a tiny 1-bedroom chauffeur's apartment over a garage in a decent residential neighborhood. I paid $1,000 a month for it. The expense slowed down the repayment of my student loans. Now, with a lower rent, I should be finished paying the last one by the end of the year, if my salary is adequate. Then I'll think of furniture." The coffee was brewing, so Aden sat down. "What kind of surgery are you doing this morning?" "I'm replacing a heart valve." "Depending on which valve, the procedure can take anywhere from 3 to 6 hours. If there are problems, maybe longer. You're going to be one tired puppy when you come home, especially if you have to do surgical rounds after the stint in the OR, Aden observed. "I'll probably eat in the cafeteria, come home, and go right to bed." "I plan on making stew. You're welcome to eat here. Stew keeps and reheats well." Aden stood and poured the coffee. "I'll split the cost of groceries with you." He handed Dare his coffee. "Thanks. It'll be great to have a decent hot meal waiting for me when I get home tonight instead of cafeteria food. I came over here looking for coffee. A meal is a godsend." Dare's eyes closed as he sipped the coffee. "Nectar of the gods," he sighed in contentment. Dare's eyes moved up from his cup to Aden. "I'd like to propose an arrangement. I'll pay for all of the groceries if you do the cooking at night, Monday through Friday. I'll get the Keurig machine for my coffee so I won't bother you in the morning." "You won't be a bother. I have to make coffee for myself and for Thermos to take to work. If you come for coffee, I won't have to throw out most of the first pot." "What do you eat?" Aden asked, hoping he wasn't picky. "I'll eat anything. I've existed on cafeteria food since I left home for college 17 years ago." 17 years ago? I thought you were only 32.
I am, but I started college at 15. Dare finished his coffee. Aden chuckled. You were a child prodigy. Yep, that's me. Einstein's younger brother. Dare frowned. Thanks for the company. I'll see you later today at the hospital. If I'm not out of surgery, I'll make sure someone comes down for you when you call for me. Thank you for all you've done. I don't know how things would have wound up if you hadn't seen me at the truck stop. I also owe you a thank you for the coffee. I didn't have any groceries and would have done without until I could go shopping. Dare pulled out his wallet and handed him $300. Buy food. Let me know when this runs out, and I'll give you more. It's going to be expensive this time. I didn't bring anything with me but spices, he said warily. Dare took out another $200. Here, knock yourself out. It's worth it for a home-cooked meal. I have to go, or I'll keep the patient waiting. Aden smiled. You can't do that. Nope, can't. Surgery and round should be done by 3. Come then. Dare headed out the door. I'll have to revise my budget. If I only have to pay for cleaning supplies, hygiene products, and disposables, I may be able to pay off my loan quicker. He loaded the dishwasher, humming. Tom Edwards arrived at 7 as promised. Aden followed him to the Bernalillo DMV and got his New Mexico license and registration. They said it would take 2 weeks for his license plate to arrive in the mail. In the parking lot of the DMV, Aden took the old plates off and put the temporary in place on the back window. He asked Tom where to shop for food, and the officer led to a Walmart and an Albertsons, both of which sold groceries. He also told him how to get home from there. Aden started at Walmart and ended at Albertsons. By 1, he'd arrived home and had the stew in the crock-pot on high. He straightened a few things around the house, went in to take a second shower, and dressed in what he laughingly called his interview suit. His only suit. He'd bought it for high school graduation. The style was dated, but he wore it so seldom it didn't matter. Once he looked presentable, he headed for the hospital, using the directions Tom Edwards left him. He arrived at 3 and walked up to the reception desk. I'm Aden Schaefer. I'm here to see Dr. Rourke. The volunteer glanced down at her notebook. Oh yes, Mr. Schaefer, he's expecting you. You're to go to his office, and he left this paperwork for you to fill out. Aden took the sheaf of papers and followed the woman to the elevator. Dr. Rourke is on the 2nd floor. Ask the admin. She'll direct you. 15 minutes later, Aden filled out his employment paperwork. He'd set up his printer earlier and scanned and printed out his credentials so the hospital would have copies. The application itself took only minutes to complete because he'd only worked at one hospital since graduating from nursing school. The paperwork he needed to fill out to transfer his license from New Jersey to New Mexico took a little longer. Just as he finished, Dare came into the office, still in scrubs. So you made it. Tom gave me the directions. I found it easy enough, and it's so close to home. He directed me to the Enchanted Hill Shopping Center, too. I got us enough groceries for supper for 2 weeks and stew tonight. It was expensive because I had to get all the staples, but I have your change. The stew is in the crock pot. My mouth is watering already. Put the change in a jar for the coffee I know I'm going to grub. I made an appointment for you to interview with the head nurse of this facility at 4. I took the liberty of giving personnel your name, the name of your nursing school, and your prior work experience. I assume you worked at the hospital affiliated with Rowan University. Yes, I did. They hired me as soon as I finished school and received my certifications. I wanted to go further, but until I pay for what schooling I already have, I can't take on more debt. A woman in bright yellow scrubs knocked and walked into the office. I'm Adriana Torres, head of nursing at this hospital. He didn't tell you we reimburse you for furthering your education at UNM West across the parking lot? And he didn't tell me you were gorgeous. You're gay, right? Aden nodded. All the good-looking ones are, it seems. She shook her head and laughed. Aden handed her his paperwork, and she briefly looked through it. I see you filled out the application and have copies of all your certifications and credentials. I already called your former employer, and they gave you a glowing recommendation. They were very, very sorry to see you go. Well, their loss is our gain. When can you start? You mean I'm hired? We have to get your license transferred, but we can get you a temporary, and you'll get your New Mexico license in 2 to 3 weeks. Nurses with your qualifications don't grow on trees in the Albuquerque metro area, and Sandoval is a new hospital in the UNM system. We need people.
You can have as many or as few shifts as you want. I'd like to work full-time and pick up extra shifts in the ICU or the recovery room. Today is Thursday. Can I start on Monday? Yes. You'll work 5 days a week, 7 until 3. Unless there is an emergency surgery, surgical nurses put in 8-hour shifts. Our surgical nurses often do double duty in the recovery room and sometimes ICU. The floor nurses outside of ICU work 3 12-hour shifts and then have 4 days off. Sometimes it doesn't work out the way we'd like, but we try. I did mention the shortage. Yes, Aden laughed, several times. I've worked the recovery room before and ICU. I have certifications in all 3 disciplines, although my preference is surgery. I stayed in school an extra year to get all of the certifications I thought I needed. If you reimburse for credits, I'll go for ER certification and my master's degree to become an advanced practice nurse, then maybe a PA. You're ambitious. Good. There's plenty of room to grow here, and New Mexico has a lot more to offer than most people think. Have Dr. Rourke show you around town. Dr. Rourke, I assume you're done for the day, so I'll be on my way. As for you, young man, report to my office in casual street clothing with comfortable shoes on Monday at 6:45. I'll give you your scrubs and a brief orientation. You won't be in the OR or on your own for a few days. You have to trail one of our nurses to learn how we do things here. But from what Rowan said, it won't take long to get you up to speed. Thank you for your confidence in me, Mrs. Torres. I'll try to live up to my billing. Aden turned to Dare. Tom told me to get a phone at Walmart. They can sign me up with the new carrier. I'll go home after purchasing the phone and make some drop biscuits. I'm sorry I have to go this evening, but my old phone has been ringing all day, and I know it's him or one of his friends. Thursday, late afternoon. Bruno Wysocki sat in the county jail. These rural yahoos found the warrant for my arrest for stalking and human trafficking in California and plan to transfer me to the U.S. Marshal for transportation to Folsom Prison. That's not going to happen. Also not happening is the kid getting away with giving me this much trouble. I couldn't believe my luck when I found him. My contact in Denver already received a fortune for him. If I don't deliver and go to jail, Manny will pay for that with a bullet in his head. I'm going to break out of here and get Aden. By the time I finish with him, he'll obey any order I give. I won't mess up his face, but I can beat the shit out of him, and he'll recover enough so I can still sell him to the client. I'm glad that violent bastard Johnny Vasquez bought him. Vasquez likes it rough, and he'll beat him regularly, just for shits and giggles. Aden arrived home 15 minutes after Dare, with a low-end smartphone and a plan with T-Mobile which didn't tie him to a contract. He took off his suit and changed into sweats and a T-shirt. As soon as he finished, he mixed up a batch of Bisquick drop biscuits. Everything was ready for Dare. I'm nervous, like this is a date. It isn't. It's merely a business proposition. I cook, he pays for the food. Simple. Aden went out his side door and down the path to Dare's kitchen. The door was open, so Aden knocked lightly, then stuck his head through the doorway and shouted, "Dinner's ready, whenever you are."
I'm on the phone. I'll be right there. Don't forget, I clean up.
Aden went back to the guest house and took the biscuits out of the oven. He ladled the stew over broad noodles into deep dishes, put a cloth napkin in the bottom of a wicker bread basket, and put the biscuits on the table. Seeing he still had a few minutes, he whipped up some instant chocolate pudding and put it in the fridge for after supper. He'd serve it with some homemade whipped cream. He checked the coffee pot. He only needed to switch it on to brew. The side doorbell rang, and Aden yelled, "Come in, it's ready." Aden opened the door to the cabinets, got the dishes, placed the plates on the table, and served up the stew. Sometime later, Dare looked up. "What a delicious meal. You even made dessert. I think you got the shitty end of this stick." Aden laughed. "I like to cook, and it's more fun to prepare for 2 than it is for 1. I'll freeze the remainder of the stew, and we'll have it someday when I don't have much time. You put in a beautiful separate sub-zero freezer and refrigerator. It's great to be able to cook in a kitchen like this one." "Thanks. As you saw when you made me breakfast, the other one is even better." Dare got up and started to clean the table and load the dishwasher. "So what did you think of the hospital?" "It's modern and well-equipped. I like Mrs. Torres.
She said she'd take me around on Monday and introduce me to my supervisor and the other surgical staff. I have to trail an OR nurse until they're sure I know what I'm doing, but everyone seems nice and very helpful. Mrs. Torres filled out the rest of the paperwork for me to transfer my license. Aden sat down with his coffee. After Dare finished cleaning up, he poured himself a cup of coffee and joined him at the table. Aden observed, "I have to say it will be nice to know someone at the hospital before I start. At Rowan I had an advantage. Since I trained there, I already knew everyone. I have to make a list of the things I need from the store tomorrow. Before I left, I got rid of all but one set of my old bath towels, and all my dish towels are rags. Marshall's has a store on Route 58 I saw on the computer. Marshall's is a good store for towels and pot holders. I need underwear and new socks, too."
"Why don't we go together? We can peruse the furniture stores while we're out. My house is so empty it echoes."
"Sounds like a good idea. I can take notes for when I'm ready to buy furniture and see how much I have to budget for it."
Holding cell, Sandoval County Sheriff's Department. "I hid my cell so I can make a phone call. I want to tell you where he is." Bruno was dying for a smoke. Manny Lopez, Bruno's accomplice, yelled, "Bruno! You're an asshole and a moron! Don't you think they're going to find your cell and dump the phone and trace the number?" "It's too late now. Tell me, where is he?" "He's a nurse. He'll be working at an Albuquerque hospital. There are only 15 hospitals in the area, including subsidiaries of the larger hospitals." "How the hell am I supposed to find him in one of 15 hospitals? They also have nurses in doctors' offices, urgent care facilities, and nursing homes." "You dumbass. You can find him by getting at a roster of nursing licenses transferred from New Jersey. There won't be many," Bruno said. "I brought him out here. You can find him. Vasquez isn't going to be happy. I can't even run. I'm in jail." "Vasquez already took a baseball bat to my knee. How could you leave the kid on the side of the road? He went to school. He had to be smarter than the others," Manny said, incredulous. "He gave me a hard time. He wouldn't shut up about getting a tattoo. He must have asked me to stop 7 times. I left him at the truck stop to scare him and to show him who's boss. Vasquez doesn't want any permanent marks, so I couldn't beat the shit out of him, even though I wanted to beat him senseless. Good thing you didn't. We're in enough trouble as it is. Do you want me to get you a lawyer? Call the guys in L.A. and tell them I need one. You're still an idiot. I'll call you at the county jail number, but don't call me again. I have to go find this kid, or Vasquez will arrange to have us both put on ice. I asked him if we could return the money. He refused. He wants Aden," Manny grumbled. "So tell him to find him himself," Bruno said tightly into the phone. "And have a gun to my knee instead of a baseball bat? No, thank you. I already had to have surgery and a cast because it took you 6 months to land him. Get out of jail and tell Vasquez yourself, and see how far you get." Manny's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Seriously, go searching for the kid. There aren't too many places he can hide. Get friendly with someone in the State Department issuing nursing licenses. The kid has to transfer his from New Jersey in order to work in the state. You know what to do. Seduce some dried-up old bitch," Bruno suggested earnestly. "It's a little difficult with a cast on my leg. Besides, I'm gay, Bruno, and I'm supposed to belong to you. This is different. This is business. I had to fuck the kid. Suck it up. Write me when you pick up the package. Call him Candy or something. Candy's about right. He sure looks sweet, and you got to tap his ass." "Was he tight?" "So tight I made him bleed. But he didn't know any better. I hope you used a condom." "Asshole, of course I did. I'm not getting a disease. Even if he claimed to be a virgin, I'm not taking any chances. At least there's that." Manny took a deep breath. "I won't be out of this cast for 6 weeks. Vasquez gave me 8 weeks to find him. He says you spooked him, and he wants him to relax before he goes to get him. It won't be so easy this time. He's made friends. Get it done, Manny, or I won't make it out of here, and you won't be alive to spend our money." Bruno slammed the phone down, almost cracking the plastic.
Chapter 5. Before I go, I have to talk to you about something serious. Dare's face went from smiling to a solemn expression.
Have I done something to offend you? Aden asked with trepidation.
No, you haven't done anything. It's Wysocki. They want Bruno Wysocki in Los Angeles for human trafficking. You were being taken to a human trafficker who'd already sold you to the head of the local drug cartel in Denver. They're affiliated with the biggest Mexican cartel. You're beautiful, and would have gotten him a lot of money. 6 figures, Gomez said.
Oh my God. How can I have been so blind?
Aden put his face in his hands. His shoulders shook a bit. Then he peered up at Dare, a few tears escaping his eyes.
What do I do now? What if he gets out of jail on bail? I thought he'd get a few weeks for resisting arrest and then leave the state and forget about me, Aden said with a hitch in his voice.
Gomez has this in hand. They've already called the federal marshals. He transported you across state lines. That makes it a federal crime.
Even if I came willingly?
Dare grabbed his hand. It gave Aden some comfort. You had no idea what he planned. Neither did Gomez until this morning when he got the information from Los Angeles. It's a good thing the deputies decided to press charges, or he would have left yesterday and be long gone by now.
I appeared to be the perfect target. He made it so no one would miss me, especially since I told everyone at work I planned to move away from New Jersey. He'd already made sure I lost touch with my friends. I was the load he planned on dropping off in Denver. That's why my stuff went on the truck last. He had to dump it to remove any traces of my existence. What better way than to have me move in with my boyfriend in California?
You got it right. Dare sounded grim. But the marshals are coming to get him, and once he's in their custody, you should be safe.
Why didn't they call me with this? I'm not a child.
Easy. They called me instead of you because you have a new phone and phone number. I told Gomez I'd break the news to you. They don't want Bruno to know you stayed in Albuquerque. In fact, they're going to try to misdirect him just in case.
In case what?
In case he has associates in Denver he can call to pick you up. He wouldn't get the full amount he negotiated, but he'd still get a cut, a finder's fee, so to speak. Only this time it won't be so easy. The sheriff knows, and so do I, and you live here. Do you have any objections to having a dog? Because if you don't, we're getting you one with a serious barking problem.
No, I like dogs and cats. I couldn't keep an animal in my last apartment, but I told Bruno I wanted one of each when we got to California. He agreed. He probably would have agreed to anything I asked if he could make so much money on my bones. If he wanted to sell me, why did he leave me at the truck stop?
Gomez thinks he left you to scare you into obedience. They found him taking an exit, probably headed back.
Aden considered this for a minute. I think you're right. And I would have gone with him, being scared and having nowhere else to go, figuring I could leave him once I hit California.
I'm sorry to give you this kind of bad news, but you had to know.
Do you want me to move out? I may bring you trouble.
Did I sound like I wanted you to move while we had dinner? I already knew, yet I asked you to go shopping with me.
I'm sorry you got dragged into this.
Aden hid his face. Dare knew he was trying not to cry, and didn't want him to see. Aden needed to process this by himself. Dare stood. I'm going back to the house to watch the basketball game. You're welcome to come with me.
Thanks. Maybe another night. I have a few things to move around, and then I want to get to bed. I've had more excitement in the past few days than I've had most of my life. What time should I be ready tomorrow?
Dare saw Aden had pulled himself together and tried to behave as if nothing happened. Sleep in. Marshall's doesn't open until 9, and the furniture stores don't open until 9:30. I'll take you out for breakfast, and we have to stop at Home Depot for paint.
What color are you thinking of painting the walls?
The same color they are now. It goes with the style of the house. I'll pick you up at 9:30, okay? We'll get the dogs before we come home.
Fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Dare watched Aden lock the door behind him and felt a little sad to go back to his house alone and afraid to leave Aden by himself.
But with Bruno locked up, Aden was safe for tonight. Bruno's mere existence gave Dare the shivers, and he wasn't one prone to fear.
Friday. Bruno was pissed. The Albuquerque police had confiscated his truck, the one he'd used to transport boys for a number of years. He could have gotten a tidy sum for it from a dealer. He'd been getting out of the business until he met Aden, who represented more money than Bruno could pass up. He'd either escaped from the marshals on the way to the airport or later in Los Angeles, but he was going to get his hands on that kid. A picture-perfect twink, small and blonde with huge, dark blue eyes, Aden had a buff body, not too many muscles, just buff. He had already shown pictures of Aden via the darknet to some of his associates in the last 6 months. Too bad the kid hadn't let him take pictures of him naked, only the one he took with his phone when he caught him in the shower. Aden was worth 6 figures because he appeared so young and would stay that way for a long time. Once Johnny Vasquez had enough of him, he could resell him as a 15-year-old virgin. The kid felt that tight. Aden had a restless night. The idea Bruno was a human trafficker and had both stalked and sold him frightened him. He thought about going home to Jersey or somewhere else where Bruno wouldn't find him, but he didn't have the money to move again. Besides, Gomez struck him as truthful. If he said Bruno offered no danger to Aden, then he didn't. He got up at 7 and made a pot of coffee. When he saw Dare moving around through his picture window, he went out and knocked on his door. Dare answered, seeming to be surprised to see him so early.
"Do you want breakfast? I can make cheese omelets," Aden said cautiously, not wanting to alienate his one friend by being needy, even though at this point he felt very needy.
"I never turn down food. How long before they're ready?"
"Give me 30 minutes, and I can make hash browns and sausage, too."
"I love it. I'm gonna get fat. Good thing I just worked out."
Aden laughed. "You'll have to add more reps to your routine." "I have to join a gym. I searched for gyms online. There's one in Bernalillo."
"Don't bother. I plan to give you a key to the house in case we needed a repairman. You might as well use my gym. The last owner built one into the house, and I use it 3 mornings a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can reach it from the master bedroom. It'll save you money you can use to pay off the remainder of your college loan."
Dare sniffed the air.
"I don't smell any coffee or cheese omelets."
I'm going. Aden laughed.
"Well, shrimps don't travel fast," Dare stated blandly.
"I am so going to get you for the short joke. My new dog will dig holes all over the yard, stones or not."
"Can't. Here you can't leave animals out alone. We have cougars and coyotes. They're scared of humans unless attacked first, but pets are fair game."
"I have a lot to learn about living in the West."
"Don't worry, kid. I came from the East Coast too, and I survived."
"Where?"
"I went to Emory in Atlanta, and my parents live in Savannah."
Aden laughed. "Well, you survived. If you can make the adjustment, so can I." They ate a leisurely breakfast, then Dare cleaned while Aden sipped a second cup of coffee. In a matter of days, he and Dare had slipped into an easy friendship. Aden felt an attraction to Dare, but he suppressed it. His pride was still smarting from Bruno. He didn't need any more rejection. It appeared Dare hadn't had much time to make friends, even though he'd lived here for 2 years, but now they both had the deputies and the sheriff. It wasn't a bad thing to be a friend of the local police, especially with Bruno hanging over his head. They left at 9:30 for Marshall's. Albuquerque and Rio Rancho fascinated Aden. The homes he saw there were all stucco, yet they were each different enough you would know yours at night. In Placitas, all the houses seemed to be custom-built like Dare's, with very few streetlights on the roads. They found they had similar tastes in furniture, teak with clean lines. How funny that Scandinavian furniture would fit so well in an adobe house designed to replicate a home in a pueblo, but it worked. Aden asked Dare, "When are you going to use a custom-made dining room table with 10 chairs?"
"I've already hired a cook," Dare teased.
"Cooking for 10 costs extra," Aden said in a huff.
"You never know. I may find someone to love who cooks."
"Better concentrate on finding someone who loves you. You can hire a housekeeper."
"Are you suggesting that a person who cooks wouldn't love me?"
"They'll love your kitchen."
Aden got punched in the arm for that smart-assed comment. He saw some living room furniture they both liked,
so Dare bought it along with 2 additional sets of bedroom furniture and another table and chairs for the kitchen. On their way to Best Buy, Aden was quiet. I wonder when I can afford to get new furniture. First, I have to pay off my loan. Then I can think about furniture and boyfriends. Boyfriends? Where did that come from? I'm in enough hot water over a boyfriend. I don't need to buy myself any more trouble. At Best Buy, Dare bought a new 70-inch curved screen TV. He arranged to have all of it delivered next Saturday in the morning, except the custom table. The table would take a few weeks. After the furniture stores and Marshall's, where they picked up Aden's underwear, socks, bath, and kitchen towels, they went to PetSmart, where they were having an adoption event. After looking over all the dogs, both Dare and Aden fell in love with 2 dogs confiscated from a puppy mill. They were 6-month-old German shepherds. The attendants assured them neither dog had a vicious temperament, but both would be protective. They agreed to spend the next 8 Saturday afternoons taking doggy obedience classes. Aden also picked out a cat. He said it was necessary to keep the dog humble. Dare laughed and picked out one of his own. Dare named his dog Monk, and Aden called his Ranger after one of the guys in his rooming house at college. The cats were Trouble and Bandit. Each man now had an all-male household. The Tuxedo Cats were from the same litter. The shelter representatives said they were brothers, and both of them were lively and likely to be runners, so they had to be careful with the doors. Dare bought all the paraphernalia the animals needed. I can pay for mine, Aden protested. I know you can, but I made the suggestion. It was an expense you didn't anticipate. You can pay me back when you've collected a few paychecks and have some money in the bank besides your emergency fund. Aden thought about it and agreed. I'll let you do this only if you swear you'll take the money back next month. Next month, then. Aden agreed because he knew he needed the dog for both protection and company. Bandit came as a bonus. Luckily, the Outback had pull-down seating, or they would never have gotten all the carriers and the supplies into the vehicle. As things were, they made 2 trips, the last trip bringing the animals home in their crates. From now on, the dogs get belted in the car. The crates are too cumbersome. Yours won't fit in the Versa, Dare commented on the way home. Maybe I should have gotten a smaller dog, Aden sighed. No, the dog is the right size for the purpose. It's the car that's too small, Dare laughed. I'll get a new car and furniture once I've paid off this loan. It's high interest, so the longer I take to pay, the more it costs me. I could lend you the money. You said you only owed $2,000. Dare turned onto their street. Aden shook his head. I guess it's an emotional thing. With the salary I'm getting at the hospital, it will only take me a few months to pay the loan off. I want the starving student phase of my life over, and if I borrow from you, emotionally it won't be. Can you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I can. I'd feel the same way. They pulled into the driveway. Let's get the animals settled, and I'll call to get Chinese. You don't have to cook on weekends. Maybe you can come over and watch television with me. Okay, but I pay for half the Chinese, Aden insisted. Deal. Both men unloaded the animals into the house. Dare took the cans of paint to the garage and said, Tomorrow we'll start the painting. I hope we bought enough paint. I used to paint houses in the summertime. We have more than enough, Aden assured him. I'm going to get the animals settled. I didn't know I hired a professional painter, Dare teased on his way out the door. I'll go and pick up the Chinese. There's a decent place at the Enchanted Hills Shopping Center. Aden watched Dare walk out the door and didn't realize until he had gone that Dare hadn't asked him what he wanted. He saw why when Dare came back. He'd bought out the store. 4 months later. Surprisingly, Aden's salary went far in New Mexico. He didn't pay for food and utilities. His rent was low and gasoline cheap. He calculated if he was frugal, he could pay his loan off in 6 months, have enough money to take a class or 2 at UNM, and buy some furniture. The new car would have to wait until he paid the furniture loan. Dare usually came over at 7. Aden made fried chicken with cream gravy, mashed potatoes, and green beans. For dessert, he made box brownies, adding some caramel nuggets to mix things up. Dare is somewhat of a puzzle. He blows hot and cold. That first night he called me baby and tenderly wrapped me in that stadium blanket so I wouldn't be cold. Since then, except for the few times I mentioned Bruno. He's kept his distance." Aden took the last of the chicken out of the fryer and put it on the rack to drain. Occasionally, Dare would give him small touches as if he couldn't help himself. Then, afterward, he'd turn cold and only speak about work. Which Dare would show up to dinner tonight. The man himself rang the bell and walked in shouting Aden's name. He sounded upset. Aden walked into the entry. "Dinner's ready. I made fried chicken." "You've been cooking every day for a month. How about tomorrow? I take you out to eat." "I'm getting paid to cook. You don't owe me anything," Aden protested. "You weren't supposed to cook tonight. It's Saturday. Besides, I want to get out of the house, and if I take you, I'll be able to talk to you." Dare's mouth was almost pouting. "Okay, we'll go out to eat, but we split the bill, so pick somewhere I can afford." "Do you like Mexican?" Dare asked. "Yeah," Aden answered cautiously, thinking of how hot the locals like their red chili peppers. "Then we'll go to the Range Cafe. It's a local institution. You have to experience it at least once." Aden dished up the fried chicken. "How did you do your first time with Martinez?" Dare asked as he dug into his potatoes. "I didn't make any mistakes, and Dr. Martinez said he was pleased with me. Since he did an emergency lung transplant, I'm proud of myself." Aden smiled. "I like the atmosphere at the hospital, very professional but friendly at the same time. After working in the OR for 16 weeks, I'm impressed." Dare blushed and changed the subject. "This is great chicken. Is it your mother's recipe?" Only Dare brought up his mother. In New Jersey, his friends and co-workers had recognized a taboo subject. However, Dare was gay, and his family, although resistant at first, eventually came around. It gave Aden hope. In a way, he was glad Dare brought her up. "I've decided to call her tomorrow, on Mother's Day. Maybe she'll take the peace offering. If she doesn't, I won't bother her again." Aden shivered. Dare wasn't flying home to Savannah this year because he had a heavy surgery schedule the following week, which meant Aden would also be tied up. Aden had proved his mettle in the OR, and the majority of the surgeons on staff now requested him on their surgical team, but he made sure Dare always got first dibs. He was proud he was able to pay Dare back for the pet supplies out of his first paycheck because he'd pulled a few extra shifts in the recovery room and ICU. He told Dare, "My only bills are the car insurance, gasoline, the rent, and the loan. I can afford to pay you for the stuff now." "Don't leave yourself short." Dare took the check. "I'm going to arrange for an electronic transfer of the rent to your account. That's the way I did it in New Jersey. It gave me peace of mind to know I paid on time every month. You have to give me the bank routing number for your account, if you don't mind." He served the homemade peach pie and coffee. "Are you really going to call her tomorrow?" Aden frowned. Dare didn't have to tell him which her he meant. They'd talked this over more than once before Aden finally gave in and decided to call. If she didn't respond well, he'd told Dare he would wash his hands of the whole situation. "Yeah, I'm going to call. But I can't speak to the result." Aden's voice broke. "I'll stay with you while you call. We'll go to the range afterward to celebrate our well-behaved dogs finishing their advanced obedience classes at PetSmart and passing all their tests with flying colors." Dare and Aden had become very close over the past 4 months. They were always together. They worked together at the hospital. They ate their meals together. Aden took pity on him and made breakfast and coffee every morning, and they went to poker Tuesdays. Dare had worried Aden couldn't afford to go, but it turned out to be a nickel-and-dime game, and Aden mostly won, but not so much that the others complained. So far, only good news filtered back from Los Angeles. Bruno remained in jail without bail because they considered him a flight risk, so both Gomez and Dare were more relaxed about Aden's safety. Last Tuesday, Gomez had told Dare he intended to ask Aden out on a date. Dare had a fit, but once he got over his annoyance, he realized he was serious about Aden and wanted to see where it would go. Dare barked, "Back off, I have first dibs. If he refuses me, then you get a shot. But I found him first." So Gomez reluctantly agreed,
and Dare prepared to court Aden. Mother's Day. Dare sat next to him with his arm around his shoulder while Aden dialed. His mom answered on the first ring.
Mom? Aden? Is it really you? I've prayed so hard for you to call me. I don't care that you're gay. I'm a member of PFLAG now, parents and friends of lesbians and gays. I made myself so unhappy the first 2 years after you left, fussing over what I couldn't change. I went to a psychologist about all of this. He told me you were telling me the truth. You were born gay, and there was no fault involved.
Aden turned to Dare and gave him a huge smile.
I've missed you, Mom. When can you come to see me?
Aden could hear her crying.
I can't. I live in New Mexico now, and I have an excellent job. I live in my friend Dare's guest house, and the rent is cheap. Everything is cheaper here. I'm almost finished paying for my college loans, but I can't take time off. I've only been here about 16 weeks. Dare convinced me to call. Who is Dare? How did you meet him? Dare rescued me from an awful situation. He's a cardiothoracic surgeon at the University of New Mexico Sandoval Medical Center. He's also gay and well-respected in the community. Everyone is very accepting out here. The county sheriff is gay, and they elected him. Can I come see you? She asked tentatively. Of course you can. If you can arrange to come on a Saturday or a Sunday, Dare or I can come pick you up. If we get called in to work, Hector or Tom can do it. Who are Hector and Tom? Hector is the sheriff I mentioned, and Tom is one of his deputies. We play cards on Tuesday nights. Are, all of them men like you? No, except for Dare and Hector. The rest of the guys are straight and married. Are you dating? I had a boyfriend when I lived in New Jersey, but it didn't end well. I'm currently single and not hunting for another. I'm glad you found your feet. I'm so ashamed of myself. Aden heard another hitch in his mother's voice. Dare told me to call. He said you might have changed your mind. His family did. I've been trying to find you for 7 years, but the hospital refused to give out any information. You're not on the internet. I've looked many times. I even opened up a Facebook account hoping you'd contact me. There's a reason for that, Mom. I'll explain when you come to visit. I could be out there next week. I have 12 weeks vacation. It didn't make much sense to take it when I had nowhere to go. His mother sniffled. He sniffled a bit himself. I have a German Shepherd and a cat. I hope you're not allergic. We never had any animals when I was growing up. That was because we couldn't afford to feed them in the beginning, and afterward you were going to school every day and I went to work. We had no one to take care of an animal. Dare has a dog walker come twice a day. I pay half the cost, and she takes both dogs out at once. I can't leave Ranger outside because we have cougars and coyotes here in the high desert, and they go after small animals. I hope you're not in danger. His mother sounded concerned. Aden laughed. No, the wild animals usually stay well away from people. I won't keep you on the phone. Can you give me your number so I can reach you to tell you when I will arrive? I'll give you Dare's if you don't mind. I don't give my number to anyone. I'll explain once you get here. I suppose it's the same reason you aren't online. I'll wait until you tell me about it. Okay, dear. I'll see you Saturday or Sunday of this week or next. Okay, Mom. I love you. I love you too, Aden. I'm sorry for the way I behaved. It's okay. Everything will be better now. Aden hung up the phone, tears falling down his cheeks. I gather we have to go out and get furniture for your second bedroom? Your mom can't sleep on the floor. Dare grinned. I want to get something decent. Do you think I can get a queen-sized bedroom set for $5,000? This time, you are accepting a loan. You weren't expecting this expense. If you feel bad about it, you can add $50 a month to your rent check, and I think we can get a good set for less than $2,500 with a decent mattress. But I'd get a king-sized bed and a proper bedroom set. You can put it in the master bedroom and let your mom stay there. You can sleep on your futon. Then, once she leaves, you'll have a regular bed. What a good idea.
This time I'll accept the help for a down payment. For the rest of it, I'll take out a loan. You're right about the bedroom set. My couch is a love seat, which I got to fit the old apartment. Neither one of us could sleep on that, it's too short. I want her to enjoy herself here. Maybe I could convince her to move. She's over the gay thing. She went to a psychologist who convinced her I really was born that way. She asked why I wasn't online and told me she'd looked for me. Aden's eyes turned speculative and a bit sad. Stop thinking Machiavelli. You probably won't need any machinations to get her to come out here. You're here. She looked for you for 7 years. You're all the incentive she needs. Dare smiled at the surprised look on Aden's face. I know you, Aden Schaefer. Maybe better than you know yourself. Chapter 6. Tuesday night. So, have you done anything about asking him out yet? If you don't do something soon, I will. I won't stay in the back seat forever if you refuse to drive. Hector was in Dare's kitchen, helping him get the snacks Aden had prepared. Dare would have served chips and store-bought dip pre-Aden. He spoke to his mother on Sunday after 7 years. You know she threw him out. I convinced him to call her, telling him maybe she'd changed her mind. Thank God she did. She's coming next weekend to see him. I don't want to make a move until after she leaves. Hector nodded. Okay. I can see you're right there. But that's all the leeway you're getting. If you don't act after she leaves, I will. While she's here, warn her about Waisaki. He's about to come up for trial, and going back and forth to the courtroom gives him the opportunity to take off. It isn't as if he hasn't done it before, and if he escapes, Jersey is the second place he's going to search for Aden if he thinks he isn't here. Aden wouldn't give her his number just in case she innocently gave it to someone who told her he was a friend. Dare handed Hector a 6-pack of beer. Good. I want him safe and in one piece. Hector opened one of the beers. So do I, Dare agreed, taking up the snack tray. If you need us, Tom or I can pick up his mom at the airport if you get called into work, Hector proposed. It's nice of you to offer. We may take you up on your offer if we have to work. Saturday morning. Aden and his mother greeted each other in baggage claim with tears and hugs. Once Dare got them settled in the Outback, Aden started to fret. I hope you didn't pay too much for your tickets, Mom. You got them on such short notice. I flew business class. I got a big promotion at work. I'm the head of my division, but I don't spend my money. What do I need to buy? Why fancy the house up if no one ever comes to see it? Let's talk about this when we get home to your house. They arrived in Placida's in about 40 minutes. Dare brought her into the main house for the dinner Aden fussed over all last night and this morning. When they got inside the house, Dare sat Aden with his mother in the great room, then fetched drinks. I'm glad you got the promotion, Mom, but kind of sad, too. I hoped you might want to live out here. Not necessarily with me, but near here in Rio Rancho, maybe. The beauty of my new job is I can do it from anywhere. Let's see how this week goes and how well I fit in out here. We've been apart a long time. I inquired before I came. There is a church nearby in Bernalillo. If you don't mind, we can go on Sunday. I'm not a fanatic anymore. As a matter of fact, the church and I have parted company on many subjects. I finally divorced your father, but I still go to church on Sundays. I figure the mistakes the church makes are man's mistakes, not God's. Did I tell you I belong to P-Flag? She appeared warm, open, and happy. Yes, you did, Aden giggled. Dare liked the sound. Of course we'll take you to church on Sunday, as long as we don't get called into work, and if we can't, Hector will. He's Catholic, Dare said. We're lucky the advanced dog obedience classes ended 2 weeks ago. Ranger would have missed his graduation because I wouldn't let anyone else pick you up unless we were working. I'm going to see about dinner, Aden stood. You go ahead, dear. We're fine. You and my son are so gracious, especially after what I put him through with my ignorance and bigotry. She sniffled again. You should be proud of your son, Miss Schaefer. He's the best surgical nurse I've ever worked with. And I come from Emory, which is a world-class hospital on the East Coast."
"Wasn't Emory the hospital that took the Ebola patient?" Miss Schaefer asked.
"Yes, it was. They wanted me to stay there after my residency and do research. If I had, they would have applied a good deal of pressure on me to join one of the research teams working on heart and lung disease."
Dare stopped and took a breath.
"I came out here because they needed me, and I wanted to do hands-on patient care, not research. There aren't enough good doctors out here. They need nurses like Aden, too."
"You must be an excellent doctor coming from Emory."
Dare blushed. Thank you. I hope my patients think so. The surgical staff loves Aden. He isn't aware of how good a surgical nurse he is. He has no ego. Our patients adore him, and New Mexico has a shortage of medical personnel. They pay decently. The cost of living in this area is low, and because doctors and nurses are at a premium, they pay us proportionately more than they do in other places.
Deborah interrupted. "You mean you get a higher percentage of income over the cost of living in this area? In New Jersey, you might see more dollars in your paycheck, but here you make more spendable income over your expenses?"
Dare didn't have to explain. She understood what he tried to convey immediately. Not many people did. "What exactly do you do, Miss Schaefer?"
"I'm the chief auditor at Metro Industries. Our main office is in Philadelphia. I worked there for years. When Aden left, I took a promotion that let me travel. I seem to be good at unraveling financial puzzles in large corporations. I do most of my work on the road. Being based in Albuquerque is a possibility."
Dare heard Aden coming. He didn't want Aden to know he was snooping in his business, so he abruptly changed the direction of the conversation. "As I was saying, the medical center needs nurses. So, they have perks. They reimburse tuition. They also pay for certified training for continuing education, and since Aden took a 5-year course, it will take him less time to get his master's degree."
Aden called them to dinner. "Well, I'm relieved. I thought you two would have nothing to talk about."
"We understand each other very well," Dare said enigmatically.
"It sounds like you have a chance to get ahead here, dear."
She watched Dare shrewdly.
"By the way, Dr. Rourke, my name is Deborah."
"I'm Dare."
"Sit down, Aden. We have a bit to talk about." "Excellent lasagna, dear. Better than my recipe. I got it in the rooming house where I lived while in college. One of the vets brought it to me from his mother when he learned I liked to cook. He told me to keep it for when I got my own apartment."
While Dare cleared the dishes, his mom said,
"I have a bit of a story to tell."
Aden perked up to listen.
2 years after you left, I was still miserable and bitter. Then I applied for a promotion. I deserved it, but they turned me down. I planned to have a temper tantrum and quit, but a lovely woman named Janice talked me out of it. She had access to the evaluations, and I was right. Technically, I should have gotten the job, but Jane, the other applicant in the running, had people skills. I didn't possess a one.
Deborah took a sip of her coffee.
"That can't be true. Mom, you loved me so much, I remember," Aden said. "When I couldn't see you, I still remembered how much you loved me. It made me feel better."
He smiled sadly.
"You, my pumpkin, were the exception."
Aden blanched.
"No, dear, no worries. I won't pinch your cheek."
Dare came back from the kitchen and burst out laughing. "Pumpkin? More like a munchkin."
"He lets you get away with short jokes? Anyone else, my son, at least the one I knew, would have decked."
Deborah turned a stern mother face on both of them, trying not to laugh.
"To continue, Janice got me to see a psychologist. The company paid for it, and it became somewhere I could vent and not hurt anyone. They paid him to listen."
Aden regarded his mother in alarm. When he lived at home, she would never consider going to anyone but the parish priest with her troubles.
"So what happened, Mom?" "I went to the psychologist Janice recommended. I learned to stop hating myself for not being able to hold on to your father.
I learned the parish priest in whom I put so much faith when I talked about your sexuality molested little boys. I started to socialize. As a result of being open and talking to other people, I learned homosexuality wasn't a character flaw. She gazed fondly at her son. In the same way, being brown-eyed isn't a character flaw. Being gay is one part of who you are, who you were born to be. Father Ben? A child molester? Aden was shocked. Yes. There was a big dust-up. The bishop had to come to the parish. There were other complaints, and he never looked into them. The priest went to jail, and the bishop was transferred to a monastery. It took me 2 years to purge the bitterness I accumulated since your father left me and my anger at myself for pushing you away, but I worked at it with my doctor. It took me 2 years to find the courage to search for you after what I did. How did you make out at work? Did it take 2 years for your attitude to change there? No, it wasn't as personal. I made improvements to my attitude at work the same week, and Janice became a friend. Honey, I was confused and bitter. I thought since your father called me asexual when he left, and you became a homosexual, the two were related somehow, and that I made you a sinner. My therapist convinced me I didn't cause your father to leave. Fear of responsibility did, and I didn't cause you to be gay, you were born gay. And after that breakthrough, the next day I started to look for you. Don't lie to me, Mom, not now. You didn't try to find me. I made no secret of where I lived. You had loyal friends who must have known what I did to you. You were always working, out, at class, anywhere but the place you supposedly slept. I called the dorms. They claimed they'd never heard of you. I called the school. I called you at work. You were never available, and no one would give me any information because you were over 18. I refused to stoop so low as to force you to talk to me. I didn't live in the dorms. They were too expensive. I rented a furnished room and ate at work. Deborah started to sniffle. I'm sorry. I caused our estrangement. I'll do anything I can to help you now. I don't need anything, Mom. Even though I couldn't find you, as a result of my therapy, I threw my energy into work with a better, more friendly and open attitude. I gained respect, some affection, and the notice of my superiors, and here I am, a businesswoman sitting down to dinner with my son and his friend. Deborah leaned over and gave Aden a hug. Now, tell me, what happened to you these past 7 years? That's not as good a story, even though it will hopefully have a happy ending. It took him half an hour to get it all out. So Bruno dumped me at the truck stop, and Dare rescued me. I've been here around 16 weeks. Deborah Schaefer peered over Aden's head and cocked an eyebrow at Dare. So you rent the guest house from Dare, and he pays for the groceries, and you cook. It sounds like you've finally found your feet. I'm going to get the dessert and put on more coffee. Aden left for the kitchen. So you're falling for my son? I think I've already succumbed. But it's early days yet. I want to court him after you leave. I don't want him to think about anything else but you while you're here. He missed you. The only bad thing he ever said about you was you threw him out. He said although it hurt, it didn't take away from the fact that you loved him for 17 years. I admit, I didn't care much for you at first hearing because he wouldn't have found himself in the mess he was in had he someone to talk to. But I encouraged him to call. He needs you in his life. I'm so glad you did. A tear ran down Deborah's cheek. He's a good boy. Always was. In this case, he had a stupid mother. On Sunday, they took a tram ride up Sandia Mountain. Before they left, Aden took Dare aside. You're not obligated to help me entertain my mother. I appreciate it, but don't feel like you have to do it. Dare pulled Aden's baseball cap over his eyes. Aden sputtered. I don't have to do anything I don't want to do in my free time, so obviously I've decided I'd like to spend time with you and your mom.
I've lived here almost 3 years and haven't been on the tram. It's time I went. Dare smiled and patted him on the head. Will you stop that? I'm not 6. He eyed Dare mullishly. No. You're much too delectable ever to be considered a child. When I first saw you, your appearance confused me, and I thought you were much younger. I've never been confused about your age since that night. You're implying you're confused about me in other ways? I can't see why. I'm an open book. Aden glanced at him from the corner of his eye, but Dare had become very adept at keeping his emotions off his face to Aden's consternation. Aden smiled, except for that twitchy eyelid. We'll talk after your mother leaves. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? No, Pumpkin. You've done everything right. I'm going to kill my mother for using that nursery name in front of you, Dare laughed. I think it's cute. When we see my mother, you can make fun of me. His statement left Aden more confused than ever. Dare's mother was in Savannah. Why would Dare ask me to go to meet his mother, unless he plans to have her visit? His mother is going to visit? When is she arriving? Who? Dare seemed confused by the question. Your mom. You said I'd meet her, so I asked when she's planning on coming to visit. I'll have to buy extra groceries. Dare smiled enigmatically. She isn't scheduled for a visit any time soon. Then why were you talking about me meeting her? You'll know soon enough. Dare refused to say another word on the subject. The men had to work all week, so Aden gave his mom the Versa and went to work with Dare in the outback. Every night, the two of them came home to a hot meal. You don't have to do this, Mom. It's my job. Aden walked into the guest house, redolent with the smell of roast beef and mashed potatoes. What smells so good? Dare entered and leaned down, giving Deborah a kiss. I made roast beef, and my son complained I did his job, Deborah teased. I don't mind. I'm happy to eat your meals again. I miss them. However, you're on vacation. You shouldn't be cooking for us. I should cook for you, Aden protested. I haven't had anyone to cook for since you left home. Indulge me. Next week I'll be back to work and won't have the time or the inclination to putter around in the kitchen. Now you boys get washed up. Dinner will be on the table in half an hour. I made roast beef. Roast beef? But it's Friday, Mom. I was going to defrost some salmon. Remember, I said things had changed. I can eat meat on Friday now and occasionally skip church on Sunday, and I'm a better person for it. Now shoo! Dare, how do you like your meat? Like Aden does. Medium rare to rare, just not bloody. That's how I made it, so we're all good. Saturday night. Well, she's off. Back to New Jersey, Dare said as they walked to the airport short-term parking. Did she say anything about moving here? She's considering moving. She doesn't see her church friends anymore. She's too secular for them now. I know this sounds crazy. I haven't seen her for 7 years. She comes out here for a week, and I miss her already. Shouldn't I still be angry? Dare pinged the key, and the Outback unlocked. You've had 7 years to get over angry. She's sorry. You accept she had a psychological problem. That's why you're not angry. Aden cocked his head. You're right. As far as you missing her, it's normal to want more time with a loved one after a long separation. She's lonely. She lost her church friends, and because of her job, she travels and hasn't had the time to make new friends except at work, and she says they all have husbands. Your mother is a looker. Being social here shouldn't be a problem. I know she turned heads when we went out. She did? I didn't notice. Dare, you're talking about my mother. I know who I'm talking about. If there's no one she's leaving behind in New Jersey, we have plenty of people to introduce her to here. Adriana Torres, for instance, would be able to help. Adriana's single. They would have a lot in common. Aden put on his seatbelt. She looks terrific. She lost weight, and now she dresses as if she's in her mid-40s instead of like an old lady. I never realized my mother was beautiful. She must be fighting them off with a stick. She cleaned up well. Aden giggled. She seemed radiant. I now know where you got your gorgeous. Aden felt his face heat up. He knew his face turned bright red when he was embarrassed. Like you, I don't think she realizes how attractive she is to the people she encounters. I want to talk to you when we get home. Can you come over for beer? Sure. They made the rest of the ride home from the airport in silence while Aden calmed his nerves by playing with his cuticles. Dare pulled into the driveway like a man on a mission. Aden gazed longingly at the man who now starred in all of his fantasies. He worried the last week with his mother had been too much for Dare to handle. The trouble with Bruno was one thing. A possibility of danger existed, but it existed far away. His mother got up close and personal. She didn't miss much. He remembered last night's conversation. You like Dare, don't you? Of course I like him. He's my best friend. Aden felt his face heat up. Hector and Tom are your friends, but you don't stare at them the way you look at Dare. He doesn't think of me as a potential partner. We're friends, Aden answered in a small voice. I think you're wrong. He does think about you that way. All the time. I believe he thinks it's too soon, but Hector is dogging his heels. Could Dare really like him as more than a friend? What do you mean by dogging his heels? Well, Hector likes you too, but I didn't expect you to notice. All you see is Dare. She's right. Dare is the only person I notice when he's in the room. I've only known him for 4 months. You spend most of your time with him at work and at home. He shows up for breakfast, although you told me the agreement only extended to dinner. He finds an excuse for you to go over there or to come over here every day. He likes you. I'm not saying either of you are in love yet, but you're deeply in like. That much is true. I feel more for Dare in 16 weeks than I felt for Bruno in 6 months. From the way you describe how you felt about Bruno, it's obvious to me your little head was doing your thinking for you. Now you're using your brain. You lust after Dare, but you also like him. You two have compatible interests. Think about what I'm telling you. Don't blow your chance at having a good, healthy relationship because your first one went sour. Don't make the mistake I did. It made me nasty and bitter. Never to me, Mom. Yes, to you. I'm the one who had us estranged for 7 years, not you. If you don't listen to anything else I say to you, listen to this. Dare cares about you. Aden clung to what his mother said as he followed Dare into the big house. Chapter 7. Sunday, 3rd week in May. Bruno Isaki sat in the FBI interview room, cuffed to the table waiting for Agent Adams, who'd picked him up in Albuquerque. Adams came in with a legal pad. You're facing federal time in a general prison population that thinks child rapists and traffickers are the lowest of the low. I can make sure you're safe so long as you turn state's evidence and tell me everything you know. What do I get if I do what you want? Bruno asked, sulking. A sulky face is not a good look on a muscled 300-pound man who's easily 6'5". Bruno grunted. Tell me everything, and the judge will go easy on you. You might see daylight before you become an old man on a walker. Agent Adams held up his pencil. Tell me how the operation worked. I worked for Frank Wilson. He's a hotshot producer running a human trafficking ring on the side. I worked the cities he gave me. Bruno shoved the pad away. Adams pushed it back. Make a call. Ask how they treat child molesters in prison. Here's my phone. I'll wait. Agent Adams took off Bruno's cuffs. You promised protection from Wilson and the prison population. I'll roll. Can you make a deal? If you can't, I want a lawyer. Bruno stared at Adams. Are you ready to write? Am I getting a deal? You'll get a deal. Adams joined Murray, who was watching the interview room through the glass. Is he getting a deal, Adams? The DA said no deals. He's getting a deal, but not the deal he's expecting. Adams! A voice shouted from down the hall. Upstairs finally sent us the arrest and interrogation notes on Wysocki from the Sandoval County Sheriff's Department. Something seems a little fishy. Adams returned to the interview room 15 minutes later. They expected you in Los Angeles. Why were you going north to Denver? Why did you leave this man on the side of the road? Am I going to have to up the ante to include kidnapping? No. No, this kid wasn't underage. And he came with me willingly. I didn't kidnap him. He rode with me from New Jersey. Adams could read a face. Why didn't Bruno want to talk about this kid? I want to call my lawyer. Bruno sat and stared at Adams. Adams stared back. Bruno slid his eyes away first. Adams decided to take a chance. Something about Albuquerque didn't quite add up. If you call your lawyer and don't talk to me, any deal is off the table. Bruno sputtered. The kid meant nothing. Nothing? Why didn't you just keep going if the kid meant nothing? Why were you exiting Interstate 25 when the deputies found you? I intended to go back for the kid. You had to know he'd call the police. You had everything he owned in the truck, Adams said in a reasonable tone. I wanted to scare him by taking off. He wanted to stop to get a tattoo. He'd have ruined it if he did. Ruined what? If you have anything going on the side, now is the time to tell me. If you don't, I'll charge you for it separately, and I won't include it in the deal, Adams said silkily. Ruined his kid. I had a buyer for the kid through an old buddy of mine in Denver. A big fish. Manny Lopez, my former cellmate, used to be a procurer for men in the Southwest who wanted to have sex with young boys. He ran an operation including Denver and Albuquerque. The Southwest division of the Mexican drug cartel is also based in Denver. Was he your partner in this venture? Yes. I'm sure you've heard the name Johnny Vasquez. He wanted to buy the kid. Offered us $500,000. I took my cut up front. Manny's hanging in the breeze, no merchandise. And they don't want the money. Bruno frowned. What's the big deal about this kid? How can he be worth $500,000? Adams asked. Sort through the property they took from the truck. I had a phone in there, and on it are pictures. You tell me if he's worth the money. He handed Bruno the pad again. Right. This is the last chance you're getting. Adams returned to Murray. Go sit with him. I'm going down to property to look at the phone. You heard him give me permission. Adams grinned. I have it all recorded, Murray said. Steele Adams went down to the property clerk. I want to see the phone brought in with Bruno Wysocki. The clerk handed Steele the phone, and Steele thumbed through the pictures. They were all of a stunning man who he knew from the sheriff's report was 24, but who appeared 15. Steele had to go through the pictures twice to convince himself the kid existed, and Bruno hadn't used stock photos. He was gorgeous. Steele frequented the L.A. gay bar scene where porn stars, actors, and models all played hard. Even though the man appeared to be a kid, he made Steele's cock rise. Steele went back upstairs, knocked on the door, and entered the interview room. I saw the picture, Wysocki. What happens to him now? He's made a life for himself, and you're going to jail. Manny's going to try to find him, and if he doesn't, Vasquez will. We sold the kid. All that's left is delivery, and he won't be able to hide from both Manny and Vasquez. Manny's got incentive. A baseball bat to the knee gives you motivation. What if Manny doesn't find this man? Then Vasquez will. He's going to disappear, one way or the other. I'm off the hook. I've told you. Now it's your job to protect him. Steele stood. Murray got up alongside him. Steele nodded his head toward the door. Once they were outside, Steele Adams let out a deep breath. This man he's talking about is the most handsome man I've ever seen, even if you don't like them small. The kid's face is better formed than most models and porn stars. And you would know. You fucked all of them, Murray cackled. Hey, remember your sensitivity training, Adams warned, laughing. Murray rolled his eyes. Seriously, we've got to do something about this kid. He's about to fuck up 2 major sting operations. We have someone in the Vasquez organization gathering evidence. He almost has enough to bring the whole operation crashing down around the cartel's head, Steele told Murray. And now, he's a link in the chain of evidence against the human traffickers in L.A. Murray turned to Steele. You flying out to Albuquerque? Yeah. I'm going to set up a satellite office for the task force in the FBI building there.
Dare opened the kitchen door of the main house with his key and let them inside. Monk and Trouble greeted them at the door. The puppy hadn't made a mess, but he barked up a storm. Good boy. Dare patted Monk on the head and gave him a treat. They'd trained the dogs to bark when someone came into or near the house unless they signaled the pups not to bark by giving them a command in German. The dog walker came every day at noon and 3, so they had a couple of hours before they had to walk the dogs for the night. Trouble headbutted Dare's shoe, so he got a treat too. Sit down on the sofa. I'll get the beer. Aden went into the great room, followed by Trouble and Monk. Aden didn't sit down. He paced. His nerves had his brain scattered all over the place. Therefore, he paced. He wondered if Dare had noticed this habit of his. He'd noticed Dare's eyelid twitched when he was angry or upset. He hadn't seen any eyelid twitching in the car, so he supposed he could assume nothing had made Dare angry. But something was up. Dare came back with 2 bottles of Marble IPA, gave Aden one, and motioned to the couch. Aden sat down. Dare put the bottles on the coffee table and then sat close to him. He took a long pull from his bottle and sat back. I want to change the parameters of our relationship. Aden immediately panicked. If I'm too much of a pest, tell me. I can leave the dinner in the kitchen for you to heat up, then you won't have to spend so much time with me. Dare started to laugh. You idiot, it's the opposite I'm proposing. I'd like us to date. We'll still have our dinners. Without them, I'd probably starve, but aside from those, I'd like to court you in real Southern gentlemanly fashion. I've met your mama. You need to meet mine. I'd like to work towards living together, then marriage. It's legal in New Mexico. I think we could love each other, given a little more time. Aden's mouth hung open. Strange. Dare hasn't noticed I'm a goner already. He didn't know what to say. He liked Dare. He liked him a lot, but prior to his declaration, he thought his crush was hopeless. I'd love to date you, but won't it be too much? I mean, we spend almost all of our time together as it is. You'll get sick of me. Aden needed this question answered correctly. If not, he felt he'd have to move out. So not going to happen. Dare leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the lips. I enjoy the time I spend with you. However, I'd like to be able to touch you and kiss you, and eventually, when you're ready, to make love to you. Do you see where I'm going? Yes, I see. I like the direction, but we're going to have to go slow. I know you're nothing like Bruno, but I have to be sure you're right for me. I can't think with my little head this time. I made one mistake. I don't want to make 2. We can date, even kiss and touch a little, but I'm not ready for sex or a full commitment yet. Sex hurts, but I'd do it again for Dare. Would you agree to be exclusive? I know Hector has been looking your way. He told me if I didn't make my move soon, he'd make his. Aden gazed up at him. I wouldn't want to see anyone else if I were dating you. Thank God. Dare pulled him down into his arms and worshipped Aden's face with his mouth. He kissed and licked the little furrow between his eyebrows and moved down to his eyes and cheeks. Aden turned his face and kissed Dare's neck, blowing softly on the wet skin. Dare shuddered. He began to nibble on Aden's earlobe, rimming the shell of his ear with his tongue. Aden moved his mouth up to meet Dare's, and they shared their first real kiss. Dare kissed from one side and then the other of his mouth, then ran his tongue over the seam of Aden's lips. Aden opened up to him, and he gently sucked on Aden's lower lip, enough so the bottom lip turned red and slightly swollen in a cute pout. Aden's tongue explored Dare's mouth and lips. You're beautiful. I've wanted you since I saw you at the truck stop. I became aroused and I mentally beat myself up because you got me hot and I thought you were underage. When you produced your license, I was the happiest man alive because I knew it wasn't hopeless. I desperately wanted you to come home with me that night, and I couldn't satisfactorily explain it to myself. I think I knew then I could fall, and fall hard for you." Dare pulled him into his lap and shifted him so he sat with his ass nestled above Dare's cock. Dare began to kiss his neck. When he reached the nape, Aden shook. "You have a hot spot there. One day I'm going to know all of your hot spots and torment you with every one of them." Aden turned sideways. Dare's cock poked at his ass, and he wanted to let him inside, but he was determined to take it slow. He pivoted to face Dare and play with the chest hair that peeked out of the man's golf shirt. Aden nuzzled the spot. "I'm hairy, but I'd wax for you." "I like your chest hair. I don't have any. I wish I did. I've only glimpsed your chest the first morning when you ran to the laundry room after your shower, with your chest bare and the towel around your hips. By that time I knew how old you were, and didn't even try to control my reaction." Dare smiled broadly. "I never saw you peeking." Aden elbowed him in the ribs. "I didn't peek. I drooled. I like your chest smooth, so that makes us perfect for one another." Dare kissed the top of his head. "If anyone else did kiss me there besides my mother, I'd clock them. But I like it when you kiss and touch me, even on the top of my head like a little kid. I don't even mind the short jokes you make." Aden giggled. "In case you haven't noticed, I'm a tease." Dare put his arms around his neck. "Believe me, I've noticed. I also haven't forgotten the first time you kissed me. We were at the truck stop. You kissed me on the forehead, and you called me baby." "I didn't think I said it out loud. You heard me?" Dare said in wonder. "For the past 3 months, I've lived for your careless touches. You grabbing my arm or putting yours around my shoulder." Aden blushed. "I've wanted to hear you call me baby again." "You're my baby now." "I hope you won't get rid of me because I won't have sex right away." Aden's brow furrowed again. Dare absently smoothed the furrow away. "Baby, when we have sex, we're not going to be fucking. We're going to be making love. I can wait, if I'm waiting for you." "When you say those things, I don't want to wait." Aden kissed the patch of hair he played with in the V-neck of Dare's golf shirt. "I do want to wait. I need you to be as sure as I am." Dare gave him a forceful kiss. His tongue danced around Aden's mouth and bounced off his palate, plundering the inner core. Then Dare pulled away. Aden had to take a deep breath to calm down. "You have no idea what you do to me, baby." Dare sat up, his enormous erection pushing at his chinos. Aden giggled and pointed to his erection. "I think I do because you do the same to me. I lose my concentration around you. The only place where I'm not flummoxed is in the OR. In the OR I can focus. Probably because you're wearing a mask. Smartass." Dare playfully smacked the back of his head, then got serious again. "Are you okay with us being together, baby? I won't ask for more than you can give me." "I know you won't. I'm happy you wish to date and want a relationship. I'm not ready for sex. My head knows you're nothing like Bruno Wysocki, but emotionally, I'm scared." Aden put his head down in embarrassment. He knew his face had turned bright red. "No need to be embarrassed, baby. If something similar happened to me, I'd be cautious too." "Let's get some pizza. I'll order it and go pick it up. You set the table over here tonight, okay?" "Pizza sounds good to me. Can we have sausage, onions, and mushrooms?" "Of course. Can I have anchovies on my half?" "I like anchovies. You can put them on the whole pie." Dare drew back his head and laughed. "See? We're perfect for each other. You even like anchovies." Trouble jumped up to the windowsill and Monk started to bark. Aden could hear Ranger barking from the guest house. The doorbell rang. Aden looked out the window. Hector stood on the step, dressed in his uniform. He parked the squad car in the driveway, and someone else sat in the passenger seat. Dare answered the door. He scowled and said to Hector in an undertone, "You're too late. He's agreed to see me exclusively." Bad news for me, but unfortunately not why I'm here. Can I come inside? I need to talk to both of you."
Dare stepped aside, waving his arm for Hector to go before him. "We're in the great room. Can I get you a Coke? We're drinking beer, but it looks like you're on duty."
"No beer for me. Coke is fine."
Hector sat down on the edge of one of Dare's new chairs. Chapter 8. "Okay, Hector, what's going on? You wouldn't be here in uniform if something wasn't," Aden said.
"Let's wait until Dare gets back from the kitchen, and then I can tell both of you at the same time."
Hector fidgeted in the chair. Dare came back with a cold can of Coke.
"What's up?"
"You're not exactly inspiring confidence in the sheriff's office right now." He sat at the sofa, pulling Aden close to his side.
"It's Wysocki. The FBI managed to get him to turn on his crew for a plea bargain. I always thought his modus operandi seemed a little too sophisticated to fit the man you described, Aden."
"Now that I think of it, Bruno wasn't all that bright, yet his seduction seemed practiced," Aden speculated.
"The FBI says Bruno worked for a human trafficking ring operating out of Los Angeles. Men like Wysocki traveled all over the United States searching for young kids with no ties, and all of them followed a script."
"How do they get away with this?" Dare's eyelid twitched.
"A handler scouts the cities, hunting for unique street kids. Kids who are attractive and aren't too jaded. Kids who would appeal to a buyer. They cultivate the child and give him money to get an apartment for the two of them. After a few months, the kid comes to trust the handler. He may even think he's in love or has found a new father figure. The child is worth 5 to 6 figures, and the organization's only expense is Bruno, who gets a cut and a couple of months' rent and food. Bruno traveled under the guise of a truck driver."
Aden bristled, face heating to its usual beet red.
"Bruno didn't pay my rent, and I never sold myself ever, even when I was hungry. I thought he was legitimate. I had a career, an apartment, a car, and some savings. I was not a rent boy."
Aden got up and started to pace madly, hopping mad.
"Bruno had pictures of his home in L.A. He even had pictures of his mother and brothers. I know he deceived me, but nothing untoward gave him away. Nothing gave me an inkling of what he did for a living," Aden protested.
"The family pictures were all stock photos you could buy on the internet."
Hector turned his hat around in his hands.
"Once he has an apartment and is off the streets, why would the street kid go away with the guy?"
Aden's anger turned grim.
"When the handler says he has to move away, the kid gets upset because once Bruno leaves, the mark is out on the street again. This scenario is repeated endlessly with many Brunos across the country. Most of these kids have no means of making a living outside of selling their bodies. He didn't handle you that way. You were different," Hector offered.
"I see how they do it. The kid doesn't want to lose his home after he's finally found one,"
Aden postured.
"As for me, I guess I was starved for intimate contact. I thought I could confide in him, that he would provide me with the kind of intimacy missing from my life."
"You're right. Just when his mark gets comfortable, the handler pounces, asking the boy to move away with him." Hector sighed. "And the usual kid does because he already trusts the bastard and doesn't see anything else in his future but the streets. He says goodbye to his friends, and he's off to California, Denver, or Seattle, but never arrives. And there is no one left behind besides other rent boys to ask questions."
"Wysocki never worked as a long-distance truck driver. He used the cab of the semi as a ploy to entice street kids into believing him employed as an independent trucker,"
Aden puzzled out.
"Exactly. He only rented a trailer when he found the kid and told them he had to leave and had room in the cab for their things if they wanted to come with him," Hector told him. "How did he pick on Aden? He wasn't a street kid."
Dare kept pulling Aden tighter into his body, as if holding him alone could prevent catastrophe.
"According to what Bruno told the FBI, he happened upon Aden in a gay bar. He bought him a drink and Aden told him his story.
Bruno figured he was worth the investment of his time because he immediately knew Aden was extraordinary. Hector reached into his pocket and pulled out a picture. "I remember that picture and the night Bruno took it. He surprised me as I got into the shower. He told me he deleted it." Aden's eyes began to fill up. "As soon as Bruno had this picture, he posted it on the darknet. He had the buyer within minutes." Hector took off his hat and handed Aden the picture. "He asked me to go with him the following week. Oh my God, what a dupe I was!" A single tear trickled down his cheek. "And no one would wonder where you went. The crime would go unreported." Dare spoke through his teeth. "Why are you here if Bruno turns state's evidence? I presume the FBI is not going to let Bruno resume his activities." "They won't. But he had taken Aden to sell outside of the regular operation. He got greedy, and Aden was worth a lot of money. 6 figures. He would have been worth 7 if Bruno had had some self-control and hadn't taken his virginity." Hector turned his head toward Aden. "If it went for the money, Bruno would have kept you for himself." "That son of a bitch," Dare said, incensed. Hector continued. "Wysocki had a contact in Denver. Bruno never told the Bureau about his side deal until yesterday. The man in Denver didn't work for the ring. He'd met Manny at Folsom. He and Manny shared a cell, and Manny acted as the go-between for Bruno and the buyer." "How did the FBI find out about Aden if Bruno made this deal outside the purview of the trafficking ring?" Dare's eye twitched madly. He could feel it moving. "When the FBI reviewed the paperwork we sent them and read our charges, they were curious. They wanted to know why Bruno would break protocol to snatch Aden and then leave him on the side of the road." Hector put his hat on the table and grabbed the Coke. "Someone like Bruno would usually be more careful, but he had to hurry. He was on a deadline. His bosses in L.A. had summoned him home. The FBI thought there was more to the story, and they went back to Bruno and asked more questions." Hector seemed grim. Aden shuddered. "Bruno still hoped for a percentage of Aden's worth, even after his arrest. He wanted the finder's fee, even though he didn't deliver the boy to Vasquez. The feds figured Bruno left Aden at the truck stop, meaning to scare him into obedience. It worked with all of his prior marks. He thought it would work with Aden." Dare could see Hector remained nervous. "He thought Aden would come with him when he returned. Instead, Aden found you, and Dare called my office. When the deputies ran Bruno down, he resisted arrest because of his outstanding warrants." Hector wrung his hands. "He came back with the deputies for a chance to find Aden so he could pass information on his location to Denver. Aden represented his big score. He hoped he could sweet-talk Aden and the deputies out of pressing charges before I could find out about the warrants. If he hadn't tried to clock Garcia, we would have let him go after we unloaded your stuff." Dare pulled Aden even tighter to him. "The feds issued warrants, but the indictment was sealed because they were still in the middle of breaking up the trafficking ring. That's why I knew a warrant existed, but not what charges were in it," Hector explained. "The FBI office in Los Angeles said Bruno called his contact in Denver from jail, told him Aden worked as a nurse and had probably found a job working in the Albuquerque metro area. If Manny Lopez didn't find Aden, he and Bruno were out the $250,000 the buyer gave them as a down payment on the $500,000 Johnny Vasquez promised them on delivery. Bruno and Manny's lives would be on the line if they didn't deliver because of the identity of the buyer. But now Bruno's in lockup, and Manny's holding the bag." Hector took a gulp of the Coke. "It's been 4.5 months. What happened to Manny? We haven't seen anyone skulking around," Dare said. "Manny's been searching for Aden, but he's not easy to find. They don't know where he lives. He could be anywhere in New Mexico or long gone. There are so many medical facilities in this area, Manny can't watch them all. He gave up and wanted to return the money." "Why didn't he? We'd all be better off, including Manny." Aden wiggled around in Dare's lap. He wanted to pace. Hector continued. "The buyer doesn't want his money back, even if Bruno could get it to him. He wants Aden. Manny comes out whole only if he delivers Aden to the client. He's already taken a blow to his knee because he didn't deliver on time. Hector inspected the Coke can. The client is talking about taking the matter into his own hands. This means both the client and Manny are trying to find Aden. Lopez to hold him for Johnny Vasquez, and Vasquez because he already paid out money to purchase Aden. Hector appeared visibly agitated. Dare moved Aden closer to his chest. Aden was at a loss for words, so he did the talking. What does this mean for us? How do I keep Aden safe? This new guy is not going to be able to go for subterfuge this time. Aden's already on to them. Dare felt him shiver. Wysocki said Manny Lopez is going to try the direct approach. Kidnapping. According to Bruno, and we confirmed this through an FBI informant in the drug cartel, the man to whom Bruno sold Aden is a powerful drug lord. He works for the Mexican cartel in their southwestern operation. He wants his property. Dare's face froze. But Bruno didn't have any money. I had to pay for the gas and food on the way out here, Aden protested. All part of his cover. He banked the money offshore as soon as he received it. The forensic accountants at the FBI said he had quite a sum of money tucked away, enough to retire somewhere without an extradition treaty with the U.S. Lopez gave Bruno half of his cut up front. Lopez is going to come to Albuquerque loaded for bear. Can't they pick up Lopez in Denver? Aden asked. Lopez hasn't broken the law yet. He can say he paid Bruno for something else, and the money in Bruno's account has no label saying Aden. Until Lopez tries to kidnap him, we have no case against him. Aden is bait? He didn't consent to be bait, Dare roared. We're not using him as bait. His mere existence, and the $250,000 Vasquez already paid to Wysocki and Lopez make him bait whether he agrees or doesn't. Hector took a swallow of Coke. Even if we pick him up on suspicion or intent, we can only hold him for 72 hours, the same amount of time we held Bruno without pressing charges, and he and Manny have a thing. They were sleeping together. Bruno said he won't testify against him. If Bruno hadn't tried to clock my deputy, he would have booked as soon as we unloaded your things from the truck. He would have sent Lopez back to get Aden. So Aden is bait. Is the FBI going to help? Or are we in this sorry mess on our own? Dare asked. Aden finally broke down and started to cry. I'm sorry I got everyone involved in my troubles. I'll move out, Dare, and then you won't be at risk. You'll do no such thing. This wasn't the way I wanted it to happen, but you're moving in with me. Since all of your things are already in the guest house, we can move them gradually into the house. You're mine now, and I'm not losing you to anyone, even a fucking drug lord. Aden gave Dare a furtive glance. What about, he whispered. We'll still wait, baby. You can stay in the guest room, but I want you protected, and you won't be if you're alone in the guest house. Ranger isn't enough now that the situation has changed. How has it changed? We were worried about Bruno. Aden stared at Hector. Hector shook his head. Bruno is small change. A worker bee. If this Lopez doesn't deliver, the cartel will come calling. He bowed his head. Dare asked, Can you put a deputy in the guest house? I can do better than that. One of the FBI agents from L.A. transferred to Albuquerque to set up a task force in the satellite office and to ride herd on the operation. It wouldn't be unusual for him to live here if he works in the Albuquerque office, especially if he's gay and single. I thought to ask if Aden would let him stay at the guest house with him as a roommate, posing as a lover. Now I'm asking if he can use the guest house as headquarters for a sting operation, so we can get these bastards. Does Lopez know Aden's real age? The plan only works if he does, Dare said in a clipped voice. Yes, he knows. So does the buyer. Vasquez wanted Aden for himself, and he doesn't do young kids. He only wants them to appear to be kids. How about that? An ethical drug lord. Dare had never heard Aden display such sarcasm. He worried his Aden felt overwhelmed. Are you all right? We could leave the Albuquerque area. I can work anywhere, and so can you."
Dare took Aden on his lap and cradled his head on his chest.
"You don't have to leave. I can leave. I can go back to New Jersey and stay with my mother."
"So, not going to happen."
Dare held Aden tighter.
"They can trace you back to New Jersey, and you don't want to put your mother in harm's way."
He moved Aden to the side and took a sip of beer.
"If you start to run, you'll be running forever. No one else in the cartel is interested in Aden. If we catch this guy and Lopez, the rest of them will leave him alone."
Hector cleared his throat, swallowing another gulp of Coke.
"Why do you think that's true? Aden cost the cartel $500,000, and he didn't cost the cartel a dime. He cost the head of the Southwestern cartel $500,000 of his personal funds. Both his bosses and his underlings are going to be angry because Vasquez is not taking care of business."
"What do his Mexican bosses think? They must know what's going on under their noses," Dare asked.
"His predilection for young men who appear to be boys is frowned upon. Hell, his being gay is frowned upon. But he brings in big money. The overlords think he should write Aden off as a loss. The FBI informant says the men in the cartel think Vasquez is going off the deep end for a trick. A gay trick at that," Hector explained. "The FBI told me the others are getting nervous about the string of bodies Vasquez leaves behind when he's done with his boys. You, he planned to keep, but he said he'd keep the others. However, they didn't look like they belonged on a magazine cover like you do."
Hector took out his handkerchief and wiped his brow.
"They don't care if Vasquez is gay so long as he's bringing in money. If his focus shifts to Aden, there will be a palace coup. We have to keep him safe until Vasquez's underlings get disgusted, and they take care of the problem for us. The FBI knows this too."
Hector's eyes measured Dare, and he knew it.
"He wouldn't be better off with you. You live in Rio Rancho. We can't guard the perimeter of your house without detection. I have enough cover here to hide FBI and federal marshals if need be. I also have the guest house the FBI can use as cover."
Hector nodded.
"Unfortunately, you're right. Do you have firearms in the house?"
"I have a Winchester semi-automatic rifle, a handgun, and yes, I have a license to carry."
"You'll stay here with Dare, Aden?"
Hector asked.
"I guess I have no other choice."
Aden lay still in his arms. He peered up at Dare from underneath his lashes.
"Are you sure?"
"I'm positive. I'm crazy about you, Aden. I can't let anything happen to you." Hector made a call. Dare seemed surprised Agent Steele Adams arrived at the house almost immediately after Hector's call to the FBI. Aden wasn't. He must have been the man waiting in the car when Hector arrived. He'd remained outside, out of the line of sight. He was guarding the house. Hector let him in the front door.
"You were sure of us, weren't you, Hector?"
Dare's voice dripped sarcasm.
"I knew you'd do the right thing to protect Aden, and you'd convince him to stay put where we can take care of him."
"I'm Steele Adams, Special Agent for the Transnational Criminal Enterprise Branch of the FBI. Dr. Rourke, Mr. Schaefer, it's nice to meet you. I wish it was under better circumstances. What Hector didn't know is our informant in the cartel is the second in command. He's put in years undercover. If we can get rid of Johnny Vasquez, our informant can help us dismantle the cartel piece by piece." Agent Adams sounded very pleased with himself. "The cartel won't even know what's happening because Johnny will go down for attempted kidnapping, thus leaving our guy in charge."
"Does that mean we're going to know when he's coming at us?"
Dare snapped.
"Yes, we should. Unless Johnny slips away without our operative's knowledge. The most he could get, though, is a day's start. There's a meeting every morning with the cartel board. Vasquez runs it like a business. He's got a head for business. It's why the cartel has put up with his bullshit so far. He'll have to tell Jerry Sanchez to either cancel or run the morning meeting."
Agent Adams appeared pleased with himself. Hector turned to the agent.
"So, his absence would be a signal he's coming down this way. How do you plan to protect Aden if Lopez or Vasquez come searching for him?" Dare asked. "He's going to want to go to work. How can you protect him in a hospital? People come and go all the time."
"He works in the operating room. He's not exposed to the hospital outside the surgical suite and the recovery room."
Aden sat up and moved away from Dare. "Will everyone please stop talking about me like I'm not in the room? This is my life. I should have a say in what's going to happen to me."
"Not a twink, I take it," Adams said. "If you don't want to get decked, you won't make any twink or short jokes," Dare said. "Because I won't stop him, and I've seen him lift. He'll put you down."
"I can see where I could be useful to the FBI in bringing down the cartel if this guy Vasquez comes after me. But at least ask my permission first."
"The Bureau isn't putting you in harm's way. You put yourself there when you went with Wasaki," Adams said.
"Don't be smug, Agent. If I book, you lose the chance to bring him and the cartel down. And you haven't given me much confidence in your ability or desire to keep me safe."
Aden stared at Agent Adams. Adams moved his head away first, but quickly recovered. "You're right. We can't force you to cooperate. But it would be in your best interest to do so, and it would take down a drug cartel that is one of the main suppliers of heroin, opiates, and crystal meth in the Southwest."
"You've convinced me. I'll cooperate. Not because of you, but because I don't want to keep running. And I don't want something to happen to Dare. Although if I were you, I'd learn a little humility and ask someone rather than assume they'll go along with your plans."
Steele had the grace to look embarrassed. "Mr. Schaefer, thank you for your help, despite the fact I tried to procure it in such a ham-handed fashion. The Bureau wants Johnny Vasquez, but not at your expense. We're trying to play the cards we've been dealt. Bruno involved you in 2 major sting operations, the trafficking ring and the drug cartel. We're left trying to pick up the pieces." Adams appeared sheepish.
Aden turned his face up to Dare's. "This is partially my fault. If I hadn't gone with Bruno, none of this would have happened. I will understand if you back away from me now that Agent Adams has explained the amount of danger I've managed to put myself in."
Dare grabbed hold of him and kissed him soundly. "I'm not going anywhere. I knew this could happen when I first asked you to live in the guest house. Bruno's operation seemed a little too slick for him to have thought it out by himself."
Hector, who had remained quiet throughout Adams' pitch, said,
"This is the reason why Garcia and White were so adamant about you staying off social media, and Edwards made you buy a new phone and smash the old one. We may be out here in Sandoval County, and not the all-seeing and knowing Bureau." Hector's eyes bored into Adams' face. "But we knew enough to tell Aden Bruno was dangerous, and we wrote a report saying so." Dare said, "Aden's been here for 4 months. It took you yahoos that long to read the report the sheriff's office sent. If you'd read it when you received it, we might have avoided this mess entirely." Hector nodded his head. "Exactly. You made a mistake, and now Aden's paying for it," Dare growled. Chapter 9. Someone dropped the ball. I got this case because I'm head of the unit investigating the trafficking ring, and now, because of Aden, I've been put in charge of bringing down the drug cartel. The 2 investigations intersected with Aden, Adams explained with patience. "That's not Aden's problem," Dare snapped. Aden wiggled. If Dare held him any closer, he was going to be squashed. "Manny Lopez and Johnny Vasquez are Aden's problem. If either one of them gets their hands on him, the result won't be pretty," Adams grimaced. "It's up to you to protect Aden," Dare spit out. "No. We only have to come in once a crime has been committed. Neither Manny or Vasquez has committed an indictable offense yet."
"I can hardly believe that," Aden said tightly. "One is a human trafficker, the other heads a drug cartel. How can it be they haven't broken the law?"
"They've broken many laws. We don't have the evidence to prove it yet. That's why Jerry Sanchez is undercover." "What about Lopez?" Dare asked. "Surely Bruno named him as his partner." "His partner in what? Leaving Aden on the side of the road? You had rescued him before Bruno completed the transaction. We tied Bruno to the trafficking ring in Los Angeles with hard evidence and eyewitnesses. We have nothing on Manny. He was out of the business until Bruno found Aden."
"What about Vasquez? Why doesn't he let it go?" Aden sputtered. "I'm bringing trouble to everyone I love."
"Despite the circumstances,"
Dare's face brightened. Aden put his arm over Dare's. "Vasquez can't let it go. It's a matter of machismo now. He'll lose face among his peers if he doesn't have enough juice to get prepaid merchandise. They already despise him for being gay. If he weren't so good at what he does, he'd be dead with his cock and balls stuffed in his mouth." Agent Adams made a mew of distaste. "And Manny? What does he stand to gain by grabbing me? Vasquez isn't going to give him any more of the $500,000 because he didn't deliver on time. I know enough about organized crime to figure that out." "Manny has an axe to grind because Vasquez busted his knee. Vasquez is a cruel and evil bastard who mistreats his boys. More than one has died by his hand. He's so bad, the regular traffickers won't supply him anymore. They think the trail of dead bodies will lead back to them, and they don't want to take the chance," Adams explained. "Then why would Bruno and Manny take a chance a large trafficking organization won't go near?" Aden was impatient. He wanted Adams to get to the point. "Bruno knew you represented his one shot to score big, and then disappear and take Manny with him. Now Manny's knee is broken and Bruno's in jail. Manny not only wants his money, he wants revenge. This was supposed to be Bruno's last run. After this, Manny thought he'd have Bruno to himself." Aden threw up his hands. "This all sounds like a bad soap opera. Get to the point. What exactly are you planning on doing about this?" "Catch Vasquez in the act, and he'll implicate Manny. Case solved." "Case solved? Case solved on Aden's back," Dare hissed. "If it isn't done, Aden will always be running. Vasquez will never stop searching. It's a matter of pride." Aden sighed. "What do I have to do?" "Live here, and let me live in the guest house and do my job. I would have asked to live with you, but I see that's not going to fly." He gave a meaningful look at Dare. "You're damn right it isn't. He's staying here with me, the 2 dogs and the cats. The Bureau will pay the rent and grocery bill for all 3 of us, since this is our operation," Adams offered. "Make that 4. The guest house has 2 bedrooms, and if you think I'm leaving my friends to the tender mercies of the Bureau, you're sadly mistaken. You people fucked this up once, already by losing my report. I'll be staying with you. That is, if you don't object there, Aden." Hector glanced over at them on the sofa. "There's not much furniture there, and I only cook dinners for Dare. If you want dinner, you'll have to ask him." Aden pivoted to place his head on Dare's chest. He didn't care any more about Dare finding out how he felt. He wanted him to hold him. Dare, no one else. "If you don't mind cooking for 4, baby, I don't mind eating with Hector and Adams. The Bureau gets to pay for Hector's food." Aden's discount rent was a one-time deal. Now the Bureau sublets from Aden. The price has gone up to $1,500. Dare looked fondly down at him. "Goodbye, college loan." "I can't do that. I can't take money off of your property," Aden sputtered. "A sublet is entirely appropriate in this case." Aden sized up Dare. "And it's the going rate in this neighborhood. The rent Dare quoted you is the going rate for a 1-bedroom in a complex without amenities in a middling neighborhood in downtown Albuquerque." Aden shot Dare a dirty look, saying, "I'll deal with you later." "You pay Dare his rent, and you pocket the rest. It pays you for your inconvenience," Hector said, "and I'll be there to keep him honest." "How are we going to do this?" Dare's eyelid twitched, not for the first time since Hector arrived. "Aden goes about his normal activities with 2 undercover FBI agents guarding him at all times." "What happens if Vasquez or Lopez makes the men as FBI agents? If he has the same ones, isn't Lopez or Vasquez sure to notice?" "Not if they're dressed in scrubs. They'll be mistaken for hospital personnel who come to work on a daily basis. Besides, he'll be in surgery or recovery most of the day. We'll check everyone who enters and leaves the surgical suite, and the agents will be there right outside under cover." "What about at home?" Dare barked. "As I told Hector, his home would make it difficult to rotate agents in and out, but you have enough natural cover on this property to camouflage our people." "Will we have to have this level of security for a long time? I mean, Dare is going to get tired of people trampling his rose bushes," Aden asked. "We'll do it for as long as it takes. Don't worry, baby. We'll get them." "So much for my garden. I plan to ask you if I could plant tomatoes, eggplants, and herbs. After this is over, you can plant anything you want." Dare caressed his arm.
Dare, you stay by his side while he's home. If you're both going out, let me know, and I'll have agents follow you at a discreet distance.
Did you bring your suitcase? Dare gave Adams an appraising look.
Yes, I have a duffel with me.
Baby, get what you need for a few days out of the house and show Adams and Hector where they'll be sleeping.
Adams, you get the futon.
Hector laughed.
Why do you have a hard-on for Adams?
Because if he had done his job, Johnny Vasquez wouldn't be hunting Aden, Dare spat, and Bruno Wysocki and Manny Lopez would be a non-issue.
And Aden would still be in New Jersey,
Adams said nonchalantly. Dare blanched. Adams smirked. June, 2 weeks later.
I have to go down to Albuquerque for a few days,
Vasquez told Jerry Sanchez.
What are you going to do? Try to sweet-talk your young man into coming back with you? Give it up, Vasquez. It's a lost cause.
Vasquez slammed his fist on the desk.
It's not a lost cause unless I say it is. Do you hear me?
You'll get tired of him like you did all of the others, boss. The delivery got fucked up, and Bruno's in custody. I know he won't roll on Manny. They're lovers. But he may roll on you. Sanchez sat in the chair in front of the desk. Vasquez got up and walked around to the front, standing before Sanchez.
He won't roll on me. Wilson's going to have him taken care of in lockup. Wilson won't let Bruno talk, and we can get a hold of Manny. Threatening Manny will shut Bruno down.
If you say so. But Bruno's facing significant time in the pen. He might opt to sing for protection. They don't like child molesters in prison. Sanchez crossed his legs, seemingly unworried over Vasquez's ill temper.
Bruno won't roll unless he wants his cock and balls cut off and stuffed down his throat. I've got juice and know how to use it.
Vasquez is preening like a fucking peacock, Jerry thought for a moment. Send Manny Lopez down to get him.
I busted out Manny's knee. It's been 3 months and he still can't walk right, fucking pussy. Besides, he had 4 months to hunt and couldn't find the kid.
Vasquez's face was mottled with anger. So because Manny can't go, you're going to go yourself? And you don't even know where he is? When are you going? Sanchez had to get enough information to give Adams.
I'm leaving quietly tonight. I paid someone at the office in Santa Fe that licenses nurses and found out where he lives and works. I'd never find him unless I got the address and hospital from his nursing license.
If you only had to search for his license, why did it take so long? Going through some bureaucrat's files should have been a piece of cake.
Hell no. I had to find someone to bribe. Now I have all the information I need. I'll snatch him up and be home in a few days. I may try to romance him. He won't be able to resist me.
Yeah, that's why you have to buy them. Even the rent boys won't go with you anymore. He may not be ready for romance after Bruno dumped him, Sanchez said. I have to act like I'm against this expedition.
I'm not asking your permission to go. I'm telling you I'm going. There's a difference.
Sanchez put his hands above his head.
Okay? Okay, boss. If that's what you need to do, go get him. I'm sure he'll come back with you, willing or not. He'll find out soon what happens when he's not willing.
Do you want to take a couple of guys with you just in case?
I had to suggest that. I hope this clown's ego is so big that he thinks he can do this by himself. Nah, I'm better off traveling solo. I'll bring something with me to put him out. It's only a 6.5-hour drive to Denver from Albuquerque. Any one of the club drugs will keep him docile for 6.5 hours.
If you say so, boss.
I'm leaving tonight after dinner. I'll get to Albuquerque around midnight, and I can check out his address. If he lives alone, I grab and go. If not, it may take me a few days.
Vasquez went over to the bar in the credenza and poured himself a shot of tequila.
You drinking?
He held up a shot glass. A little too early for me. I've got a sensitive stomach. Sanchez didn't want to get drunk. He had to find a way to let Adams know Vasquez was on his way.
You'll run things while I'm gone. There isn't much going down now. Next week, we get the shipment. After that,
I'll be busy cutting and parceling out products, so I have to go now if I want this done before we get busy. Are you sure? The big guns are coming with the next shipment. What do I do if you don't make it back from Albuquerque in time? You have my back. Make something up. I don't want Aden to get too comfortable in Albuquerque. The fewer people he knows outside of his job, the better. As it is, he's been running around loose for 4 months. Why haven't you gone to get him before this? Sanchez asked, although he knew the answer. I told you. It took time for my informant to get into the state database handling nursing licenses. I had to find someone I could bribe. It was a delicate operation. Now, I have the name of the hospital where he works and his home address. He lives in a guest house on some hotshot doctor's property in the town of Placitas. Isn't Placitas a ritzy area down there? There's going to be security. Nah, the kid isn't aware of who I am or the fact I'm hunting him. They told him Wysocki worked as a human trafficker. He thinks all the danger is past. In Placitas, the only law enforcement is the sheriff's department and small-town cops from the next town over. I checked. They're chronically undermanned. If I can't grab him when he's leaving work, I'll get him at home. I have your back. Anything comes up here, I'll handle. Doesn't your mama live in Albuquerque? I could say she took ill and you went to see to her care. The cartel would understand you wanting to be with your mother. They'd take care of their own. Good idea. Tell them I'm with my mother if they call before Saturday. I can stay with Mama, have a nice visit, and pick him up on the way home. Give me 3 days. 2 days to travel, and a day to snatch him. If I'm going to be longer, I'll call. Why don't you take Lopez with you? He may not be walking straight, but he wants the kid found as badly as you do, so both him and Bruno are off the hook. Manny still has romantic notions you can exploit. Tell him if he comes and the two of you get the guy, he's golden, and you'll help with Bruno's defense because Wilson won't help him now. Not with the prospect of Bruno rolling on him. That's a good idea. Call Manny and tell him he's coming with me. He knows what Aden looks like, so it'll be an extra set of eyes. One of us at the hospital, the other at his home.
They were sitting down to dinner at Dare's 2 weeks after Steele and Hector moved into the guest house when Steele's phone rang. Steele put him on speaker. It was Sanchez. He's leaving after dinner tonight. It's a 6.5-hour drive. He'll be casing the house as soon as he gets there. Don't let him see anyone but Dr. Rourke and Mr. Schaefer. He thinks of Mr. Schaefer as his, so he's going to go ballistic when he sees Dr. Rourke. But he's smart enough not to jump too soon. Steele looked around the table. Dr. Rourke, Dare, please, he said, as he noticed Aden's face blanch. Dare, you're going to have to be careful. If Vasquez gets the opportunity, he'll kill you for even looking at Aden. Steele nodded to the phone. Dare grabbed Aden's hand. Maybe Aden and I should make out facing the picture window. If he gets too pissed off, he'll blow and then we'll have him, Dare observed. This man is heavily armed and batshit crazy. Provoking him is not a good idea, Sanchez said through the speaker. We're all here having dinner. They both know to be careful. He won't get too far. The dogs will bark, Steele told him. Vasquez is not above killing the animals if they get in his way. He's brought knockout drugs. They work on dogs as well as people. Sanchez sounded worried. I hope you have additional agents, Adams. I don't want to have to answer for any more civilian casualties. Watching this bastard for 2 years, I've got enough on my conscience. I've got the book. They'll be looking for me soon. Okay, Sanchez, don't worry, buddy. We'll get you out of there soon. I feel like I'm twisting in the wind here, Adams. I want to come in. Soon. Sanchez, soon. I'm sending you pictures of both Manny Lopez and Johnny Vasquez. These are recent photos, and unless he tries to alter his appearance while he's there, be on the lookout for these two. Do you have any idea where he plans to stay? He'll be staying with his mother in Albuquerque, so you should probably send agents to sit on her house. She's the only family he has down there, so you don't have to worry about setting up a stakeout anywhere else. I'll email you the address and pictures from my phone as soon as we finish. Good night, Sanchez. Thanks for the heads up.
"Let's finish Aden's dinner before we discuss strategy," Steele said as he ended the call. The four men had eaten together every night since he'd arrived. They had become friendly. "This is the best stew I ever had, and my mother is a great cook." Steele didn't take his eyes off his plate. Dare smiled. "Stew was the first meal Aden ever made for me." He turned to Aden. "Delicious, baby, as usual." Dare kissed Aden on the cheek. Hector, Dare, and Steele stood and started to bust the dishes. Aden began to pace. Dare watched him and frowned. "Easy, baby, you're safe. Steele has 3 agents stationed outside." Once they finished helping Dare clean the kitchen, Steele said, "Come on, Hector. There's a baseball game on tonight I want to see. We have until midnight. Even Vasquez can't make the ride any shorter."
"What happens if he takes a plane?"
Aden continued to pace. "He can't take a plane. He has to bring back your unconscious body, and he can't do that on a plane. He wouldn't be able to explain why you're non-responsive. He has to drive. Besides, he's bringing Manny with him, and Manny's knee is damaged. He can't walk any distance in an airport," Steele reassured Aden. "Don't worry, Aden. We'll get them. If not tonight, tomorrow. Spend some time with Dare, and stop worrying so much." Hector patted him on the back. Aden turned to Dare.
"I'm worried about you, Dare. You too, Hector. I'm putting everyone I care about in danger. Even White, Garcia, and Edwards are involved in this. How can I look at their wives if something happens to them because of me?"
"Stop, Aden. Stop right now. Good night, Steele. Hector, leave me to take care of him."
Aden sat on the couch and stared off into space. "All of this is because I couldn't stay away from a man who I should have known to be evil. I thought with my cock, how can you bear having me around? I'm so stupid."
Aden put his head down on the end of the couch with his hands hiding his face. Dare came over to the couch and put his arms around Aden. "You may have been stupid. Everyone is occasionally about their feelings. But you didn't do anything to deserve what has happened to you. This is all on Bruno, Manny, and Johnny Vasquez." Dare pulled him onto his lap, and for the first time since this whole thing started 4.5 months ago, Aden broke down and cried. Dare lifted Aden's face to his and ran his thumbs under Aden's eyes, then kissed his cheeks to wipe the tears away. "Baby, it's going to be all right. You'll see. Steele and Hector will get both of them, and you won't have to be frightened anymore."
"I can't believe I acted so dumb. I fell for that smarmy bastard."
Aden sobbed again. "Baby, don't call yourself names. Bruno had a lot of practice in duping young men, and he talked you up because you were so valuable to him." The phone rang. Dare picked up and immediately put her on speakerphone.
"Dare, it's Deborah. I had a feeling I should call."
Hector and Dare briefed Deborah as soon as they found out about Vasquez, in fear they might think Aden went back to New Jersey. "You have excellent timing. Aden's having a rough time dealing with the Vasquez business. He's on his way down here to attempt to kidnap Aden. We have an FBI agent and Hector in the guest house, and other agents scattered around the property." They heard a heavy breath coming through the phone.
"I'm coming out there. Don't, Mom. If you do, I'll have to worry about you too. It's bad enough I got Dare and Hector involved. I'm planning to search for a house when I come back. I've decided to move out there. Dare, you'll have to give me the name of your realtor so I can begin the process of sorting through homes. But first, I want to make sure Aden is safe. Now she cares. Stop. Be fair. She started searching for me as soon as she got her head on straight. I was the one who gave everyone around me the notion I didn't want her to find me. I'll be fine, Mom. I have Dare, the dogs, Hector and his deputies, plus the FBI helping to guard me. Dare takes very good care of me. There's no reason to worry. We'll plan on you coming out as soon as this is over. You can stay at the guest house." Aden looked up into Dare's eyes. "I'm living with Dare now." "Good for you. I'm happy for you. You're made for each other. I love you both. Aden because he's my beautiful son, and you, Dare, because you didn't leave him on the side of the road."
"Thank you, Deborah. We love you too."
"I'm going to sleep so long as everything is under control out there.
I had the creepiest feeling. Good night, Mom. Good night, dears.
Chapter 10. Come on, baby. We're going to bed. Dare carried Aden down the hall to the guest bedroom.
Dare, take me to bed with you,
Aden whispered. Are you sure? I don't want to fuck this up and have you bolt tomorrow morning. His eyelid twitched.
Why are you upset?
I'm upset because I don't want to ruin the best thing that ever happened to me by letting my hormones rule my head. Dare sat Aden down on the bed in the guest room. Tell you what, you shower and get ready for bed. If you still want to make love after you've had the time to think about it, I'll welcome you with open arms. Aden got into the shower and washed himself, paying particular attention to his genitals. He took a disposable razor and shaved around his hole. Taking a pair of scissors out of his kit bag, he trimmed the sparse hair nestling his cock and balls. When he got out of the shower, he peered in the mirror. His eyes were heavy with need. He heard the patter of nails on the tiles outside the bathroom. Ranger and Monk hadn't settled in for the night. Dare had put one bed by the front and the other by the kitchen door. The cats curled up together in a larger doggy bed in his room. He walked by them, turning out his light when he crossed the hall to go to Dare. Trouble meowed.
You'll have to sleep with Bandit tonight. I'm sleeping with Dare.
Trouble rumbled. Aden grinned and left the room. Dare waited in the dark. On reflection, he didn't know whether Aden would come to him or not. He hoped his love was ready because he knew his own mind. He wanted Aden to be as confident in this decision as he was. He heard him open the door and watched his beautiful, compact body cross the room to the bed. Aden dressed was gorgeous. Aden naked was spectacular. Dare picked up the covers and Aden dove underneath, flinging himself into Dare's arms.
I didn't have anything to prepare myself. If you have some lube, I'll go get it now,
he said to Dare in a serious tone. Dare was shocked. He made you prepare yourself? Preparing your lover is foreplay. Half the art of making love is the preparation. Yes, I have the supplies, but no, you're not doing it yourself. I'm doing it. But we're putting the cart before the horse. We don't start there. We start here. Dare moved his mouth over Aden's, sucking on the pout of his lower lip and biting Aden's tongue. These were slow kisses designed to soothe Aden and entice him. Dare rolled his tongue and put it in Aden's mouth, dueling with Aden's while running his hands up and down his baby's arms. He broke away, kissing the line of Aden's jaw to his collarbone, sucking up a mark on the fleshy area between his collarbone and neck. He turned Aden on his side and tongued the shell of his ear, then the nape of his neck. Aden shivered. There's that spot again, Dare teased. Tonight, I'm going to try to map them all. Dare kissed Aden down the line of his spine and discovered another hot spot at the base. Aden moaned. Dare moved over him and pushed Aden on his back. He started to caress and pinch the dark pink nub sitting upon his creamy white chest. You lied to me. Aden's eyes opened. I've never lied to you. Yes, you did. You told me you have no hair on your chest, yet I see 3 platinum hairs between the rise of your pecs. I usually shave them, so they don't count. Aden laughed. Dare pulled at one. I'll get out the tweezers. Ouch, that hurt. I'll thank you to stop that. If they bother you so much, I'll get out of bed and shave them off, Aden said, seemingly a little ticked. Don't go off in a huff, baby. Remember, I told you I'm a tease. Aden laughed. You're not the only tease in this bed. Stop teasing and get back to business. I was enjoying myself. I like us laughing in bed. I hope you like everything we do. Dare pulled on Aden's earlobe with his teeth. Dare, I want to say this now because I can tell you're going to make me incoherent. What's that, baby? I love you. Not because
you gave me a home when others would have passed me by. I mean, of course, it's a part of it, part of who you are, but because you make me feel cherished. When I'm with you, I'm whole.
You're the other half of my soul, baby. I don't know how I lived without you. I thought to tell you I loved you tonight while we were on the couch, but I confess I became afraid that would make you run.
Before now, it might have. But you showed such patience with me, never taking more than I was willing to give. I told myself the next time I had sex, it would be at my instigation. This time is at my instigation. I only want to do this with you, Dare. I know it hurts, but I don't care. I'll bottom for you any time, anywhere.
Dare sat up. Baby, it doesn't have to hurt. The bastard didn't prepare you properly. I promise you, you won't feel pain. Dare reached for the drawer of his nightstand. I bought this once we started to become serious. Dare pulled out a bottle of lube. This is pure backdoor, a special lube made for gay men. It contains an anal relaxant and a slight numbing agent. It won't hurt. I wouldn't hurt you, baby. I'd die before I hurt you. A tear trickled from the corner of Aden's eye. So much. I love you so much. Dare swooped down and began to lave Aden's nubs, switching off between them. Aden groaned. Dare's mouth moved down the middle of Aden's chest. Aden pulled him up to his mouth and kissed him hungrily. His mouth moved up to Dare's forehead, and across his brow and over his eyes. Aden pushed on his shoulder to move him onto his back, then began his descent, following Dare's treasure trail. He dipped his tongue in the well of pre-cum that dripped from Dare's slit to his navel. He teased the head of Dare's cock with his tongue, paying particular attention to the sensitive underside. Dare tried to grab his shoulders and bring him back up to his chest, but Aden wouldn't move. He grabbed Dare's cock and swallowed, massaging it with his throat muscles. Bruno had taught him to suck cock. Bruno had told him he liked getting his cock sucked, so if Aden cared about him, he'd learn to do it well. All Bruno wanted was to be able to sell him for more money. Aden shuddered at that last thought. But this is my Dare, not Bruno, and I'm exactly where I want to be, in his bed and in his arms. Aden began to move his mouth up and down Dare's shaft with enthusiasm. Before long, Dare pulled lightly on his hair. Baby, I'm on a hair trigger, and I want to come inside you. Come back up here so I can prepare you for me. Aden crawled back up Dare's torso, running his fingers through the whirls of curly black hair running across the top of his chest. Dare grabbed Aden's head with 2 hands, kissed his face, his eyes, and then plunged his tongue into Aden's mouth. I'm going to take you on your back, baby. I want to see you when I make love to you. Aden heard the snick of the cap on the container of lube. Dare poured lube onto his fingers. Turn on your side now with one knee up. Aden got into position. Dare circled Aden's hole with his finger, pushing in lube and gently stretching the sphincter muscle. When he felt the muscle had opened sufficiently, he began again with 2 fingers this time. Aden made little purring sounds above him in between cries of, "Please, please." Dare bent his fingers and moved them around inside Aden's channel. "Oh my God, what did you do?" Aden cried as he tried to wiggle down onto Dare's fingers. "That's your prostate. If I do it right, every time I enter you, I'll hit your little walnut of nerves and make you feel better and better until you explode. I'm going for a 3rd finger, baby. After you take it, you'll take my shaft. It feels so good. It never felt like this before. I'm going to come." Dare moved his fingers and wrapped them around Aden's cock. He applied some pressure. "I'm okay now. How did you do that?" "I turned my fingers into a cock ring. Sometime soon I'm going to get us both one. Then we'll be able to go all night." Aden stared at Dare. His face plainly said he didn't think going all night a good idea. Bruno almost ruined him. I've got to make sure it doesn't hurt or he'll never want to be penetrated again. Get on your back. Aden scurried into position. Grab the pillow at the head of the bed and stick it under your hips. Good. Now lift your knees to your chest. Aden complied.
Dare pushed more lube up Aden's passage, put on a condom, and slathered even more over his covered shaft. Dare lined himself up with Aden's hole and began easing inside past the guardian muscle. Dare, oh my God, Dare, I didn't think I liked it. I thought I was abnormal. It feels so good. Not even a little bit of burn. Dare's eyes stared down, devouring the sight of the man beneath him. Can I move? Yes, please. Dare moved farther inside. Are you okay? Dare was hanging on by his fingernails, but determined Aden would enjoy their lovemaking. Come all the way inside. Take me, Dare. Baby, you're so tight inside. I love the way you feel around me. Dare thrust twice, hit bottom, and moved his head down to kiss the back of Aden's knee, which partially rested on Dare's shoulder. Aden moaned. Another spot detected and categorized, Dare announced in a voice hoarse with passion. Move. Let me feel you. Aden thrashed beneath him. I want it to be good for you, baby. He tongued to Aden's knee. Right there. There. Aden cried. Dare sped up, snapping his hips, making sure he hit Aden's spot every time. He was too close. He moved his hand down to jerk Aden. Aden put his arms around his neck and said, No, I want to come from your cock. Okay, baby. Baby. Dare thrust 3 more times, and Aden erupted. 1 more stroke, and Dare joined him. He pushed Aden's knee down and lay off to the side, playing with Aden's hair. I really do love you, Aden Schaefer. And I love you, Dare Rourke. Dare got up, removed the condom, and tied it off, chucking it in the wastebasket beside the bed. He leaned over and kissed Aden lightly on the lips. I'm going to get a few washcloths and towels to clean us up. When he came back from the bathroom, he had cleaned himself and carried a basin of warm water. Soaking the 2 washcloths, he wrung one out and took care of Aden's chest, and used the second for his ass. He caressed Aden's skin with a soft towel, then went back to the bathroom, put the basin on the vanity, and rushed back into bed to take Aden into his arms. Aden lay down on his chest, hand busy stroking through the whirls of hair. I could almost be a bear, but I don't have the stomach for it, Dare said. The lame pun sent Aden into a paroxysm of laughter. A dreamy look bloomed in Aden's eyes. This is how it's supposed to be, isn't it? It's not supposed to hurt, and I didn't bleed. The first time, it can burn, but you shouldn't bleed. What did he use? Spit. That bastard. If he couldn't afford this kind of lube, there are other brands that are cheaper. Aden's eyes sought his. I felt scared at the beginning. You're so much bigger than he, but I trusted you. Dare dropped a kiss on top of his head. Did you like it? He asked, still a little unsure of himself. Phenomenal. You've made up for everything Bruno put me through. In all the time I thought him my boyfriend. We did it only twice. The rest of the time he got blowjobs. I don't think he liked being with me. Now knowing about Manny Lopez, I can see why. God knows I wish I would have met you before I met Bruno. Unfortunately, if you'd never met Bruno, I never would have met you. Living in New Jersey, New Mexico probably wasn't high on your list of places to visit. It was on my list, but not until you paid off your loan, I know. Hush now. We both have an early schedule tomorrow. I want to hold you while you sleep. Dare moved him so his back nestled into Dare's front. Sleep, baby. Dare felt a familiar rumble. Trouble and Bandit always started out in the large dog bed he purchased for them that sat in Aden's room, but the cats eventually joined their people at the top of the bed. Now the 2 of them settled in above Dare and Aden's heads. Dare waited. It took 15 minutes for Aden to fall asleep. He slipped out of bed and retrieved his handgun from the gun safe. He loaded a clip into the gun and laid it on the nightstand with the safety on. The evil son of a bitch Vasquez is not getting near Aden, even if I have to kill him myself. Vasquez parked down Cherry Street. He left Manny at his mother's house. Manny was useless with his knee busted up. Sanchez shouldn't have suggested he bring him along.
Then again, I have to think before losing my temper. It wasn't Manny who lost him. It was Bruno. Wilson's going to take care of Bruno. So long as Manny doesn't start to whine, I'll let him live until we get back to Denver. Besides, Manny is a big man, even with the bum knee. When I get Aden in the car, Manny will be able to hold him off with a gun if he wakes up. Aden could do some serious damage, even bound, if I'm driving with no backup. I'll kill Manny in Denver, and have the boys drive him back down here. That way Aden is untraceable.
He could see the doctor's house from his car. He tried to get closer on foot, but 2 huge dogs started to bark and the lights went on inside. 2 figures came to the picture window, barely visible behind the adobe wall. The taller had his arm around the shorter man. Suddenly, Vasquez realized that the shorter man was Aden, and he was sleeping with the doctor.
Aden belongs to me. When I snatch him, I'm going to torture the doctor slowly before I kill him for having touched my boy. I will also punish Aden for this transgression. I'm going to make him watch while I kill the doctor slowly, hacking off a piece at a time.
Adams watched Vasquez get into his car, and then called one of his agents. "Follow this bastard. I want to know when he takes a shit." "You got it, Steele." Vasquez pulled away, and another car came out of the driveway across the street and followed him down the foothills. Seeing Dare's lights on, Steele went around to the kitchen door of the guest house where Hector stood handing out coffee and pastry to his deputies and the agents scattered around the property. He couldn't afford to screw up this bust. Hector handed Steele his coffee as Dare and Aden came out to the yard. Hector looked down to Aden's bare feet.
"Go back inside and put on some shoes. There are scorpions and snakes in this area," he chuckled as Aden ran inside. "I hope that's the only danger he's in tonight," Dare said.
Aden came back outside, red-faced, wearing a pair of sneakers.
"Generally, you need ankle boots if you're going in the weeds, but those are all right for the patio," Hector said.
Aden shot him a dirty look. "If no one tells me these things, how am I supposed to know? You don't have to worry about scorpions or snakes in New Jersey. I always went barefoot in the grass. All you had to worry about there was glass on the beach."
"No grass here. The water company pays people to put in rockscapes, but Dare has plenty of bushes and trees," Hector said.
Aden got a mullish expression on his face. Hector smiled. Steele followed the conversation in amusement. Dare, in full-on protective mode, put his arm around Aden, pulling him close.
"That was Vasquez, wasn't it?"
Adams answered.
"Yeah.
2 of my agents are following him at a discreet distance. His mother lives in Albuquerque, so we assume that's where he's headed. Checking into a hotel here would be dangerous, and he won't risk being tied to Aden's disappearance."
"If he's killed so many boys,
why can't the agent who infiltrated his organization pin the murders on him and wrap it up?" Dare asked in anger. "Because we have no corpses. He has his crew bury the bodies in the desert. Our informant is too high up in the organization. Vasquez wouldn't give him that kind of task. It would be insulting. However, what happens to them is an open secret. Unfortunately, he leaves no evidence. The boys are there one day, gone the next." "How does he explain their absence?" Aden's curiosity ramped up. "He tells everyone they broke up and he sent them home with a check, even though anyone with half a brain knows it for the lie it is. The boys were so broken they couldn't even wipe their own asses." "I thought he would sell them on to someone else. After all, $500,000 is $500,000, Aden observed. "By the time he gets rid of the man, he knows too much about Vasquez's organization and poses a security risk. He also is in no shape to sell. Vasquez is a monster. From what Sanchez said, the boys were tortured. Besides, the cartel would never let him get away with releasing someone who knew that much, especially someone who has been beaten, raped, and tortured for a year or more. No. When he gets sick of them, he kills them and plants the bodies in the desert on tribal land where no one is likely to dig to find them." Adams answered both Aden's spoken and unspoken questions. "Can't someone look for disturbed ground on the reservation? There must be evidence on the bodies." Aden sounded desperate.
"You would have to go through the tribal police and their council. It's not likely they are going to let the FBI go on a fishing expedition
Digging up land the tribe regards as sacred, Hector said, shaking his head. The tribal council will cooperate if we have hard evidence. Otherwise, they won't let us dig. Besides, we wouldn't know where to start. There are 19 pueblos in the state. He could have sent his men to any one of them. Plus, there's the vast expanse of uninhabited desert, Adams spat out in disgust. I want to pin at least one of those murders on him in addition to the drug charges. He's gone for the night. Let's go back to bed, baby. We have surgery in the morning. Tuesday. Vasquez got to the Placidas house at 6, just in time to see Dare and Aden get in the car. Vasquez assumed they were going into work early. When he's mine, he won't be working, unless he has to patch up one of my men. He followed them at a safe distance. While he was driving, he called Sanchez. I'm going to be longer than I thought. You've got problems? Sanchez asked. The damn doctor. Aden's not living in the guest house. He's in the main house, sleeping with the doctor, and they have 2 German shepherds that bark as soon as they send someone on the property. So far, the doctor's been with him everywhere he goes. You need more men, boss? Today's Tuesday. The shipment doesn't arrive until Saturday. If I haven't snatched him before Friday, I'll call up the men. Otherwise, have them stay put. Is anything happening I should know about? Vasquez didn't think anything was wrong, but felt it prudent to ask. No, boss. Everything is fine around here. They're making a turn. I've got to go. They went directly to the hospital. The kid never traveled alone. I'll come back later and pick up a couple of sets of scrubs. If I'm going to take him, it has to be here. Both Aden and Dare were alert for the scheduled surgery, but down and out afterward. When Adriana Torres came down to the surgical suite to see Aden, she showed her ID to the agents guarding the door. I'm sorry you're having this kind of problem. When Agent Adams explained that he was attempting to bring down this man for human trafficking, murder, and drugs, neither I, the chief of staff, nor the other surgical staff objected to the additional security measures. You're well liked. Aden peered at her through bloodshot eyes. Why don't you and Dare go home after rounds? I'll make sure your paycheck isn't lighter for it. Thank you, Adriana. We're both exhausted. Aden rubbed his eyes. The dogs woke us. The bastard came in on foot, but got away before Agent Adams could apprehend him. One of Adams' agents followed him to his mother's house in southwest Albuquerque. I assume they have someone watching the house. Won't the dog bark if the agents are there? No, we have a one-word command to tell the dogs to stop barking. They learned it in our advanced canine obedience class. Since both Dare and I took German classes in school, the word is in German, and if they're barking a warning, they won't stop until they hear the command. The agents know the word. Dare gave the dog walker leave with pay and took her key until this blows over. One of the agents is walking the dogs. Agent Adams didn't want to take the chance that the dog walker could be bribed for access to the house. Aden, go work in recovery while you wait for Dare to finish his rounds. Someone else can do his paperwork today after he speaks to the patient's family. I assume there is an agent to accompany him on rounds. Yes, there are 2 agents in scrubs outside the surgical suite. I'm glad you suggested that one of them go with Dare. He's in danger for harboring me. Don't make dinner tonight, baby. I don't want you outside, so I'll call Hector on the house phone and ask him to take orders and send someone out to pick up hot subs and pizza for everyone when we get home. Doesn't anyone around here deliver? Almost every pizza place in New Jersey does. Domino's delivers, I think, but I don't like their pizza. Dare got out a pad. Neither do I. There's a business model, a pizza shop making New York, New Jersey thin-crust pizza. Aden smiled. If I ever want to change my career, I could import a pizza maker and open a pizza parlor. You'd have a hard time replicating his product. Bread, cakes, and dough behave differently when you're 6,000 feet above sea level. I didn't think of that. I followed the instructions for high altitude on the box of brownies I made, but I haven't tried any of my mother's cake recipes yet. From what I understand, it's mostly trial and error. There's no one thing to do that fits every recipe. Since when are you interested in cooking? Aden teased. I listen when the nurses talk. They mostly make pies and cookies. Come on. Let's take our two buddies outside on rounds with us and then go home. Both of us need a nap.
Chapter 11. Tuesday afternoon. They got to the house at 3:30 and greeted the barking dogs. The two cats lifted their heads for a stroke, yawned, turned around, and settled back in to sleep. "Do you want to take a shower before or after our nap?" Dare asked Aden. "After. I have something planned before we go to sleep. I want to taste you." Dare's shaft became hard immediately. Aden pivoted into his arms, put his hands under Dare's scrubs, and slipped the top over his head and shoulders. Dare picked him up and laid him gently on the bed, removing his scrubs so Aden was left in his cotton boxers. "I never get tired of being able to pick you up into my arms." "Is that another veiled reference to my height?" Aden giggled. "Shush, baby." Dare finished undressing down to his boxers. "I promise no more short jokes tonight." Aden grabbed at his boxers. "I can't do what I want to do if you keep those on." "Easy, baby, easy. The guys aren't due until 7. I'll call Hector when we finish and tell him what we want. The FBI can pay for pizza and hot and cold subs for everyone, and you have plenty of time to do snacks. Let me love you." Dare removed their boxers and palmed Aden's cock. "I want to suck on you until you come." Aden's voice was breathy, his shaft already leaking pre-cum. "Did you get your blood test results this week?" Dare asked. "Yes, I'm clean. Or I would have told you last night." "Did you have tests every month at Rowan?" "Of course. And I've never had an STD." "Good. Neither have I. And I've got 6 months' worth of clean test results, too. That means tomorrow night we can go bare. I've never done it bare." "Why wait until tomorrow?" Aden asked. "If I don't wait, you'll be sore because you're not used to anal intercourse. We have to take it slow." "Bruno consented to wear a condom?" "I insisted. In comparison to you, he had a pencil dick." "Why did he hurt me so bad?" Aden asked. "Because he did you dry, and it's not something you should ever do. It tears the tissues around your entrance. That's why you bled." "Did he purchase lubricated condoms, at least?" "No, I don't think so." Dare's eyes narrowed. "If I could get a hold of the son of a bitch, I'd beat the shit out of him. He could have turned you off making love for life." "You probably could. Beat the shit out of him, that is. Although he weighed about 75 pounds more than you, it was turning to fat. A few more years, and you would have had a enormous gut. He had to wear his belt under his belly as it was." Aden grinned. "What possessed you to date him in the first place?" "I had been going to a particular gay club for weeks, and no one had approached me. I was too shy to approach anyone else." "Men can be such fools." Dare pursed his lips. "Finally, on what I considered to be my last night sitting at the bar waiting for someone to notice me, Bruno came along. Dare, you say I'm beautiful. So did Bruno. Why then did no one else try to pick me up? I hoped to lose my virginity." "Because you're too beautiful. The poor bastards figured they didn't have a chance. You know Hector wants you too." "So you said. I hope I didn't offend him." "Hector likes you and wants to keep you as a friend. I wouldn't let him near you if he were going to poach. But if anything should ever happen to me, go to Hector. He'll protect you." "I can't let anything happen to you. I love you." Aden's mouth drooped into a frown, and his eyes filled up. "Nothing is going to happen to me. Now, let's get down to business. I'm so hard it hurts." "I'm too short to have us do it at the same time. I want to do you first," Aden said. "Okay, baby. I'm not going to argue." He slipped down Dare's boxers and started to work his tongue around the head. Dare leaked copious amounts of pre-cum. "You won't have long to suck on this lollipop. A few more licks and I'm ready to blow." "Whenever you're ready." He took Dare's cock all the way down and worked his throat muscles, starting to jerk Dare while he sucked.
If you don't want a mouthful of cum, move now, Dare said through clenched teeth. Aden kept pumping his cock and sucking around the head and shaft with a steady rhythm. Baby, your mouth is like heaven. Oh God, I'm coming. I can't stop. Aden sucked harder, and Dare burst into his mouth. Oh, baby, so good. I'll come up here for a kiss. Aden scampered up Dare's chest. Dare grabbed Aden's lips with his mouth and kissed him, tasting his cum from his lover's mouth. It's my turn, baby. No. I came when you did. You were so made for me. Let's go take our shower, clean up, and then our nap. No funny business in the shower either. You need some sleep. Tuesday evening. Steele went to get pizza and a case of soda with Hector. He'd insisted upon the guys having their regular poker game tonight at Dare's. Unsure if Vasquez had the house watched by someone else before he arrived, Steele didn't want to tip him off that anything was different. As far as Vasquez was concerned, one more arrived for poker. Seeing how the number of guys at the table changed every week due to different shifts and assignments, it wouldn't look odd for Steele to attend. Steele and Hector went to pick up the 4 pizzas and assortment of hot and cold subs he had ordered in Steele's Navigator. They bought plenty because Hector knew the men would eat, especially Aden, who, it seemed, could eat twice his weight in one sitting and not gain a pound. The agents around the property ate in shifts at the guest house. "Do you think Vasquez will take him from the house?" Hector asked as they pulled into the shopping center. "No, the dogs make that virtually impossible. I'm going to assign more men to the hospital." "But the hospital is crowded with people," Hector objected. "That's exactly why he'll take him there. The random number of people coming and going from the hospital makes it easier for Vasquez to lose both himself and Aden in a group and walk right out with the crowd. I have 10 men, plus your department. I don't want Vasquez to get a hold of him." "But we need him to try. We can't arrest Vasquez unless he tries. If he gets him, it'll be harder to retrieve him this time, and he'll be in danger of bodily harm." Sanchez reported in and said that Vasquez is pissed because Aden is sleeping with Dare. You can be damn sure if he gets Aden, he'll take it out on his hide. Jesus Christ, can't someone cut this kid a break? Everything was falling into place for him. His mother is back in his life. He has Dare and friends. Why him? Steele's phone rang. He answered it from the steering wheel. "Adams." "This is Sanchez." "Sanchez, you're on speaker. Hector Gomez, the sheriff of Sandoval County, is in the Navigator with me. What happened?" "Vasquez called and said he wanted me to send 10 extra men to him on Friday, but only if he doesn't have Aden by then." "Doesn't want to call in the cavalry, does he?" Steele chuckled. "No. He'll lose their respect if he does. But he's nuts about this kid. Over the top. Certifiably batshit crazy. He knows he may have a palace coup if he calls them. However, make no mistake, he'll call them if he thinks he needs to do so. I'm working to try and dissuade them from running down there when he calls at this end. If they go, both Aden and Vasquez will wind up dead." "Why is that?" Hector asked in curiosity. "Because they believe it's bad enough he's gay. Now he's using cartel resources to pick up his trick. If they're off the street, they're losing revenue. For every day they're away, their pockets are a few grand lighter." "What about Vasquez? Isn't he losing money?" "No, he gets paid off the top of their take. Plus, he cuts the stuff. As far as his men and the dealers are concerned, Vasquez is sitting in the catbird seat. He makes money off all their backs. That's why they're so angry. They minded less when Bruno was delivering the package, but they're grumbling now. They think Vasquez will get himself arrested trying to kidnap the kid and bring the feds down on their asses by going to Albuquerque, which he will. We're going to sweep up all of them on Saturday. You can pick Vasquez up in the late afternoon if it makes life any easier. By then it will be too late to call and warn his crew." "I'll need a warrant," Hector said. "Give me one, and he's in jail within 15 minutes. "I'll send one to you by courier from the Denver office. Someone's coming. I've got to go. I'll call tomorrow with an update." Hector and Steele arrived at the pizza joint and picked up their order. Both lost in thought. They didn't speak on the way home. They reached the house just before the deputies. Hector and Steele returned with pizzas and subs. White, Edwards, and Garcia arrived at 7, bringing 1 case of regular Coke and a case of Diet. Since they were all technically on duty, no one was drinking any beer tonight. They had 7 players. Since Hector, his 3 deputies, and Steele were all on the clock, Steele, Hector, and the deputies rotated in and out of the game, 2 men sitting out every hand and watching the windows and doors. Aden served the pizza and subs on paper plates that Dare had stashed in his cupboard. Neither Dare nor Aden had eaten all day. Each of them consumed a whole meatball Parmesan sub and 3 slices. "Eating for 2, Dare?" Hector teased as he dealt the cards. "We haven't talked about kids yet, and no, smartass, I'm hungry. That bastard woke us up last night, so I turned off the alarm and let Aden sleep in. We grabbed 2 Danish from the cafeteria for breakfast and skipped lunch entirely. He's going to be skulking around tonight, too. I think the dog scared him off last night, so he won't come close to the house this time." Hector lay down straight to the groans of everyone else at the table. He raked in the chips. Steele was the big loser, down $5. He rotated out, along with Aden and Garcia, and Edward sat down. "I'm going to make some snacks in the kitchen," Aden said. "Steele, turn on the television. Dare has the DirecTV Complete Sports package, and I think there's a Yankee game tonight." Steele sat down in front of the television and channel surfed until he got to the sports channel broadcasting the game, then followed Aden into the kitchen. "Not rooting for a Western team yet, Aden? Not the Rangers or the Rockies?" "Nope. Once a Yankees fan, always a Yankees fan. You can take the man out of New Jersey, but you can't take New Jersey out of the man." "Would you go back if you could?" Steele asked. "No. I find I like it here. The only bad things are the lack of flower shops and crispy thin crust pizza. Everything else is great. It isn't as hot as I expected it to be. I'm even developing a taste for green chilies. Besides, Dare is here, and New Mexico needs good doctors and nurses." Steele nodded his understanding. Aden dished up some hot spinach artichoke dip, potato chips, and crackers with brie. He sliced some pepperoni and put a dozen deviled eggs on the same platter. On another plate, he arranged cut-up vegetables and dill and onion dip. Steele helped him carry them out to the coffee table. They sat down to watch the game. From the poker table, one by one, the guys migrated to watch the Yankees on the huge curved-screen television. The big winner of the evening was Hector. "Where did you learn to cheat that well?" Dare poked at him. "Obviously not the same place you learned to play poker. You suck big hairy ones, drawing on an inside straight," Hector chuckled. "Big Daddy back there in Savannah didn't play cards. He played tennis at the country club." He stuck out his pinky finger. "I'll have you know my father bowled in his company's league." Dare sniffed theatrically. "Will you two stop bickering?" Aden was clearly agitated. "The Yankees are ahead by 1 run, and it's the bottom of the 9th, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Shut the fuck up." The 7 men all turned to the television. The announcer called, "The pitcher winds up to throw the last pitch of the game. It whizzes right past the batter's ear. Strike! The Yankees take it 6-5. "The Yankees won!" Aden jumped up and down, cheering, fist-pumping in the air. The rest of the room groaned. "Looks like you're living with a damn Yankees fan." Steele punched Dare's arm and felt the air shift around him. He had changed his status from outsider to insider in an instant. After the post-game show, the snacks were gone, and it was time for everyone to leave. No one wanted to address the elephant in the room. Finally, Steele stepped up. "You already know he's out there watching. The deputies are going around the block. They're going to park in the driveway of the empty house for sale. That way they'll be behind him." The lights went out in the house after the 3 men left. From where Vasquez sat, he could see a silhouette of the doctor taking Aden into his arms in front of the picture window. The doctor gave Aden a passionate kiss, and the 2 of them walked away from the window hand in hand. Vasquez slammed his fist on the steering wheel and wound up setting off the horn. After drawing that much attention to himself, he had to start the car and give up for the night. He'd be back at 6 to follow them to the hospital. Aden jumped at the sound of the horn outside the house. It sounded as if the car was right on top of him. The phone rang. It was Edward's. "Tom, I'm putting you on speaker. What happened?" "Vasquez, from what we could see, he punched his steering wheel and his fist hit the horn. Right after that, he pulled out of the cul-de-sac and sped down the road. We're on Interstate 25 following him, presumably to his mother's." "Why would he punch the steering wheel?" Aden asked.
I thought he didn't want us to know he was here.
I think he saw something at the house that upset him. He's driving like a bat out of hell. I'm almost tempted to pull him over and give him a ticket. What were you two doing to set him off?
Oh, damn it. I kissed Aden in view of the window. I didn't think about it because of the front wall.
He saw us?
Yeah, baby. Edwards thinks that's what set him off. As soon as this is over, I'm extending the damn wall. Dare appeared thunderous.
When someone provoked Bruno, I cringed. Dare's anger upsets me, but I know it isn't directed at me, and it won't be me who pays the price for Dare's ill temper.
Vasquez must have seen you. White's voice was grim. He's enraged and now more dangerous than ever. He's going to want to teach Aden a lesson. Call Steele and have him escort you two to the guest house. Hector and Steele need to sleep in the house tonight, just in case he gets stupid and tries to come back. Edwards cleared his throat. We're staying right here in our bed. That man isn't going to drive us out of the house. Besides, if we leave, he'll notice, and then the game is done. White said, So far, so good. Looks like he's headed to his mother's house. Wait. He's stopping at a phone. Vasquez pulled up to one of the few public phones remaining in the city and made a call. He spoke briefly to the person on the other end of the line, then hung up. Get off the phone, Dare. We need to get on his tail, and I'm going to have to speed up. Minutes later, Steele's phone rang. It was Sanchez.
He's moving up the meet with the head of the cartel to Thursday. He's driving up here Thursday afternoon. I think he means to pick up Aden Thursday morning. He seemed completely crazed. Something happened to set him off. If I can get back to you tonight, I will.
Steele pushed the end call square on his touchscreen. Call Dare. He spoke at the phone. Dare picked up the phone immediately. This is Steele. I'm putting you on speaker, Dare told him. Okay, Steele agreed. I heard from Sanchez 2 minutes ago. Whatever you and Aden did after we left, Vasquez saw, and it turned his crank. Sanchez said that he plans to return to Denver with Aden Thursday night. I'm calling all hands on deck at the hospital both tomorrow and Thursday morning, just to be sure. Are you sure it's going down at the hospital? As sure as you can be about any madman. That's what he told Sanchez. I'll leave a skeleton crew at the house tomorrow and Thursday, and we'll concentrate on the hospital. He has to move the meeting with the cartel up to Thursday afternoon, so he must be pretty confident in his gambit. Steele took a deep breath. I've sent you pictures of Vasquez and Manny Lopez that Sanchez sent me. Let me know when you get them. Dare turned to Aden, who pulled out his phone and nodded. They're here. I'll print them out. Should we just call in sick tomorrow and Thursday? Dare proposed. No. That will make him madder and more determined to hurt Aden. Go in and do your job, Steele said. Act as if nothing untoward is occurring.
We have 10 FBI agents staking out the hospital. They don't want their Denver sting to get screwed up by Vasquez either. I'll be safe, Aden assured.
I want no chances taken with Aden's life. If so much as one hair on his head is pulled, I swear, Steele, I'll come after you and the government with the best lawyers I can find. The government is using Aden as bait to get Vasquez away from Denver. This situation isn't all about Bruno. You're right. It isn't, Steele sighed. We dealt with Bruno, and he rolled on Manny and Vasquez. You have enough to put both away. You don't want to pick up Vasquez up here or in Denver now, because that would screw up your bust. As a result, he's down here stalking Aden. That's the Bureau putting a civilian at risk, Dare snapped. We need to know about the other boys so we can charge him with 7 counts of homicide. You want to make it 8? So they can take Aden out to the desert, and you can follow them? Aden would lead you to the graves, but he'd already be dead. You haven't thought this through, Steele. Aden was pacing, and the tick in Dare's eye was twitching madly. Aden spoke.
Instead of talking this over on the phone, why don't you and Hector come over here and we'll have coffee and cake and discuss this like civilized human beings. I never did serve dessert after the game, although I made some. Everyone just left. Aden sighed. Steele hung up the phone. They left because they didn't want to be around when the shooting starts, Dare grumbled. Aden put his hand on Dare's chest and kissed it to calm him. Dare drew him toward him and held him tightly. 10 minutes later, Hector and Steele knocked at the kitchen door. Sit down in the kitchen.
I made chocolate cake after we slept today. I cook when I'm nervous.
Aden noticed Dare eyeing the cake.
It's mayonnaise cake. I used a little more mayonnaise and put the oven to a lower temperature. He shrugged. You're my guinea pigs.
Hector chuckled.
Bad for you because we'll ask you to do a lot of experiments. Wonderful for us because we get to eat them.
Aden set out the cake and coffee. Steele spoke first. If we pick him up now, we can hold him for 72 hours, just like we did Bruno. However, like Bruno, he's allowed a phone call. If he makes that call and warns his crew, all of this was for naught. Sanchez has been undercover on this a long time. He will have wasted 2.5 years of his life if this doesn't go down as it should. Sanchez had to stay with those scumbuckets for over 2 years. No wonder he's nervous about this going off smoothly. Hector let out a breath. If we blow this bust, Sanchez will definitely go nuts. The raid's been moved to Thursday afternoon. Sanchez arranged the change, then texted me. We only have to sweat out tomorrow and Thursday's workday. After that, we can pick up Vasquez, and it will be too late for him to warn his Denver and Mexican associates. So his plans go into motion tomorrow morning? Dare asked. Yeah. He plans to take Aden from the hospital. He's most vulnerable entering and leaving the building. Since Vasquez plans to be in Denver Thursday afternoon, he's going to have to go either tomorrow or Thursday morning. Steele took a bite of cake. Man, this is good. Dare, you dog, you scoffed him up before the rest of us had a chance to get to know him. Adams, you weren't even here when Aden arrived. Hector and I helped him out. And I'm better looking than Hector, Dare teased.
I don't know, Aden observed. Hector has the Latin lover vibe going for him. I might have been tempted.
Dare's eyes shot daggers into Hector's, and Aden doubled over in laughter.
You're actually jealous?
You bet I'm jealous. Hector is a nice guy, handsome too. But he doesn't get to poach. You're mine, baby. And as soon as this shit is over with, I'm putting a ring on your finger to let everyone know it.
Steele, Hector, and Aden laughed so hard that Aden had to go pee. Chapter 12. Placitas, Wednesday morning. The alarm rang at 4:30. Aden was assisting Dare with aortic valve surgery at 7, so he took a shower while Dare put on a load of wash, sorting the scrubs into a separate pile, then showered while Aden dressed. The first thing he did was make a pot of coffee. As expected, Steele and Hector knocked on the kitchen door looking for breakfast. He was making French toast and bacon. Dare came into the kitchen.
Steele, you know that Aden only agreed to cook dinners.
He makes such good coffee, Hector whined as he sat down at his place at the kitchen table.
And his cheese omelets are to die for, Steele said with theatricality. You have a restaurant-quality kitchen in the guest house. Why don't you use it? Dare asked reasonably.
We don't use the kitchen because neither of us can cook. In the sheriff's department, it's all about take out and order in. I never had time to learn. Hector poured himself a cup of coffee from the carafe on the table.
Take lessons, Dare suggested in a mild tone of voice.
Aden, could you give Steele and me cooking lessons in the evening? Hector asked, cracking up at Dare's reaction.
Go to the community college. He has enough to do between the job and cooking here without giving lessons. Besides, I'm considering getting a housekeeper so Aden only has to cook when he wants to cook.
Dare stirred 2 teaspoons of sugar into his coffee along with a dollop of cream. I don't mind cooking. If I'm preparing meals for us, it isn't much more work to make enough for Hector and Steele, too.
Dare grinned. However, after tomorrow, it won't be necessary. Hector can go home to Rio Rancho and Steele back to Los Angeles. No, not now. I'm being officially transferred to head up the Albuquerque office, so I'll still be around. Actually, I intended to ask you about renting the guest house. I'm willing to pay $1,500 a month. I don't need the income. Besides, Deborah may want to stay there until she finds a house.
You could stay with me in Rio Rancho until Deborah finds something. After that, if Dare and Aden are willing, you could rent the guest house, Hector suggested as Aden put out a platter of French toast, a pitcher of warmed maple syrup, softened butter, and jam.
Since when do you get to decide who lives on the property? Dare asked in a voice that sounded slightly annoyed. Hector sputtered. Dare's eyes turned soft. "Baby, this was the first breakfast you ever made for me. Do you remember the morning after we first met? You were so brave. I was half in love with you already." Dare tasted the French toast. "You did something different. I like it. I put cinnamon and nutmeg in the egg batter. I'm glad you like it." "I like almost everything you do, baby." Dare sipped on his coffee. "Do you two celebrate every anniversary? First stew, now French toast?" "No." Dare shot him a filthy stare. "Oh, almost everything." Aden raised his eyebrow. "He just picked up on that?" Steele gave Dare an evil grin. "I don't like it when you flirt with Hector," Dare deadpanned. "I flirt with him. He doesn't flirt with me." Hector poured himself another cup of coffee. "I don't flirt with Hector. Your imagination is working overtime." Aden got up in a huff. "Sit down. I'm teasing you again. You don't have to flirt with anyone. All they have to do is lay eyes on you, and they want you." "So true," Steele commented as he poured syrup on his second helping of French toast. "So, you only want me because I clean up nice?" Aden sat back down and arched a brow. Dare got flustered. "Of course not. I was first attracted to you for the way you look, but after that first night it was who you are. You're intelligent, an excellent nurse, a great cook, fun to be with, and good in bed. What more could I ask for, Pumpkin?" "Pumpkin?" Hector and Steele both waited expectantly for the explanation. "Deborah calls him Pumpkin. I think it's cute." Dare gave Aden a sideways glance. "One of these days, I'm going to get really angry with you for your incessant teasing." Aden laughed as he finally began to eat his own breakfast. Dare ignored Hector and Steele. "We have to make plans to take time off to go to Savannah so you can meet my family before we get married." "I didn't know you had proposed," Aden said archly. "I'll do it with hearts and flowers after this business with Vasquez is done. But you know where I've been headed." "Maybe. About Savannah, though, I don't have any time off coming." "Don't worry. If it becomes a problem, we can have them here. Including the guest house, we have 7 bedrooms. It's only Mom and Dad, but they'll be happy to see me settle down. Mom's always told me to find a nice man who cooks. See, I listen." "If my cooking is the only thing keeping us together, we're in trouble," Aden chuckled. "No, it's not the only thing. There is your scintillating personality," Dare smirked. Aden smacked his arm. Hector and Steele started to laugh. "I'd smack you harder, except you need that arm for surgery. I don't want your smart mouth to adversely affect the patient," Aden sniffed. "Since you made extra work, you two can clean the kitchen," Steele said, taking his last sip of coffee. "Lock the door on your way out." Aden came out 15 minutes later with a fresh set of scrubs and his working shoes. "I got syrup on my shirt." "That's okay, baby. We'll bring all the scrubs to work. The hospital laundry washes them and will return them to you. I'll go gather them up." Dare stood to go to the bedroom. Aden put his hand out to stop Dare. "I have to wash my own." "Why?" Hector asked, curious. "If you must know, it's difficult to find scrubs that don't hang off me. I have to use the scrubs they make for the female nurses, and I don't want to get stuck with a set that has cartoon characters or little hearts." Dare snickered. Aden felt the blush from the tips of his ears down to his chest. "That's all right. Good things come in small packages." Dare got punched in the arm. Dare turned to Hector and Steele. "You have the keys to lock up after you finish cleaning the kitchen." "We'll lock up, and the kitchen will be pristine when you two return tonight. You don't have to worry about dinner tonight for us. I'm taking Hector out to eat. The deputies will be next door." "Why are you taking me? I may not want to go." "If you don't stop with the smart mouth, I'll take you to McDonald's." "That might not be too bad. I like their fillet of fish." Hector got up to clear. Steele rolled his eyes and started to load the dishwasher. "We're leaving now, or we'll be late." Dare grabbed Aden, who shrugged and filled a thermos of coffee while Dare verbally sparred with Hector and Steele. At 6, they went out to the garage, got into the Outback, and left for work. Denver, Wednesday morning. Jerry Sanchez and Jorge Mendez were in the office of the warehouse that served as Vasquez's operational hub. Sanchez sat behind the desk on a rickety wooden office chair, afraid that if he moved wrong he'd end up on the floor. Mendez on a folding chair in front of the desk. Vasquez was too cheap to buy office furniture. The room had no windows, just a ventilation shaft, because they'd carved it out of the first floor of the warehouse and all the windows were 1 story up. Mendez had paced around the building all morning. Sanchez had spoken to him quietly and convinced Jorge to calm down and come into the office.
"We can talk about whatever is bothering you in there where we can be private."
Jerry closed the door.
"What's happening?"
Jorge spit out the words.
"Vasquez is going to get all of us put in jail with this boy-toy business. We were the ones who buried the bodies of the other kids he murdered. The only one who escaped that detail was you. If one of the other guys rolls, the feds are going to charge the rest of us with murder, not Vasquez, because the others won't want to be murdered in their sleep in prison."
Jorge lit still another cigarette.
"He must have smoked a pack this morning. He's nervous and vulnerable, therefore open to suggestion."
Sanchez fanned the fire of Jorge's ire.
"Out of all the people this man is responsible for killing, it seems the young boys bother him the most."
"You could be right. He may have done the killing, but you have no proof other than your word that you didn't do it, and you did dispose of the corpses. The feds would go harder on those murders. They were kids and pretty innocent. Vasquez insisted that all of his boys be practically virgins. Poor kids. And someone else is going to pay for Vasquez's perversions." Jerry rose and poured himself a cup of coffee.
"That should beat him. He is as homophobic as they get."
"You want some?"
"No. I'm going to get the beer out of the fridge."
Jorge got up and opened the door of the 1960s-era refrigerator in a corner of the office and grabbed a bottle of Corona. He opened the bottle and took a swallow as he sat down.
"It's a little early for beer, isn't it?"
Jerry grabbed some coffee mate and a few packets of sugar. Jorge acted as if he didn't hear him.
"Who's to say Vasquez doesn't tell the feds we were the ones who used the kids? He tortured those boys. It made me sick to my stomach to watch."
Jorge Mendez jumped up, his temper again uncertain, and flung the folding chair across the office floor.
"Even if they were fags, they didn't deserve that."
"That would be another charge."
"What's that? If one of the guys sings and mentions the kids were all gay, we're talking hate crimes on top of a murder rap?" "What do you know about hate crimes?" "Dumb it down, Sanchez. Dumb it down." "I watch television. Unlike you, I don't have a girl on every arm, so I'm not out every night. I'm perfectly happy getting laid at the Katt house. Pay 'em. Get rid of 'em. They don't expect diamonds." "I like them a little less used." Jorge smiled. "I like them a lot less clingy."
They sat in silence for a few minutes. Then Sanchez spoke as if the idea just dawned.
"Vasquez is taking a chance. Once the feds are onto him, they'll be sticking their noses up our asses. Someone here, or someone who's been here and seen those kids, is going to tell the feds about them to save his own ass. It won't be pretty if the feds find out what Vasquez was doing. They take child molestation very seriously, especially when you throw in kidnapping, child abuse, and hate crimes. Someone's going to talk."
Sanchez let that percolate.
"Lots of other people saw those boys. All the dealers."
Jorge pounded his fist on the file cabinet.
"We have dealers coming in and out of the warehouse all the time. And what about the junkies the guys service from the warehouse, the small dealers who sell to fund their habit? If they weren't too stoned when they arrived, they saw more than one of Vasquez's boys chained to the warehouse floor."
Sanchez snickered.
"And those motherfuckers would sell their firstborn child to get the money for a fix." "So true. The bastard may have business smarts, but he lacks common sense. He should have been smart enough to hide the kids from casual observers."
Jorge crushed his cigarette on the pedestal ashtray Sanchez brought over because he was sick of cigarettes littering the floor.
"The condition they were in was evident. Several of the dealers and more than one of the junkies commented that they were always black and blue and had more than one cast on their bodies over time. If they missed the bruises, the cigar burns and their pallor plus the prominent ribs acquired from being half-starved to death gave Vasquez away.
They also remarked when he replaced the boy. Sanchez stirred his coffee. He beat those poor boys to death. I was only around for 2 of them. You say there were 7? Yeah, 7 altogether, not counting the new one. Any one of those junkies or dealers could talk. All the Fed needs is one stooge. The one thing they all have in common is they hate and fear Vasquez. They'd turn on a dime to sell him to the Feds. The only reason they haven't so far is they'd have to answer to the cartel. Jorge got up and kicked the wall. Many of those kids were only 18. In fact, I think some of them might have been underage, even though the boss swore he insisted on them being legal. Street kids lie all the time about their age, and the slavers don't care about the niceties of the law. Jorge guzzled his beer. I'm more worried about the boys than I am the drugs. He had those boys kidnapped and taken over state lines. Even if they were legal, kidnapping is a federal crime, and the feds still have the death penalty. We could be facing 7 counts of murder, Sanchez said. Jorge kicked the chair over toward Tommy's side of the room. You wouldn't be facing anything. He kept you away from his boys. You have nothing to worry about. He gave Sanchez a speculative look as he walked over to pick up the chair. I'm an accessory to murder. I saw what he was doing and didn't stop him. That makes me guilty too. Sanchez shoved the pedestal ashtray Jorge's way again. He's going to pick the new one up tomorrow morning. I thought we'd have time to go down there, shoot him, Manny, and the kid, and then come back home to take care of business with the cartel. Then he went and moved up the meeting. If you know where he is, you still have enough time to make the drive and do what needs to be done. Sanchez knew it was too late for them to act. No, we can't leave now. The big bosses are coming at 3 tomorrow. It's a 6 to 7 hour drive to Albuquerque, and another 6 or 7 on the way back, not accounting for traffic. We'd still need time to find him and the kid once we got there. Jorge lit still another cigarette from the butt of his last. That's true. He was secretive about exactly where he was going. Sanchez finished his coffee and got up to get another cup. Jorge paced again, restless. If we don't know where to search, we'll never find them and make it back here in time for the meeting. Jorge pounded his fist on the desk and spilled Sanchez's coffee. I know you should start at hospitals. He's a nurse. However, there are a lot of hospitals in Albuquerque, and it's not a good idea to piss off the head of the Mexican cartel by not showing up for a scheduled meeting. Sanchez made an attempt to keep the men in Denver. Sanchez wiped up the coffee with one of the paper towels that stood in a roll on the rusted porcelain sink. It didn't matter to Sanchez if they went down to Albuquerque to kill Vasquez or to help him. Either way, if they left, it was bad for the Bureau's plans. He had to make sure all of the men stayed at the warehouse, so they would all be there when the feds arrived to make the bust. This is it, my last shot. This raid will blow my cover for good. I told the Bureau I'm coming in after this assignment. It's Adam's job to keep the kid and the doctor safe, not mine. I've already done what I could do for them. The raid is my first priority. The Bureau needs to either close this down or get another agent. Does he have a plan? Or is he going off half-cocked? Jorge went over, picked up the metal chair and sat down, his legs hanging over the sides, his chest resting on the back of the chair. He says he has a plan. I hope to hell it's not a good one, or that kid is in for a world of hurt. We have to assume he'll be back on time. If he's not, the bosses will take care of both him and the kid. Problem solved for them and us. Jorge snuffed his cigarette out on the floor. Use the ashtray. You barely took 2 drags of that before you put it out. Are you into throwing good money out the window? I'm trying to quit. What are you, my mother? Jorge's voice sounded heavy with sarcasm. You're second in command. All you want is Vasquez's job, he hissed, poking the bear. Hell no. I wouldn't take it if they handed it to me gold-plated. It's too much work. I'm happy where I am. I'm a lover, not a fighter. All I do is keep the books, he shrugged. If Vasquez doesn't come back, they'll have to find someone else to run the place. You could do it, Jorge. I don't have the administrative or the leadership qualities necessary for the job, and being incompetent here could get you killed. Like I said, I'm just the bookkeeper. Jorge smiled, You'd be willing to stay on as my second and be as loyal to me as you were to Vasquez before he went off the deep end?
Sure. I don't want to be first. And you can count on the same loyalty I gave to Vasquez.
Sanchez inwardly chuckled. He had done a good job here. Jorge had no idea he was an agent, and wanted him in his crew. Maybe the man would get so enamored with the idea of being in charge, he would decide not to send anyone down to save Vasquez's ass.
Let's let Vasquez stew. He's put us all in jeopardy over that little faggot. It's no wonder he has to pay for it, with his greasy hair, his refusal to shower, and pock-marked face. No one would want him even with his money.
Jorge got up and grabbed another can of beer from the fridge.
He looks like shit. It's no wonder these boys want no part of him. They'd rather do it with a girl than that piece of excrement, and I hear fags can't get it up for women. With all the money he's making, you'd think he'd spend some on fixing himself up to appear less ape-like. He has no respect for himself or anyone else.
Sanchez shook his head. Jorge frowned.
The stupid puto. Then he tries to beat those boys into loving him by breaking a few of their ribs.
This is bad for business. And this one is no street kid. Manny said he was educated. He's a nurse with a good job now in Albuquerque. He's been there for months while Vasquez tried to find him, and in that amount of time, I'm sure he's made friends who might come searching for him. Sanchez spat.
Vasquez is a fool for a goddamn pretty boy. He paid $500,000 for this one. I guess the price has gone up because, inconveniently, he keeps losing them. Even the traffickers are through with him. That's why Bruno did this run solo with Manny as the go-between.
I didn't have that information. Bruno always made the deliveries. I assume this guy was more of the same from Wilson, and his crew and Bruno messed up. Sanchez tried to appear confused.
Wilson won't deal with our boss anymore. I don't understand him. Even looking like he does, with his money, he can hire all the rent boys he wants.
Jorge snickered. Why do they have to be unwilling? Sanchez asked. Or special? He beats the pretty right out of them, and then he doesn't want them anymore.
I get all the women I want and then some, and I know a thing or two about keeping them happy. I imagine it's the same with a man. Even with a whore, you can't play too rough. She won't do you again, or her pimp will come and rearrange your face.
Jorge laughed.
On the boss, that might be an improvement.
If Vasquez didn't have such a short fuse and wasn't such a pig, maybe the boys wouldn't rebel and have to be kept in chains. Then he wouldn't have to kill them.
You're right. He's been bringing trouble down on our heads for years, and when it finally comes, we're all going down because shit rolls downhill.
Jorge became thoughtful.
Let's leave him down there in Albuquerque so he doesn't screw anything up here with the Mexicans. Right now, no one can tie him to us. If he fucks up, there's no evidence we're involved with the new kid.
That's true. As far as the others, only you and our crew know where the bodies are buried.
Right now they're on Santa Ana land, along State Highway 550,
Jorge said smugly.
Now you know too.
Isn't that a little too close to civilization? He leaned back in his chair and sipped at his coffee.
That was the point. If they start hunting, they're going to dig in desolate places. We dug deep graves 100 to 200 feet away from the road, right past where the houses end.
Are you sure no one saw you? Sanchez pretended to have an attack of nerves.
Yes, I'm sure no one's going to look there. I say we take care of that sick son of a bitch as soon as he comes back. We'll have to off the nurse, but after that, we should be good. We can dump them where we dumped the rest. I'll take care of the cartel.
Jorge made his first and last executive decision. Placitas, Wednesday afternoon. Johnny Vasquez was determined to bring Aden back to Denver by Thursday afternoon before his meeting. This time, nothing could go wrong. From the beginning, this whole operation had been fucked up.
Bruno left the boy on the side of the road, the fool. He should have known that, unlike a street kid, Aden wouldn't stay there in the bushes. This one is too smart to sit by the road. Bruno screwed up the pickup as soon as he put the truck in gear and left the truck stop. Manny said Bruno was going to go back. He had used abandonment before to control recalcitrant boys, but Aden wasn't an 18-year-old rent boy. so he didn't have to put up with the bullshit. He left Aden there, and now I have to take the chance of bringing him in myself. Bruno will get what's coming for him from Frank Wilson's boys once he's in lockup. That's good enough for me because I get to break Aden no matter what. He'll become my own educated whore and whipping boy. It took Manny 2 months just to tell me he couldn't find Aden, even after I encouraged him with that baseball bat. I found him in a month. You have to have the right touch. Eventually, I figured it out. If I wanted this type of job done right, I had to go down to Albuquerque and do it myself.
Now that he acknowledged he wasn't going to get to Aden by hanging around the hospital or the house, he had to be proactive. He couldn't sit and wait for a good opportunity to grab him because that damn doctor never left him alone. During his morning stakeouts, Johnny had noticed that several times the dog walker failed to lock the garage while he walked the dogs. His negligence gave Vasquez an idea. The idea took shape when he heard the dog walker give the dogs a one-word command in German to get them to stop barking. Aus. Vasquez rubbed his hands together.
Now I have a viable plan.
The guy in the suit walked the dogs at 9, 3, and 8. The dogs must go in the yard before bed because Vasquez never saw Aden or the damn doctor with them. That meant he had to be ready by 3 this afternoon. Vasquez left his post at 10 to put together the desperate elements of his plot. First, he went to Walmart and purchased a light blanket to throw over Aden in the car after he administered the knockout drugs. That way, if some trucker got nosy, there would be nothing to see. He would wait to pick Manny up after he procured Aden. Manny could babysit while he drove home. Unfortunately, his plan involved killing the doctor, but it was unavoidable. Aden never left his side. He drove down to his mama's, packed a satchel with what he thought he'd need, and told Manny to be ready at 7:30 tomorrow morning to leave for Denver. By 2:30 on Wednesday, he was back in Placitas, waiting for his chance to sneak into the garage. Exactly at 3, the man in the suit came out with both dogs. He didn't lock the garage door. It would be easy to sneak into the garage with his satchel of essentials. There were no close neighbors. He'd brought a thermos of coffee, his phone, a large bottle of water, and his Glock. The coffee was to keep him awake during the night. His phone alarm was set to vibrate at 4 in case he did fall asleep. The water would see him through the heat of the day. Johnny dressed in layers because, although it would be 75 to 80 while the sun was up, at night it could go down to 40 or lower, and if he wanted to catch them, he would have to spend the night in the garage. But that would give him adequate time to pick the lock of the Outback, unless he got lucky and they left the car unlocked. In the morning, he'd hide in the back seat and take them on the way to work. As soon as the dog walker was too far away from the house to notice, Johnny snuck into the garage. It was a 4-car garage, but held only a Versa against the wall farthest from the door to the house. Tire tracks showed the Outback was usually parked next to the Versa. The Outback being closer to his hiding place was also to his advantage. Rourke had filled the rest of the garage with old furniture with a tarp over it. Maybe he wouldn't be uncomfortable after all. Surprisingly, someone insulated the garage. They kept a refrigerator there, too, by the kitchen door. He opened it briefly and saw a case of beer, 1 of bottled water, and a 1/3 of Coke. He would make it through the heat of the day relatively unscathed. Johnny hid under a large tarp thrown haphazardly onto a sofa. 15 minutes later, the dogs returned and began to bark. The man shouted the command, "Aus!" and the dogs immediately stopped yapping. Although they pulled on the leash to inspect the tarp, the man shouted another foreign word at them, and that brought them to heel behind him. He looked bored. The dog walker turned and locked the garage door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Johnny was already inside long before they got back to the house. Vasquez, now armed with the knowledge of how to quiet the dogs, settled in for the night. For his plan to work, he had to remain undetected in the garage until the following morning at 6. He rooted around in his satchel and pulled out a plastic jug with a large top that he could use to piss. He'd love to piss all over the garage, but he couldn't afford to get caught. He peered around his little nest. He was set. At 4, Aden and the bastard arrived. The dogs barked, but quieted as soon as Rourke gave them the command. "Aus!" He had to remember that word.
Chapter 13. Wednesday evening. They got in the house at 4. Aden was relieved that nothing happened at the hospital while they worked today. Aden articulated what they both were thinking. I don't want to be in a position where he puts a patient in danger. Maybe I should stay home with Hector and Steele tomorrow. If he sees that you're home with company on the day he wants to nab you, baby, he'll know something is up. Besides, I don't trust the rest of them. I want you with me. I don't want to be away from you either, but I have a bad feeling about this, and I don't want to be the cause of you getting hurt. Hector and Steele would be bad enough, but if something happened to you, I don't know what I'd do. Come here, baby. Dare gathered Aden close and held him. Nothing else matters to me but you. Let's have dinner. I'll even help. Having shaken off his fear, Aden raised an eyebrow. Help me do what? Produce charcoal? That's what happened the last time you helped. I couldn't refrain. You're so delectable that I had to kiss you. Dare grinned. And then you took me to bed, and dinner burned. Aden slowly smiled. I bought Chinese. Dare kissed the top of his head. That you did. Aden stood up on his toes and kissed his nose. What was that about? Now you know how I feel. Aden laughed. Cherished? Cherished. Aden stopped laughing and somberly agreed. I'm making fried pork chops with mashed potatoes, cream, and mushroom gravy, fresh wax beans, and applesauce. When Aden's indigos met Dare's emerald greens, they sparkled. Okay, I'll let you cook. Dare gave up easily. Only because pork chops are your favorite. Got me. Dare cleaned up after dinner, and there was another Yankee game on one of the sports channels, so although he was nervous, Aden sat down to watch. Eventually Dare sat down beside him, and they cuddled the evening away in front of the television, watching the Yankees win another game. At 10, they decided it was time for bed. Maybe sleep would make the night go faster. Dare went around and turned out the house lights, but left the floodlights on, just in case. Vasquez shivered in the garage. There was a cold front making its way across the mountains tonight. Maybe I should rethink my plan. Dare and Rourke are alone in the house, and I didn't see either of them lock the door to the kitchen. That's a sign. Subconsciously, Aden wants me to take him. Vasquez grew more delusional by the hour. He knew how to quiet the dogs. He'd brought enough Rohypnol to put 10 dogs and Aden down, but he didn't know how much to use for the dogs and prided himself on his humane treatment of animals. His dogs loved him. He made his housekeeper cook them special food and serve it warm. He didn't even do that for the boys he brought home. They got what was left on his plate. Aden would be different. He'd treat him right. Aden would be punished for Rourke, but after that, he wouldn't need to be shackled like some street whore. He'd pamper this boy. God damn, he was beautiful. He couldn't wait to take him, and this time, he'd do his boy bare. He listened to his men about the others. Whores didn't always use condoms, but Aden was practically a virgin. He knew the hospitals tested, so, aside from Aden's little slip with Rourke, he'd had to be clean. He'd only been with Bruno. Curse that son of a bitch for popping his Aden's cherry. Maybe I'll take him from the house, kill the doctor, steal the Outback, and be on my way to Denver before first light. I can send down one of my men to take care of Manny. Vasquez checked the door that led from the garage to the kitchen. It was open, just as he thought. The dog by the kitchen door barked once before he gave it the command. The dog went immediately silent. Dare was in the bathroom with the light off because he didn't want to wake Aden. As a precaution, he had taken his gun with him. He heard the dog. It had to be Vasquez breaking into the house. Grabbing his gun, he tiptoed toward the bedroom to awaken Aden. But Vasquez was already in the room. He held his hand over Aden's mouth and tried to make him drink some water by holding his nose. Aden was struggling. Vasquez's pistol lay on the nightstand. Dare came out of the shadows and pointed his gun at the thug. Get away from him, and put your hands behind your head.
The dogs came into the room behind him, growling. Vasquez took the water in his hand and threw it in Dare's face. Operating on reflex, he covered his eyes. Vasquez tackled him and wrestled the gun free. The dogs started to bark and did not respond when Vasquez barked their command. How the hell did the man know it? Aden jumped out of bed and onto Vasquez's back. "If you don't get off my back, I'll shoot the doctor," he gritted out. Aden gasped and let go. "I'll come with you quietly. Just leave Dare alone." The dogs were still barking. Aden wept silently. "Shut those dogs up. If you don't, I'll hurt him." Aden shouted, "Ouse!" as loud as he could, in hopes of waking Steele and Hector. Steele wasn't asleep. He heard the dogs, as he hoped did the other agents spread around the property. Racing into the kitchen, he encountered Hector, heading for the door. "He's in the house!" Hector grabbed his gun and vest and raced outside. Steele was right behind him. Steele used hand signals, motioning the agents to be quiet. He directed 2 of them around the front to the bedroom window, and 2 others to the garage door. He placed 2 at the front door, 2 behind him, guarding the kitchen door, and the last 2 men followed him and Hector. They had Vasquez surrounded, but he didn't expect him to go peacefully. They got to the house and slowly opened the kitchen door. With the dogs barking, it seemed unlikely anyone could have heard them enter. Suddenly, Aden shouted, "Ouse!" Steele motioned for all of them to be still. They listened. Aden's voice was hysterical. "I shut the dogs up. Please leave Dare alone. I swear, I'll go with you. Just don't touch him." Steele listened, trying to figure out their next move. He wanted to manage this situation so no one got hurt. "I won't have you thinking about another man when I'm with you, sweetheart. I won't tolerate any of that kind of behavior. See, sweetheart, you won't kiss me because he's still alive. If he's dead, you can forget him. If he lives, you'll keep on believing that he'll come for you. You're mine now. No one is coming for you." Steele crept behind the bedroom door. The door was half open. Through the crack, Steele saw that Vasquez held his gun swinging loosely in his hand, making vague, threatening gestures. Vasquez faced away from the door and the window. The agents crouched down and aimed their guns at his head. "Maybe I should shoot you in the balls, Doc, for touching what belonged to me. You'll never get away with this. Even if you kill me, Aden has a mother and friends who will follow you to the ends of the earth to get him back." "You're full of shit. Bruno said there was no one who cared about him, and he wasn't here long enough to make friends. He'll just disappear, and no one will be the wiser." Steele motioned for the agents to go ahead. The 2 at the bedroom window nodded, and 2 behind Steele and Hector pulled out their weapons. Before Steele had a chance to motion the agents forward, Aden dove for Vasquez's gun as he was about to pull the trigger. Vasquez's hand went down and to the left. The gun went off, but the bullet lodged in the bottom of the wall near the dresser. Steele yelled, "Drop!" Aden fell to the floor, but Dare grabbed his gun, turned it on Vasquez, and shot him in the knee. Vasquez went down on his good knee and reached for his gun. Aden kicked out at his knees from behind, and he fell to the floor. Before the other agents got in the bedroom door, Hector and Steele had Vasquez in cuffs with Dare holding him at bay with his handgun. "Call an ambulance. I won't dirty my hands on him." Dare placed his gun on the nightstand. "I assume you'll need this for the ballistics. I'm going to claim self-defense. Please let me stay with Aden tonight. You can arraign me tomorrow." Dare's eyes bored a hole through Steele's head, clearly saying, "You fucked up." Aden was shaking. "You're not going to jail because of me. Oh, God. I brought you my troubles, and now you're going to pay for it." He turned to Hector. "Take me instead. I'll say I did it." "Aden, Dare's prints are on the gun. But calm yourself down. It was a righteous shoot in front of credible witnesses." Steele pushed him toward Dare. As soon as Hector and Steele turned Vasquez over to White and Edwards, who had the warrant for Vasquez's arrest that the Bureau delivered to Albuquerque from Denver, Aden threw himself into Dare's arms. "You shot him. I know you're angry at me, but I tackled him because I knew that he was going to kill you. He wanted me alive, so I tried to bargain. With all the commotion, I knew that Steele and Hector would come running. He didn't know they were staying here." "Baby, if you ever do anything like that again, I'm going to spank you very hard." A female voice cried, And I'll hold him down while you do it. I just watched them take that piece of pond scum out to the sheriff's car. Mom, what are you doing here? Aden's mouth hung open. Dare drew Aden closer into the circle of his arms. Deborah came farther into the room, elbowing her way past Hector and Steele. She put down her suitcase. I worried. When Dare told me what was going on, I couldn't rest. I wasn't about to lose you now that I'd finally found you again. If they hadn't found him, I would have taken you back to New Jersey kicking and screaming until they arrested him. What about your work? Aden looked very confused. Dare chuckled. I took my vacation. I told you I have 11 more weeks. Besides, I don't have to work another day in my life. I invested well. I packed a small suitcase and hopped on the first flight out, a non-stop to Albuquerque from LaGuardia. How did you get here from the airport? Why didn't you call? I did, but no one answered. He smashed your phones and put them on the couch. I saw them when they let me inside. I had to show ID to prove I was your mother. He must have smashed the phones while I was in the bathroom. Dare stroked Aden's hair and face. Aden was still shaking. If I hadn't gotten up to pee, I don't know what would have happened. Go on, Mom. When you didn't answer, I took the train from the airport to the station down on 550 and called a cab to bring me here. I arrived right after the bastard went down. Mom, you said bastard. Aden's mouth hung open farther. Close your mouth, Pumpkin. You look like a fish. Steele and Hector started to laugh. That's where you got it there. If you want to beat him, Aden, I won't stop you. I just finished trying to save him. Why would I beat him now? Aden's face screwed up in confusion. Okay, Pumpkin. Just checking. Hector put his hand in front of his face to hide his laugh under a cough. Steele knew Aden was rattled when Hector called him Pumpkin, and Aden didn't react. Steele left the room and went out to talk to the agents. Vasquez should never have gotten in the house. Someone screwed up. Dare gently removed Aden from his arms and handed him off to his mother. I'm going to call Martinez to come in to fix Mrs. Beekman's mitral valve in the morning. I'm also calling Adriana and telling her you won't be in for the rest of the week. I can't do that. I have to pay the loan. You'll do what Dare says. I'll pay the goddamn loan. After all, it's my fault you have it, Deborah snapped. I know you're trying to be responsible, but this is ridiculous. You almost got killed tonight. You don't belong in surgery tomorrow. It's well past 1. You won't be able to keep your eyes open. Steele came back into the room. Mrs. Schaefer, I'm Steele Adams, the special agent in charge of this fuck-up. How did he get in the house? Dare snapped. From the garage. The agent who walked the dogs didn't lock the garage door when he left. Then you and Aden failed to lock the door from the garage to the house. I should have checked all the locks myself. The Bureau will discipline Agent Hardy for his negligence. His screw-up almost cost you your life. Oh my God, Sanchez! He'll get his phone call before the raid! Aden's hands went to his mouth, and his face fell. No worries, Dare said smugly. They don't have phones for prisoners to use in the ER. And he's screaming, but not for a phone call. Once he gets to the hospital, he's going to need emergency surgery to remove the bullet from that knee I shot out. He'll get a new knee, just in time for his trial. They'll keep him under guard the whole time he's in the hospital. He won't be making any calls tonight or tomorrow. I wonder how the other nurses are going to treat him after hearing he tried to hurt you. Why didn't you let Steele, Hector, or one of the agents take him down? You didn't have to shoot. I'd already deflected the bullet. In the confusion after the gun fired, he tried to get off another shot. I stopped him. I didn't kill him, although I wanted to do it. Can you turn on the other lamp, Deborah? I want to look at his cheek. That son of a bitch slapped him hard. Dare examined the handprint on Aden's face. It ran from his forehead down his cheek. It was going to bruise. He brought Aden over to the mirror on the dresser. See? You can't go in tomorrow. They'll think I beat you. But you're a doctor and you shot him, Aden wailed. My bullshit caused you to shoot a man. You're a doctor. No. I shot a man, so he didn't shoot you. I did it in self-defense. Even a doctor is allowed to defend himself and those he loves. Your bullshit we'll talk about another time. Aden had the grace to look shamefaced. I shouldn't have gone for the gun. I was going to stay still once I saw Steele and Hector. But I saw him about to pull the trigger. I couldn't let him hurt you, so I tackled him, hoping he would drop the gun. Please don't send me away.
Dare dragged him closer. You idiot. Does this look like I'm thinking of sending you away? Spanking you, definitely, but sending you away from me? Never. Aden moved his head up for a kiss. Dare obliged. Deborah went to the kitchen to make some breakfast. Hector got on the phone to the deputies at the sheriff's department. If they released him from the hospital to await surgery, they were to stick him in a cell with 2 armed guards at all times. Get help from the state police if you need it. He turned to Steele. Shouldn't you close the loop with Sanchez? Let him know Vasquez isn't coming? I'll do that now. Steele pushed some buttons. Sanchez answered, sleepy-voiced. Listen up, we just took Johnny Vasquez into custody. You don't have to worry about a phone call because Dr. Rourke shot out his kneecap. He's on morphine, and they have to remove the bullet. He won't be copacetic until late tomorrow evening. Suppose someone sees him at the hospital. I didn't give up 2.5 years of my life for nothing. Sanchez's voice sounded tight. Don't worry. They'll all be there at 4, and Albuquerque is sending more agents to Denver to make the bust. In 6 hours, they'll check into the motel down the road, Steele said reasonably. It won't be pretty if someone blows this bust. This is 2 years, Steele. 2 years of watching that puto torture kids. I couldn't even save them. I've got their deaths on my conscience. I can't take any more. I'm done after this assignment. I've been assigned to head the Albuquerque office. Transfer in from Denver. You won't have to go undercover again. I'll think about it. Steele heard some rattling. Then Sanchez said, Goodbye, boss. I hope you mean that literally and not figuratively. The Bureau can't afford to lose an agent as good as Sanchez. With his knowledge of the cartel, he'll be invaluable, even behind a desk as an analyst. Sanchez disconnected as Jorge walked into his room. The man had no sense of private space. He didn't even knock. Was that Vasquez? Yeah, that was the boss. What's going on? Everything is going according to plan. He says he'll be back by tomorrow afternoon, but he sounded high. He's going to fuck this up. He held back his smile. When this meeting is over, I'm going to call the Russians and put out a hit on him. Jorge chuckled. He'll never see it coming, and what gives me the greatest satisfaction is it will be paid for with his own cash. His expression turned smug. I called all the crew in this afternoon in case someone does something stupid. Vasquez did piss them off last month. They may go gunning for him after this meeting. Put out a velvet glove covering an iron fist. The guys you're meeting are on the next rung up the ladder. Maybe you should set your sights on them. Vasquez was holding you back, Sanchez pandered, fanning the flames some more. When the bosses came to the 4 o'clock meeting, Jorge was drunk as an Irishman on St. Paddy's Day. The cartel brought all of their muscle with them. It seemed they were going to take care of Vasquez themselves. Word had spread. Sanchez slipped out the door on the pretext of leaving the financial statements in the car. The agents surrounded the warehouse. He gave the signal to go ahead. Sanchez stood at the door of the site, watching the bust. All of the doors opened at once. FBI, we have you surrounded. No one move. Jorge, the fool, went for his gun, and they shot him in the shoulder. The rest of Jorge's men apparently decided not to be heroes and went into the wagons peacefully, as did the guys in the cartel, confident their lawyers would have them out of jail by the 7 o'clock news. Sanchez knew they were searching all of their houses and digging their way up 550. They were bound to find something that tied Vasquez and his crew to the murders. The crew in the warehouse and the cartel bosses were already going away for the 100 kilograms of pure cocaine found by the Bureau's agents. Sanchez was lucky enough to get away without blowing his cover. Jerry Sanchez was done. The cartel would never know who he was and what he'd done. They'd blame Vasquez. Steele caught up to Manny when they went to Vasquez's mother's house to arrest him. Don't let him near me. I'll tell you anything you want to know, but I'll need protective custody. He's in federal custody now and in the hospital because the doc did something you may appreciate. Rourke shot out his knee. Despite the fact that Manny was going to jail for a long time,
That didn't stop him from yelling, "Yes!" pumping his fat fist in the air.
"I have to tell Aden that his little fan dance isn't unique," Steele grinned.
Steele had originally thought Albuquerque a demotion, but after being here for almost 3 months, he realized a bureau presence was necessary, and the man who currently ran the division didn't keep on top of things. The agents were lax, hence the unlocked garage door. They needed training and discipline. He could provide a more supportive environment for the field office. There was certainly enough here to keep him busy. The Albuquerque Police Department was at least 300 police officers short, to say nothing of the openings in Rio Rancho. The Bernalillo Department patrolled Placitas, with an assist from the sheriff's office, but budget cuts made it almost impossible to hire the personnel required. It appeared, because of a definite shortage of good law enforcement, Albuquerque had to lower their standards to get applicants for the police academy. A strong FBI presence would be appreciated for a change, as opposed to other areas where they plainly weren't welcome. It seemed a lot went on in Albuquerque. It wasn't a demotion after all. Plus, he headed up his own field office. He kind of liked Hector, which was another draw. Living with a man for 3 months, he sort of grew on you. Maybe I can talk Hector into letting me move in with him. He said he had 4 bedrooms, some upstairs, some down. I'd ask for an upstairs bedroom so I wouldn't bother him, and we rub along well together. I might even ask him out. Steele headed back home. Yeah. New Mexico is home now. When Steele returned to the main house, he wandered back into the kitchen. Numerous people were in and out of the place. Deborah had put up a coffee urn, and Aden had hurriedly baked and put out a large tray of coffee cake plus fat slices of the chocolate mayonnaise cake they failed to eat earlier. Gradually, the agents and the forensic people left and released the crime scene. Vasquez's fingerprints were all over the gun. I'm sure we'll find some fiber evidence or DNA on the poor boys he murdered. Sanchez told us where to look. I've spoken to the federal prosecutor. She's charging Vasquez with murder with special circumstances. Those charges, along with kidnapping, will get him the death penalty. He was New Mexico's own serial killer. It wasn't our fault. Those putos came from Colorado, not here. Deborah finally asked, "What is a puto?" Hector laughed. "A man-whore." Deborah laughed with him. "He certainly fits the description." "Even if the trouble came from Colorado, you have your troubles here. The Justice Department is already investigating the APD for being trigger-happy. You need the FBI. The citizens trust us. I'm staying, Hector. I'm going to head up the Albuquerque field office." "I'm glad you're staying. We never worked with the Bureau here, because the agents regularly fucked things up. There will be no more major fuck-ups like there were tonight with me in charge. I'm going to persuade Sanchez to come to Albuquerque. I'll need good agents, even if they only sit behind a desk." Hector chuckled. "From what I heard, I don't think Sanchez's personality lends itself to being a desk jockey for long. Come on, let's pack so Deborah can move into the guest house and leave the lovers alone." "Can I stay with you until I find a place?" "Sure. Mi casa es su casa." Hector bowed, amber eyes flashing at Steele's gray ones. "Let's do it." It was after 2 by the time everyone left the house. Thank God. The Bureau's CSI team released the scene, or they'd have nowhere to sleep tonight except for a hotel, and Dare wanted his bed with Aden in it. Hector and Steele left the guest house to Deborah, who, after eating some leftover pork chops, went over there armed with her suitcase and a change of sheets. She turned to Dare. "Give me your realtor's card. I'll call him tomorrow, and he can pick me up and show me around. The last time I was here, I drove Aden's Versa around Rio Rancho. That area down 550 looks nice, and it's close enough to you and Aden, but far enough away so I don't become a pest. The houses are relatively cheap. I'll come out of this with a lot of cash because the house in New Jersey is paid off, in a good neighborhood, and has 4 bedrooms. Dare rifled through his desk and handed Deborah a card. "There are probably groceries in the guest house, enough for breakfast, anyway. If you don't mind, Aden and I are going to sleep in tomorrow." "Oh, go right ahead. If you're not awake before I leave, tell my son I'll see him for supper." Aden walked into the kitchen. "What, Mom? Is something wrong?" "No, Pumpkin. I told Dare I'm going to look in Rio Rancho tomorrow for a place to live, so I won't see you until supper." "Okay."
Aden stifled a yawn. "Come on, baby. Let's lock the doors after your mother leaves and go to bed. Even the dogs are tired." Epilogue. Aden wasn't tired, despite his yawn. He was too wired. He stripped and got into bed naked. Dare climbed in beside him. "You know I prefer you this way. Naked and in my bed." "You mean our bed?" Aden purred. "You never repeated the question." "What question?" "The one you ask if you want to keep me." Dare pulled a box from the nightstand drawer and put it on the bed. "I bought these one day when you were in surgery with Martinez. Will you marry me, baby? I love you so much." "Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes." Aden watched Dare open the small box and bring out 2 matching plain gold bands. Dare put the smaller band on Aden's finger and handed him the other to put on his own. "4 months ago, I thought no one cared about me. Now I have you, Mom, Hector, the deputies, and Steele. Bruno was a criminal, but he brought me to you, so I can't hate him too much." "I think the powers that be would have sent me to you, no matter where you were. You are tailor-made to suit me, baby, and I'm not letting go. Let's make love." Dare kissed the ring on Aden's left hand and drew it to his heart. He lay down beside Aden. "Come here, baby." Aden felt Dare's arms encircle him and move him toward Dare's chest. Aden nuzzled the whirls of chest hair he loved so much and covered his face in his scent. He kissed every square inch of skin he could reach. Dare murmured, "Oh, baby, I got so frightened. I almost lost you." "You'll never lose me. I'd fight the devil himself to be with you." Aden palmed Dare's cock. Dare groaned. "I'm so ready. This is going to be a short exercise. I'm sorry, baby." "Don't be. Just prepare me and come inside me. I want you so badly." Aden rifled through the nightstand until he found the lube. Dare grabbed the lube, opened the top, turned him over, and began pushing into Aden's hole, opening him up with one finger. Aden stopped him. "Are you sure about the condoms, Dare? I was with Bruno." "You've also had nothing but clean tests since," he rejoined. "Bruno wasn't with anyone but Manny, and you told me yourself Bruno insisted on a condom. I haven't had any partner since 3 months before you arrived. We're good to go, baby. That is, if you want to go bare. I'll do whatever you want me to do." "As much as I hate to say this, we're going to use condoms until 6 months have passed with clean tests. It's already been 5.5 because Bruno and I only had sex twice, and the second time was a month before we left. It's only 2 more weeks, and the hospital can give us the results right away." Aden's eyes pleaded with him to understand. "I can't take the chance of harming you." "I love you for that, baby, even though my cock objects. Let's get back to the good stuff. I intend to be married to you in 2 weeks, so going bare can be my wedding present from you." Dare covered his finger in lube, inserted it into Aden's channel, and moved it in a circle around his pucker, loosening the sphincter muscle. He pushed in more lube, and Aden took the second finger. "I don't need any more preparation, please. Make love to me." "Are you sure, baby?" "Stop arguing and fuck me already." Dare moved around to Aden's back. "I'm going to take you from the back this time. Get on your knees and bend over." Dare pulled a couple of pillows under Aden's stomach, then reached in the open drawer for a condom and rolled it over his cock. He slathered it with more lube and pushed at the entrance to Aden's hole. "Push out. It helps." Aden was tight, but Dare managed to push inside without so much as a wince from Aden. He began to move. "It feels so good," Aden cried out. "More. Harder." Dare began to pound Aden, his balls slapping the curve of his ass. "That's it. You hit the spot." Dare kept up the hard rhythm. Aden's channel started to clench. He shouted, "I'm coming! Come with me!" Aden's channel tightened around his rod again, and Dare came, feeling as if he cleansed his body of all the nasty vibrations they'd absorbed for the last month. He lay down on top of Aden's body,
then moved aside because he knew he was too heavy. He took off the condom, tied the end, and put it in the wastebasket by the bed. Dare shifted his body, kissed Aden's neck, and turned him over. "I'm gonna get the basin to clean up. I think this time we have to change the sheets. You came like Vesuvius. It shot all the way up to the headboard." Dare got up and fetched the basin and the towels. They cleaned up and changed the sheets. "I'll do the wash in the morning. We have all of my scrubs here, and now we have to do our sheets plus the ones from the guest house because we just used the last set of king-size sheets on the bed." "Don't worry. We have all day to do it. We have to call my mama and daddy to tell them there's a wedding in 2 weeks." Aden gathered the used sheets and ran to stick them in the laundry room and quickly returned. "How are we going to plan a wedding in 2 weeks?" Aden asked with a great deal of skepticism. "We're going to hire a wedding planner and give them a bonus for a beautiful but quick wedding. We don't have many guests. Some of the doctors and nurses from the hospital, Hector, Steele, the deputies, and we might as well invite Sanchez, seeing as he's moving here and won't know anyone." "This sounds like it's going to take a bit longer than 2 weeks to pull off. How about 6 weeks?" 4. 4 weeks is all I'm willing to wait. If he can't get a smallish wedding done in 4 weeks, he isn't any good." "Who are you talking about?" said Aden, confused. "The wedding planner I consulted when I bought the rings. I knew we had to wait until the Vasquez business blew over, but now it has. We're getting married." "Okay. We'll tell our mothers in the morning." "We're going to have such a good life, baby." Dare kissed Aden, slipping his tongue between his teeth and exploring his mouth. "If you keep that up, we'll never get to sleep," Aden observed wryly before kissing him back. Dare lay on his back and tucked Aden under his arm so his nose hit his chest. "I like this," Aden said, sniffing. "I like this too." This has been Aden, written by A.C. Katt, narrated by Jeff Griffin. Copyright 2015 by A.C. Katt. Production copyright 2016 by A.C. Katt.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.